The Sexual Life of Woman in its Physiological, Pathological, and Hygienic Aspects. Full audiobook created for Quiet Place Archive. Enjoy the listening. The Sexual Life of Woman. The appearance of the first indications of sexual activity, the development of that activity and its culmination in sexual maturity, the decline of that activity and its ultimate extinction in sexual death. The entire process of the most perfect work of natural creation has throughout all ages kindled the inspiration of poets, aroused the enthusiasm of artists, and supplied thinkers with inexhaustible material for reflection. In the following pages, this sexual life of woman will be considered both in relation to the female genital organs and in relation to the feminine organism as a whole, in relation both to the physical and to the mental development of the individual, and in relation alike to the state of health and to the processes of disease. Thus, from the standpoint of clinical investigation and of practical experience, the book will be a contribution towards the solution of the sexual problem, nowadays recognized as one of supreme importance. It is 30 years since I published a work on the histological changes that occur in the ovaries during the climacteric period. And ever since that time, the influence exerted upon the general health of women by the physiological and pathological processes occurring in their reproductive organs has been to me a favorite subject for observation and experiment. The result of these studies is incorporated in my monographs: The Climacteric Period in Women, Sterility in Women, the Uterus and the Heart, and in various contributions to medical periodicals. I now have a welcome opportunity of drawing a general picture of sexual activity in women, and of illuminating this picture both by the light of my own experience and by numerous references to the works of other authors. In passing, I have devoted considerable attention to questions of education and personal hygiene, both of which are greatly influenced by the processes of the sexual life. Thus, I hope, the work will be rendered more interesting to the physician, and the general picture it is intended to convey will be more fully characterized by contemporary actuality. Natural divisions of the subject are, I consider, furnished by the three great landmarks of the sexual life of woman: the onset of menstruation, the menarche, the culmination of sexual activity, the menarche, and the cessation of menstruation, the menopause. These several sexual epochs are differentiated by characteristic anatomical states of the reproductive organs, by the external configuration of the feminine body, by functional effects throughout the entire organism, and, finally, by pathological disturbances of the normal vital processes. Thus, in separate chapters, a description is given of sexual processes, a detailed exposition of which will be vainly sought in the textbooks of gynecology, yet which are none the less of far-reaching importance in relation to the physical, mental, and social well-being of women, and in relation also to the development of human society. Such topics are the sexual impulse, copulation, fertility, sterility, the employment of means for the prevention of conception, the determination of sex, sexual hygiene. To the topics of pregnancy, parturition, lying-in, and lactation, since these are adequately discussed in works on midwifery, but little space has here been allotted. It is my earnest hope that physicians and biologists may derive benefit from the book equal, in amount to the pleasure I have gained in the work of writing it. Heinrich Kisch. Part 2, Introduction. By the sexual life of woman, we understand the reciprocal action between the physiological functions and pathological states of the female genital organs on the one hand, and the entire female organism in its physical and mental relations on the other. And the object of this book is to give a complete account of the influence exercised by the reproductive organs during the time of their development, their maturity, and their involution on the life history of woman. From the earliest days of the medical art, this sexual life of woman has aroused in the leaders of medical thought the highest interest. And for this reason great attention has been directed, not only to the anatomy of the genital organs and to the diseases of the reproductive system, but also to the individual manifestations of sexual activity and to the influence exercised by these on the female organism as a whole. Several works by Hippocrates are extant on this subject, among which may be mentioned a treatise on the physiology and pathology of woman, which discusses sterility in women, a treatise on the pathological states of virgins. These writings of Hippocrates contain some very remarkable observations on the influence exercised by disorders of the reproductive organs on the general health of women. Aristotle wrote at some length on the functions of the female genital organs. In the writings of Aretius and Galen on the diseases of women, we find striking observations, as for instance, in Galen's De Locis Affectis, which contains a statement of the similarity and dissimilarity of man and woman. Another notable work is that of Albertus Magnus, entitled De Secretis Mulierum. The numerous works on the diseases of women published in the 16th century consisted for the most part of a repetition of the observations of ancient writers. The gynecological treatises of the 18th century, however, bore witness to an increased knowledge of the anatomy of the female reproductive organs and were illumined by Haller's researches on the functions of these organs. The subject with which we are especially concerned is discussed in a work by Boireau-Lafacture, Essai sur les maladies physiques et morales des femmes, Paris, 1793, and also in Marie Clement's Considerations physiologiques sur les diverses époques de la vie des femmes, Paris, 1803. In the same connection, we must mention von Humboldt's treatise, Über den Geschlechtsunterschied und dessen Einfluss auf die organische Natur. The first comprehensive work in which an exhaustive inquiry was made into the functional disorders of the female genital organs and the relation of these disorders to the female organism as a whole and to the physical and mental peculiarities of woman was Busch's Das Geschlechtsleben des Weibes, Leipzig, 1839. In the second half of the 19th century, a very large number of monographs were published, investigating and describing the reflex disturbances produced alike in the individual organs and in the nervous system as a whole by changes in the uterus and its annexa. Many of these works will be mentioned more particularly in the course of this treatise. The sexual life, based upon the purpose, so important to every creature, of the propagation of the species, possesses in the female sex a vital significance enormously greater than sexual activity possesses in the male. From the very beginning of sexuality, when the idea of a bisexual differentiation dawns for the first time in the brain of the little girl, down to the sexual death of the withered matron, who laments the loss of her sexual potency, physical and mental activity, work and thought, function and sensation, arise for the most part, wittingly or unwittingly, from that germinal energy which is the manifestation of the unalterable law that the existing organism endeavors to reproduce its kind. Every phase of the sexual life of woman, from the threshold of puberty to the extinction of sexual activity, the first appearance of menstruation, the complete development of the sexual organs, the act of copulation, conception, pregnancy, parturition, and the puerperium, finally the involutionary process which accompanies the cessation of menstruation at the climacteric period. Every one of these sexual phases entails consecutive physiological processes and pathological changes alike in the individual organs and in the nutritive condition of the entire organism, in the functions of the cardiovascular apparatus, of the brain and the nerves, of the skin and the sense organs, in the processes of digestion and general metabolism. Herein we see a striking illustration of the old saying of von Helmont, propter solum uterum mulier est quod est. Also of the similar aphorism of Hippocrates, uterus omnium causa, morborum qui mulieres infestant, a conception summed up by Goethe in the words of Mephistopheles. Isist Iherjuig, we undoxotossendfach, aus einem Punkt zu kurieren. Just as in a tree the process of growth is made manifest to the superficial observer by the pleasure he feels at the sight of the buds and blossoms, by the refreshment he obtains from the fruit, and by the sadness which the withering of the leaves causes him, so in the sexual life of woman there are landmarks which no one can possibly overlook, by means of which three great epochs are distinguished. These are puberty, the menarche, recognized by the first appearance of menstruation and the awakening of the sexual impulse; sexual maturity, the menechme, in the fully developed woman, characterized by the functions of copulation and reproduction; and sexual involution, the menopause, in which we see the gradual decline and ultimate extinction of sexual power and all its manifestations. In all these three epochs, the sexual life of woman not only affects the hidden domain of the genital organs, but controls also all the vegetative, physical, and mental processes of the body, and is clearly and incontestably apparent in all vital manifestations. What Madame de Staël said of love is indeed true of the entire sexual life of woman. El amor en est qu'un épisode de la vie de l'homme, c'est l'histoire tout entière de la femme. The sexual life of woman is coextensive with the peculiar vital activity of the female sex, for it endures from the moment when individuality first begins to develop out of the indifferent stage of childhood until the decline into the dead level of senility. To illustrate this fact, I have drawn up a curve of the sexual life of woman, making use of the statistical data available in Central Europe regarding the age at which menstruation first appears, the age at which maidens marry, the age at which the largest number of women give birth to a child, and the age at which menstruation ceases, and reducing the figures to averages. The 15th year of life is the average age at the menarche. The 22nd year of life is the average age at marriage. The 32nd year of life is that in which woman exhibits her maximum fecundity, and the 46th year of life is the average age at the menopause. Not in this respect alone, however, is the sexual life of woman of paramount importance. It is, in addition, the mainspring of the well-being and progress of the family, of the nation, of the entire human race. In the evolution of man from the primitive state in which he existed merely for the performance of vegetative functions up to the highest stage of contemporary culture, in the history of all races and of all times, the sexual life has been a most potent determining factor. With that life, religion, philosophy, ethics, natural science, and hygiene have been most intimately related. For that life, they have furnished precepts and laws. The history of the sexual life is identical with the history of human culture. In a primitive condition of society, among people living in a state of nature, and among the lower races of mankind, the sexual life of woman possesses no great general interest, the female being merely a chattel. The ownership of this chattel, moreover, being often temporary and transient. The investigations of anthropologists have shown that among primitive people, this form of property is neither highly esteemed nor carefully safeguarded. In such societies, no restraint is imposed on the sexual impulse, which is gratified without shame and without formality. No hindrance is offered to the mutual intercourse of the two sexes. Chastity in the females is not prized by the males, nor do the latter compete for the favors of the former. Procreation is no more than a gregarious impulse of the masses, among whom the common ownership of all booty is a matter of tribal custom. The woman has no disposing power over that which every one desires, and which every one has the right to demand. Very gradually, however, a change takes place in this respect, so that in every period of social life since the very earliest, the modesty of young girls, the high valuation put upon the preservation of virginity, the ethical approbation of chastity in the wife, respect for the duties and rights of the mother, the reverence felt for the matron, all these, throughout the sexual life of woman, have had a civilizing, ennobling, and elevating effect. Thus, as family life has become developed, and as love and marriage have been more highly esteemed, woman has become the much prized embodiment of all that is beautiful and good, of all that is summed up in the idea of the housewife, and her sexual life has been more completely, more ideally admired. The danger is not remote, however, that the leveling tendencies of the present day, and an inclination to despise the sexual life of woman, far from resulting in a further elevation of the social status of womanhood, will result rather in its abasement. The Bible, as we may expect from the patriarchal relationships of the women of that time, bears witness to the worth of woman, and, whilst esteeming childbearing, refers to yet higher duties. Precise religious and social precepts are furnished for all the phases of sexual life. In classical antiquity, also, we see that woman rose to some extent above the low position she had previously occupied in the family circle and in society at large. Both among the Greeks and among the Romans, there was open to women a more intimate place in social life and a more influential role in the life of the family than would have been their portion regarded merely in relation to their childbearing activity. Amongst the Germans in the very earliest times, chastity gave rise to purer and more moral sexual relations. whereas among the Slavonic peoples, the conception of woman as the childbearer continued to dominate these relations. In consequence of the diffusion of Christianity, woman became man's companion and equal, and her life, the sexual life included, acquired a deeper significance, owing to the stress which that religion laid on chastity as a virtue, and as a result of the educational influence of woman in the family circle. With the progress of civilization, the sexual life of woman comes to exhibit its activities only within the bounds of morality and law, which in human society have replaced the crude rule of nature, and have supplied regulations adapted to the changing phases of sexual vital manifestations. The wise adaptation of these regulations requires, however, a full understanding of the mental and physical processes, an exact recognition of the bodily states and intellectual sensibilities of woman regarded as a sexual being. Modern culture and the social organization of the present day, in association with the resulting sexual neuropathy of women, have exercised on their sexual life an influence as powerful as it is unfavorable, manifesting itself in the overpowering frequency of the diseases of women. In one of the most thoughtful books ever written on the subject of woman, Michelet's Elammer, the author remarks that every century is characterized by the prevalence of certain diseases. Thus, in the 13th century, leprosy was the dominant disease. The 14th century was devastated by bubonic plague, then known as the Black Death. The 16th century witnessed the appearance of syphilis. Finally, as regards the 19th century, see cycle sera neme celui des maladies de la matrice. It is certain that the education and mode of life of the modern woman belonging to the so-called upper classes are, as far as sexual matters are concerned, in direct opposition to those that are agreeable to nature and those that the laws of health demand. Even before sexual development begins, before the physical ripening of the reproductive organs to functional activity, the imagination of young girls is often prematurely occupied with sexual ideas in consequence of unsuitable literature, owing to visits to theaters and exhibitions, or on account of social intercourse with young men who are not over-scrupulous in the selection of topics for conversation. From the time of puberty up to the time of marriage, the growing woman is under the influence of the now awakened sexual impulse, which experiences ever-renewed stimulation. A sedentary mode of life, unsuitable nutriment, and the early enjoyment of alcoholic beverages exhibit their inevitable result in the frequency with which, in this epoch of the sexual life, chlorotic blood changes, neurasthenic conditions, and diverse symptoms of irritation of the genital organs make their appearance. Thus, when marriage, so often unduly postponed in consequence of the condition of modern society, does at length take place, it is apt to find the woman not only fully enlightened as regards sexual matters, but often in a state of nervous weakness from sexual stimulation, one of the type whose characteristics have been happily summed up by the French writer Prévost in the expression demi-vierge. The conjunction of this state of affairs in the bride with the frequent partial impotence of the bridegroom, who has already dissipated the greater part of his virile power before entering upon marriage, leads often to the appearance of vaginismus and other sexual neuroses in young married women. Even more disastrous in its consequences as regards the future sexual life of the wife is the ever-increasing frequency of gonorrheal infection in the first days of marital intercourse, with all the evil results of that infection. On the other hand, an ever larger proportion of girls belonging to the middle and upper classes, abstaining alike from the good and the evil results of marriage, falls under the yoke of sexual impulses denied satisfaction or gratified by abnormal means, and suffers in consequence both physically and mentally. Further sources of injury arising from the conditions of modern social life are to be found in the neglect by women of the well-to-do classes of the duty of suckling their children, and in the ever-increasing frequency with which the women of these classes, after giving birth to one or two children, resort to the use of measures for the prevention of pregnancy, which result in serious consequences as regards both the nervous system and the genital organs of the women concerned. Thus there comes an accelerated ebb in the sexual life, leading to a premature appearance of the general phenomena of senility, with a cessation of the menstrual flow. The modern wife, who claims the right to lead the life that best pleases her, will be more rapidly overtaken by sexual death. For the elucidation of the manifold reflex and other processes which are dependent upon or accompany the sexual phases of woman, we must in the first place consider the anatomical changes and physiological functions of the female reproductive organs characteristic of the several periods of sexual life which have already been distinguished. We must not fail also to take into consideration the mental states which accompany and characterize these respective phases. The anatomical changes which occur in the female genital organs during these different phases of sexual life give rise to a number of manifold local stimuli, increasing and decreasing, varying greatly in intensity and area of distribution, upon which depend the reflex effects and remote manifestations in the sphere of the nervous and circulatory systems. We must first consider the changes in the ovaries, which play an etiologically important part. At the onset of puberty, the follicular masses of the ovary exhibit a more active growth. The follicles increase in size, with their contained ova they approach the surface, and finally, by the bursting of the follicles, the ova are extruded. Then, in the life phase in which conception occurs, and under the influence of the hyperemia of all the pelvic viscera that accompanies this process, a notable development of the corpus luteum takes place, this latter body reaching its maximum size in the 11th week of pregnancy, subsequently undergoing involution and leading to the formation of a considerable scar. Finally, in the critical period of life in which the menstrual flow ceases, a continually increasing growth and new formation of connective tissue stroma takes place in the ovaries at the expense of their cellular constituents, and a regressive metamorphosis of the Graafian follicles occurs. In association with these sexual processes, there ensues a series of striking changes in the shape and consistency of the ovaries, affecting both the surface and the parenchyma of these organs, and capable of stimulating the nervous ramifications in their tissue. In this connection, it is worthy of note that the branches supplying the ovaries from the spermatic plexuses of the sympathetic contain a considerable proportion of sensory fibers. Quite as significant, moreover, as the changes in the ovaries are those which, in the course of the sexual life, the uterus undergoes in shape and size, in its muscular substance and mucus lining, and in its vascular and nervous supply. At the time of puberty, the infantile uterus undergoes changes affecting both its external form and the shape of its interior cavity. The body of the uterus enlarges to the size characteristic of sexual maturity, and its mucous membrane becomes the seat of periodic changes. This waxing and waning growth and transformation of the uterine mucous membrane continues throughout the period of menstrual activity, the most superficial layers of the membrane being shed during menstruation, a process followed by regeneration, which is itself succeeded by the premenstrual thickening. When conception occurs, still more extensive changes ensue, the fertilized ovum becoming embedded in the uterine mucous membrane, and the pregnant uterus, in shape and structure, and in the respective relations of the body and neck of the organ, in the increasing distension of its veins and the increasing size of its nerves, becoming adapted to the important functions it has now to fulfill. When these have been fulfilled, and parturition having taken place, the uterus is empty once more, the organ again adapts itself to altered circumstances by the process of involution. Later, in the climacteric period, a slow regressive process occurs, the outward manifestation of which is the cessation of the menstrual flow, characterized anatomically by atrophy of the muscular tissue of the uterus and of its vascular apparatus, by the desiccation of its mucous membrane, by obliteration of the lumen of the uterine cavity, and ultimately by senile degeneration and atrophy of the now entirely functionless organ, so that it becomes an insignificant, cicatrized, solid body. Next to the ovaries and the uterus, it is the pelvic fascia which in its entire architectonic structure, as well as in its individual parts, undergoes the most notable changes in consequence of the processes of generation. A short account of the nerves and blood vessels of the female genital organs appears indispensable to facilitate the comprehension of the manner in which sexual processes are influenced by the nervous system, and to demonstrate the intimate connection between the blood supply of the genital apparatus and the general circulation. The complex nervous network of the female sexual organs is supplied by spinal as well as by sympathetic fibers, the fibers from the two systems anastomosing in a very intimate manner. The greater number of the spinal nerves distributed to the genital organs arise from the lumbar portion of the spinal cord, pass as rami communicants to the first four lumbar ganglia of the great sympathetic cord, whence they proceed to the series of symmetrical and asymmetrical sympathetic plexuses in front of, and adjacent to the abdominal aorta, which already contain afferent and efferent spinal fibers derived from the pneumogastric, phrenic, and splanchnic nerves. A small number only of coarse nerve filaments, a larger number of fine nerve filaments, derived from the sacral nerves, proceed direct to the internal genital organs. Many of these fibers enter the lower extremity of the pelvic or inferior hypogastric plexus. Some pass to the cervical ganglia of the uterus. Below the bifurcation of the aorta and in front of the sacral promontory, a large number of the uterine nerves, both of spinal and of sympathetic origin, unite to form an azygos plexus, which has been shown by experiment to possess great functional importance. Anatomically, this constitutes the upper undivided portion of the hypogastric plexus, which is the downward continuation of the abdominal aortic sympathetic plexus. But inasmuch as it is the principal channel of nervous impulses to the uterus, it is often known at the present day as the great uterine plexus. The nerves to the ovary and fallopian tube are derived from the spermatic plexus, an offshoot of the renal plexus. As the spermatic plexus descends, it is reinforced by branches from the abdominal aortic plexus, these branches often arising from a small ganglion. The hypogastric or great uterine plexus, single and median above, divides below into the paired pelvic or inferior hypogastric plexuses, which pass downward and forward on either side of the rectum. These plexuses are reinforced by spinal elements derived from the sacral nerves. Before the terminal expansions of the pelvic or inferior hypogastric plexus enter the tissues of the internal genital organs, the bladder, and the rectum, small masses of ganglionic matter are interspersed among the nerve fibers. To the above general sketch, which has been based on the synoptical description of Krobeck von Rosthorn, must be added a more detailed account of the innervation of the ovaries, this branch of the subject being of especial importance. The nerves of the ovary are derived from the sympathetic system, in part from the spermatic ganglion, in part from the second renal ganglion, and in part from the superior mesenteric plexus. The nerves of the ovary are for the most part vascular nerves, which unite before entering the ovary to form the ovarian plexus, and then pass into the hilum with the vessels, envelop the vessels of the medullary layer, and thence pass to the follicular region. Exceedingly numerous, they form a close-meshed network, surrounding all the vessels up to the finest capillary ramifications. Those fibers which terminate in the capillary walls and those also which reach the follicles are regarded by Rees as sensory. The great trunks of the uterine nerves are transversely disposed in relation to the great lateral vessels of the uterus, and passing inward, toward the mucous membrane, they break up into pencils of filaments. The uterine nerves proper are distributed for the most part to the muscular substance. In the fallopian tubes, the nerves form arches around the lumen of the tube. Some fibers also pass to the longitudinal folds of the mucous membrane. This expansion of the nerves of the cerebrospinal and sympathetic systems in the female reproductive organs manifests the multiple interconnection of the two systems in this region, and proves beyond doubt that the sensory nerves of the genital organs have manifold connections with the motor tracts of the whole organism on the one hand, and with the sensory ganglia of the central nervous system on the other, and in addition with the vasomotor centers, and with efferent motor and secretory fibers. As regards the vascular system of the female genital organs, the latter are supplied by the internal iliac artery. One of the two terminal branches of the common iliac, the internal iliac artery, descends into the pelvis over the sacroiliac synchondrosis. Its branches may be arranged in four groups. Anterior group, the hypogastric, iliolumbar, and obturator arteries. Posterior group, the lateral sacral, gluteal, and sciatic arteries. Internal group, the inferior vesical, uterine, and middle hemorrhoidal arteries. Inferior group comprising a single artery only, the internal pudic. The uterine artery supplies the uterus and the vaginal fornices. The ovarian artery supplies the ovary, the fallopian tube, and the broad ligament of the uterus. The vaginal, cervicovaginal, or vesicovaginal artery supplies the vagina. The internal pubic artery supplies the vestibule and the clitoris. The superior and inferior external pubic arteries supply the labia majora. The veins of the female genital organs correspond in general to the arteries in their course and nomenclature, and empty their blood into the internal iliac vein. Attention must also be paid to the extremely rich lymphatic vascular system of the female genital apparatus. The body of the uterus and the annexa of that organ, the neck of the uterus and the vaginal fornices, the middle segment of the vagina, the lower segment of the vagina, the vestibule, and the external genital organs. Each of these possesses an independent set of lymphatic vessels, leading moreover to independent groups of lymphatic glands. It may be said that the lymph from the vulva passes to the inguinal glands, that from the vagina and the neck of the uterus to the internal and the external iliac lymphatic glands, that from the upper part of the uterus, and also that from the ovaries and fallopian tubes to the median group of lumbar lymphatic glands. The important influence which the genital processes exercise on the female organism as a whole is established not only by the anatomical relations just described, but also by a number of physiological investigations and experiments, and by the result of operations on the female genital organs. Thermic and mechanical stimulation of the female genitals has, as my own experiments have shown, a notable influence on the heart and the general circulation. In these experiments, when uterine douches were given at temperatures of 4 degrees C and 45 degrees C, the reflex nervous impulse, which resulted from these manipulations, had a twofold influence on the circulation, manifesting itself first by an immediate and considerable augmentation in the functional activity of the heart, the frequency of which was increased in a degree proportional to the nervous sensibility of the individual, and secondly, by a notable rise in blood pressure. With a view to determining the influence of stimulation of the ovary on blood pressure, Heinrich carried out some experiments on bitches, from which it appeared that electrical stimulation of the ovary invariably produced a remarkable increase in the general blood pressure, an increase ranging from 12 to 24 millimeters of mercury. It further appeared in the course of these experiments that toward the end of the period of stimulation, the rise in blood pressure was always followed by a decline, to which, however, a renewed rise of blood pressure succeeded after the stimulation was discontinued, provided the duration of this had not been excessive. Only after this second rise was the normal mean blood pressure regained. Finally, it was established that the pronounced phenomena of vagus irritation exhibited by the curve during and immediately after the stimulation of the ovary were invariable concomitants of the rise of blood pressure produced by such stimulation. According to the observations of Federns, the blood pressure undergoes a rhythmical change between one menstrual period and the next, the pressure curve being normally at its lowest at the time of the commencement of the flow, and at its highest at some time during the 2 days immediately preceding the flow. This rhythmical change of blood pressure manifests itself also some time before the first onset of menstruation, when the approach of puberty is indicated only by the menstrual molemina. Observations made by Krecci in a patient with a gastric fistula have proved the influence exercised on gastric digestion by the physiological processes occurring in the female reproductive organs. In this patient, his attention was especially directed to determining at what period of digestion the secretion of acid by the stomach attains its maximum, and how that secretion increases and diminishes. He observed that the digestion of breakfast was completed in 4.5 hours, the acid maximum occurring in the 4th hour, and the reaction of the gastric contents becoming neutral 1.5 hours later. This apparently constant acid curve began, however, to become irregular as soon as the first symptoms of the approach of menstruation became apparent. When the flow had actually begun, he found that the reaction of the gastric contents remained acid throughout the entire day. As soon as the flow was over, the normal acid curve was immediately re-established. These observations have been confirmed by Flescher. This investigator carried out his researches in menstruating women with normal stomachs and found that with the appearance of the catamenia, the process of digestion was almost always notably retarded, but that with the diminution and cessation of the flow digestion returned to the normal. By stimulation of the central segment of the divided hypogastric or great uterine plexus, Cyan was able to provoke vomiting, a confirmation of the well-known physiological fact that irritative disturbances of the female reproductive organs have a reflex influence on the vomiting center. It is also clearly established that diverse stimulation of peripheral nerves, those for instance of the mammary gland, of the internal genitals, or of the epigastrium, is capable of affecting the motor center of the uterus. Worthy of note also are Strassman's experiments, showing that rise of pressure in the ovary causes swelling and structural changes in the uterine mucous membrane. Striking also are Neusser's discoveries that during menstruation, there is an increase in the eosinophil cells of the blood, and that by the intermediation of the sympathetic nervous system, the ovaries exercise an influence on the hematopoietic function of the red marrow of the bones. Most noteworthy is the connection between the functional activity of the ovaries and osteomalacia. In this disease of metabolism, we have to do, according to Fahling's now generally accepted assumption, with a trophoneurosis of the bones, a stimulation of the vasodilator nerves of the osteal vessels, dependent on a reflex impulse from the ovaries. The connecting path between the ovaries and the bones Neusser finds in this case also in the sympathetic nervous system. The reflex influence exercised on the heart and the general circulation has been shown also by the results of operations on the female genital organs. In cases in which the ovaries have been removed, or in which these organs have been roughly handled, Heger has noticed a great diminution in the frequency of the pulse, sometimes even cessation of the heart's action. In similar circumstances, Champonier also observed as a rule diminished frequency of the pulse, but in some cases increased frequency. Mariegli and Negri have described tachycardia following laparotomy and the extirpation of double piazalpinx. Bonvalot has published cases in which, in consequence of vaginal or intrauterine injections, in consequence of simple examination, and in consequence of the performance of version, sudden death has resulted from cardiac syncope. The psychical influences, which proceed from the female genital organs in the different periods of sexual life, have also great significance for the organism as a whole. Manifold impulses, both stimulating and depressing arising in the reproductive organs, affect the workings of the mind. The maiden at puberty is affected by the knowledge of sexuality, the sexually mature woman by the desire for sexual satisfaction and by the yearning for motherhood, the wife by the processes of pregnancy, parturition, and suckling, or, on the other hand, by the distressing consciousness of sterility, the woman at the climacteric period by the knowledge of the disappearance of her sexual potency. The mind is further sympathetically influenced by the stimulation of the terminals of the sensory nerves in the genital organs. Through the increase of such stimulation, through its spread to adjacent nerves and nerve tracts, and to the entire nervous system, the mind is affected directly by irradiation or indirectly by vasomotor processes and spinal hyperesthesia. Psychical manifestations and the nervous states associated with these are somewhat frequently, and even actual psychoses occasionally, encountered in the various phases of the sexual life of woman, sometimes taking the form of violent sexual storms, which may indeed, as ordinary menstrual reflexes, accompany every catamenial period. Of great interest are the facts which have, in recent times especially, been scientifically established, pointing to a certain periodicity, to an undulatory movement of the general bodily functions of the female organism, dependent upon the sexual life. The observations of Goodman, Jacobi, von Ott, Rabuteau, Reynal, and Skitcherf have shown that in woman the principal vital processes pursue a cycle made up of stages of increased and diminished intensity, and that this periodicity of the chief general processes of vital activity finds expression also in the functions of the reproductive organs. Goodman has compared this play of general vital functions to an undulatory movement. According to this writer, a woman's life is passed in stages, each of which corresponds in duration with a single menstrual cycle. Each of these stages exhibits two distinct halves, in which the vital processes are respectively ebbing and flowing. In the latter, we see an increase of all vital processes, a larger heat production, a rise in blood pressure, and an increased excretion of urea. In the former, we see, on the contrary, that all these vital processes display a diminished intensity. The moment when the period of increased vital activity is at an end, the moment when the ebb begins, corresponds, according to Goodman, to the commencement of the catamenial discharge. Goodman sought for verification of this undulatory theory of the sexual life of woman in certain data regarding the bodily temperature and the blood pressure. A more extensive research was undertaken by Jacobi, who, as the result of her observations, came to the following conclusions. In 8 cases, she noticed in the premenstrual epoch a rise of temperature ranging from 0.05 degrees C to 0.44 degrees C, and during the catamenial discharge a gradual fall of 0.39 degrees C, 0.25 degrees C, never less, that is to say, than a quarter of a degree centigrade. But in the majority of cases the temperature did not, while the catamenia lasted, regain the normal mean. She further observed in the generality of cases an increased excretion of urea during the premenstrual epoch, and a notable fall in blood pressure during menstruation. Reynolds' observations on healthy women, in whom menstruation ran a normal course, showed that in the great majority of cases in the premenstrual epoch, the temperature was elevated as compared with that of the interval. That in 11 out of 12 cases, the temperature gradually declined during menstruation, to fall in 3/4 of the cases below the mean temperature of the entire interval, and exhibiting in the post-menstrual epoch a still further depression, giving place, however, to a somewhat higher mean temperature during the first half of the interval. In the second half of the interval, a higher mean temperature was observed than in the first half. If we make a graphic representation of the mean differences in temperature commonly observed throughout the various stages of an entire menstrual cycle, we see that the curve does in fact take the form of a wave. The rising portion of the wave, the beginning of the tidal flow, corresponds to the second half of the interval. The height of the tidal flow, the crest of the wave, corresponds to the premenstrual epoch. As the flow gives place to the ebb, as the wave begins to decline, we come to the actual period of the catamenial discharge. Later in the ebb is the post-menstrual epoch, and the lowest portion of the declining wave corresponds to the first half of the interval. Rhythmic changes corresponding to those observed in the temperature have been recorded, at least in isolated stages of the menstrual cycle, affecting the blood pressure by Jacobi and by von Ott, affecting the excretion of urea by Jacobi and by Rabuteau, and affecting the pulse by Hennig. It is evident that the vital activity of the organism attains its maximum shortly before menstruation, and that with or immediately before the appearance of the catamenial discharge, a decline of that activity commences. Schrader, through his researches on metabolism during menstruation, in relation to the condition of the bodily functions during this process, has established that immediately before menstruation, the elimination of nitrogen in the feces and the urine is at its lowest, a fact which indicates that at this period of the menstrual cycle, the disintegration of albumin in the body is notably diminished. Von Ott found in 13 cases out of 14 that at the beginning of the catamenial discharge, or just before a considerable fall in blood pressure occurred, and that throughout the flow the pressure almost always remained below the mean, no rise taking place till menstruation was finished. This fall in blood pressure during menstruation was more considerable than could be accounted for by the moderate hemorrhage. The same author, in conjunction with Schicherf, examined 57 healthy women in respect of heat radiation, muscular power, respiratory capacity, expiratory and inspiratory power, and tendon reflexes. He found that the energy of the functions of the female body increased before the beginning of menstruation, but declined with or immediately before the appearance of the catamenial discharge. He exhibited this rhythmical variation in the vital processes by means of a curve. Still another point of view from which the influences affecting the female organism as a whole may be regarded has very recently become apparent in consequence of the doctrine of Brown-Séquard, relating to the internal secretions of ductless glands. As regards the female reproductive glands, which in consequence of their structure must be referred to the group of ductless glands, and yet, owing to their secretory function, must be classed among secreting glands. It would appear that these glands are not concerned only with the specific female reproductive functions of menstruation and ovulation, but that they also exercise a powerful influence on the nutritive processes, on metabolism and hematopoiesis, and on growth and development in their mental, as well as their physical relations. It is supposed that these glands, under normal conditions, enrich the blood with certain substances, which in part assist in hematopoiesis, and in part, by regulating the vascular tone in the various organs, are concerned in the normal processes of assimilation and general metabolism. According to Etienne and Demange, ovarian possesses an oxidizing power similar to that possessed by spermin. Thus, it becomes easy to understand how disturbances in the functions of the ovaries give rise to disturbances in the processes of general metabolism and of assimilation. Some go even further, though in doing so they leave the ground of assured fact, suggesting that the ovary in certain circumstances produces toxins, or that the normal ovary possesses an antitoxic function, and speaking of an occasional ovarian autointoxication of the body or of a menstrual intoxication. Thus, chlorosis is by some regarded as a disturbance of hematopoiesis, dependent on an abnormal condition of the female reproductive organs during the period of development, and referable to a disturbance of the internal secretion of the ovaries. And it is now generally assumed, the assumption being based on the observations recently made concerning the organotherapeutic employment of the chemical constituents of the ovary, that many of the disorders, and especially those connected with the vasomotor system, common during the climacteric period, are dependent on the deficiency of the products of the internal secretion of the ovary that accompanies the cessation of the menses. Recent experimental investigations on this subject have shown that the interconnection between the female genital organs and the organism as a whole, between the functions of the reproductive organs and the functions of other organs, does not depend on nervous influences only, but that in this interconnection, the blood vascular system and the lymphatic vascular system also play their parts. Goltz has proved by actual experiment that the nervous influence on menstruation and ovulation is not the only determinant. In a bitch, he divided the spinal cord at the level of the first lumbar vertebra, and observed, as soon as the animal had recovered from the operation, the appearance of the usual signs of heat. The bitch was impregnated and gave birth to 1 living and 2 dead puppies. Lactation and sucking took place as in a normal animal. When the bitch was killed and the body examined, it was found that no reunion had taken place in the severed spinal cord. The experiments of Halban gave similar results. He found that in apes, if the ovaries are removed from their normal situation and successfully transplanted to some region remote from the genital organs, the animals remain capable of menstruating. But if the ovaries, which have been transplanted beneath the skin or beneath the peritoneum, are subsequently entirely removed, menstruation, which has continued regularly after the first operation, ceases altogether after the second. It follows from these experiments that the cessation of the menstrual process may be considered to be brought about through the intermediation of the lymphatic or blood vascular system, by the absence of a kind of internal secretion. Lowy and Richter have further proved by experiment that in spade bitches the consumption of nitrogen is less by about 20%, and the entire gaseous interchange less by about 9%, as compared with what takes place in normal animals, and that this change in respiratory metabolism lasts for a long time after the oophorectomy, for as much as 9 to 12 months. If dried ovaries are given to such animals in their food, the gaseous interchange rises to the former level and even higher. The undulatory movement of the vital processes in woman is apparently in some way dependent on ovulation, though the nature of the connection has not hitherto been fully elucidated. This view is confirmed by the fact that no such rhythmic variation in the bodily functions can be detected either in girls under 13 years of age, or in women from 58 to 80 years of age in whom menstrual activity has entirely disappeared. The menstrual rhythm begins at puberty and ends when ovulation ceases. A further contribution to the doctrine of the undulatory movement of the vital processes in woman is to be found in my own observations that pathological symptoms, which have become manifest before and at the time of the first onset of menstruation, and have given but little trouble throughout the period of developed and regular sexual activity, are apt when menstruation ceases to recrudesce, and to become as prominent as they were at the commencement of the sexual life. Women who at the time of puberty suffered from cardiac troubles, from digestive disturbances, or from various forms of nervous irritation, and in whom as they grew up these disorders passed more or less into abeyance, are apt at the climacteric period to exhibit, as I have frequently been able to observe, a violent return of these symptoms, in the form, as the case may be, of tachycardia, of dyspeptic troubles, or of psychoneuroses. In this connection, we may mention an observation of Pottins, who distinguishes a peculiar form of chlorosis, occurring in individuals of delicate constitution, which, though apparently cured, reappears at the menopause. Related to the sexual life of woman is another attribute, one intimately connected with the idea of the female sex, and one which since the primeval days of humanity has filled men with delight and poets with inspiration, the attribute of beauty. The beauty of woman, a prominent secondary sexual character, makes its first appearance at puberty, when the girl's form, hitherto undifferentiated in its external bodily configuration, begins to assume a soft and rounded appearance, when the features become regular, the breasts enlarge, and the pubic hair begins to grow. When, in short, to the primary sexual characters already existing, the secondary sexual characters are superadded. Feminine beauty continues to increase until the attainment of sexual maturity. In her third decade, woman arrives at the acme of her sexual life and at the same time attains the perfection of her beauty. The ensuing sexual phases, pregnancy, parturition, and lactation, entail a decline in beauty, not rapid indeed, but advancing gradually, with the slow yet sure-footed pace of time. The organic revolutions accompanying these processes leave traces recorded upon the surface of the body in conspicuous and indelible characters. The illnesses, also, which so often accompany the fulfillment of sexual functions, in injuring health impair also beauty. A woman who has given birth to and nursed an infant begins to lay on fat, and this tendency to obesity becomes more pronounced as the climacteric period approaches. The breasts become inelastic and pendant, the abdomen becomes ungracefully prominent, the tonicity of the entire organism gradually declines, and, in consequence of the loss of elasticity in the subcutaneous cellular tissue, the dreaded wrinkles make their appearance and the features become wizened. Beauty is a thing of the past. With the cessation of the sexual life, the external secondary sexual characters disappear, and the old woman is even farther removed than the old man from our conception of beauty. As Mantegazza insists, the beauties peculiar to women are one and all sexual. They depend, that is to say, upon the peculiar functions that nature has allotted to woman in the great mystery of procreation. One of the most vivid and poetical descriptions in ancient or modern literature of these secondary sexual characters on which feminine beauty depends is to be found in the Song of Solomon. The curve of beauty of woman is one that in some cases rises very quickly, to decline with equal quickness, the so-called beauté du diable. In other cases, again, the curve rises very slowly and declines also very slowly, the culmination of the curve being in this case attained later, and when attained being absolutely higher than in the case of the steeper curve. The age at which the maximum of beauty is attained is a very variable one. In the southern races, this often occurs as early as the 14th or 15th year of life, but in the peoples of the Teutonic stock, Germans, Dutch, Scandinavians, and English, not as a rule before the 20th year, and it may be even later. Stratz has known cases in which women did not attain the prime of their beauty until the 30th and even the 33rd year. The same author, a most competent authority as regards the subject of feminine beauty, affirms that a beautiful woman is most beautiful when the period of maximum beauty coincides in her case with the first month of her first pregnancy. With the commencement of pregnancy, the processes of nutrition are accelerated, all the tissues are tensely filled, the skin is more delicately, and at the same time more brightly tinted owing to the greater activity of the circulation, the breasts become firmer and more elastic. Thus the attractive characteristics of beauty at its fullest maturity become enhanced, but for a short time only, since the enlargement of the abdomen in the further course of pregnancy impairs the harmony of the figure. Finally, we must point out, before dismissing this subject, that women of the so-called better classes arrive as a rule at maturity later, and remain beautiful for a longer period than women of the working classes. The degree to which the female organism as a whole is influenced by the processes of the sexual life that occur in the genital organ depends upon many of the characteristics that combine to make up the individuality. Inherited characteristics, temperament, and race play a great part in this connection, and not less important than these are the social conditions, the environment, in which the women under consideration pass their life. Thus, among women belonging to the poorer, laboring classes, the reflex manifestations in other organs dependent upon the processes of the genital organs are less frequent and less intense than among women belonging to the well-to-do strata of society and to the cultured classes, less also in the country than in large towns. In phlegmatic individuals, such manifestations exhibit less intensity than in those of an active, ardent temperament. They are less frequent in persons with a powerful constitution than in those endowed by inheritance with an unstable nervous system. Finally, they are less often encountered among families whose upbringing has aimed at hardening the constitution and at inculcating the control of instinctive impulses, than among those in whom from early childhood sensibility and impulsiveness have been given a loose rein. Extremely variable also are the sympathetic disturbances and morbid states which depend on the processes of the sexual life of woman. Le cri de l'organe, souffrant ne vient pas de l'uterus, mais de tout l'organisme, says Cordy. And a large number of isolated observations has shown how complex are the relations between the healthy and unhealthy female genital organs and the other organs of the body, as well as the organism as a whole. Precise and incontestable proofs exist of such relations between the female genital organs and morbid changes in the eye and ear, the skin, the respiratory organs, and the vascular and nervous systems. The influence exercised by the reproductive system on the general vital processes of woman is indicated also by the general statistics of mortality and the incidence of disease. Mortality in women, the earliest years of childhood being left out of consideration, is at its highest precisely during the great sexual epochs, namely at the time of puberty, during pregnancy, during the puerperium, and at the climacteric period. The complete performance of the reproductive functions entails a higher proportion of illnesses and death, and statistical records show that the mortality of married women between 20 and 40 years of age, during the period, that is to say, in which in consequence of marriage they fulfill the duties of sexual intercourse and procreation, and are exposed to the dangers connected with these sexual acts, is much higher than the mortality of unmarried women of corresponding ages. Infection with the gonococcus and with the virus of syphilis, chronic salpingitis, metritis, and parametritis, the manifold diseases of pregnancy, the diseases of the puerperium, the various displacements of the uterus, osteomalacia. All these are pathological states the dependence of which upon the sexual life of the married, or at any rate sexually active woman, is indisputable. But the complete renunciation of sexual activity appears also to exercise an injurious influence on the health, and to give rise or at least predispose to morbid manifestations. Hysteria, for instance, chlorosis, uterine myomata, and various neuroses have long been supposed to depend in part upon such renunciation, though the causal connection cannot be regarded as yet fully established. Especially true as regards woman, indeed, is that which Ribbing says concerning the sexual life in general. Since all human life and being has its origin in sexual relations, these sexual relations may be regarded as the heart of humanity. We may work day and night for the good of humanity, we may sacrifice for that good our time and our blood, but all this work and all this sacrifice appear to me to remain useless if we neglect and despise the sexual life, the eternally self-renewing elementary school of true altruism. From the vital phase in which, marked by the visible manifestations of puberty and by the first appearance of menstruation, ovulation is assumed to begin, the sexual life of woman continues to the period of life in which, marked by the climacteric cessation of menstruation, ovulation also ceases. The total duration of this sexual period in woman's life is usually about 30 years, but it is subject to great variations, from 6 to 46 years according to the available statistics, these variations depending upon climate, race, constitution, and the sexual activity of the person under consideration. The duration and the intensity of the sexual life of woman depends upon a series of external conditions affecting the individual, but especially upon the inherited predispositions, upon the constitutional conditions, upon the varying vital power of the individual. My own observations have led me to formulate, as a general law, that the earlier a woman arrives at puberty, the earlier, that is to say, that menstruation first makes its appearance, the greater will be the intensity and the longer the duration of sexual activity, the more will the woman in question be predisposed to bear many children, the more powerfully will the sexual impulse manifest itself in her, and the later will the menopause appear. It seems that in such women, a more intense vitality animates the reproductive system, bringing about an earlier ripening of ova, a more favorable predisposition on the part of these ova to fertilization by the spermatozoa, a livelier manifestation of sexual sensibility, and a longer duration of ovarian functional activity. My general views on this subject are embodied in the following propositions. The duration of sexual activity is less in the women belonging to the countries of Southern Europe than in those belonging to the countries of Northern Europe. It would appear that in those climates in which ovulation begins sooner and menstruation first appears at an earlier age, the menopause also appears earlier. But that, on the contrary, in those climates in which puberty is late in its appearance, the decline of sexual activity is similarly postponed. Women in our mid-European climates, in whom puberty appears at an early age, the first menstruation occurring between the ages of 13 and 16, exhibit a more prolonged duration of the sexual life, of menstrual functional activity, than women in whom menstruation begins late, between the ages of 17 and 20. Extremely early appearance of the first menstruation, so early as to be altogether abnormal, has, however, the same significance as abnormally late onset of menstruation. Both indicate that the sexual life will be of short duration. Women whose reproductive organs have been the seat of a sufficient amount of functional activity, who have had frequent sexual intercourse, have given birth to several children, and have themselves suckled their children, have a sexual life of longer duration, as manifested by the continuance of menstruation, than women whose circumstances have been just the opposite of these unmarried women. For instance, women early widowed and barren women. Sexual intercourse at a very early age, however, accelerates the onset of the climacteric period and the termination of the sexual life. The same result follows severe or too frequent confinements. The sexual life has a shorter duration in the women of the laboring classes and belonging to the lower strata of social life, as compared with upper-class and well-to-do women. Bodily hardships, grief, and anxiety also hasten the onset of sexual death. Women who are weakly and always ailing have a shorter sexual life than women who are powerfully built and always in good health. When irregularities and disorders have appeared in the various sexual phases, the decline of sexual activity occurs earlier than in women whose functions have in this respect been normal. Certain constitutional conditions, such as extreme obesity, certain acute diseases, such as typhoid fever, malaria, and cholera, and certain diseases of the uterus and its annexa, chronic inflammatory conditions, for instance, bring about a notable shortening of the duration of the sexual life. In 500 cases that have come under my own observation, the women concerned belonging to very various nationalities, the duration of the sexual life, as witnessed by the continuance of menstruation, was as follows. Menstruation continued for 6 years in one woman, 7 years in one, 9 years in two, 11 years in four, 15 years in six, 16 years in 8, 17 years in 12, 18 years in 15, 19 years in 9, 20 years in 6, 21 years in 18, 22 years in 20, 23 years in 24, 24 years in 18, 25 years in 16, 26 years in 25, 27 years in 26, 28 years in 29, 29 years in 36, 30 years in 22, 31 years in 32, 32 years in 49, 33 years in 31, 34 years and 26, 35 years and 12, 36 years and 12, 37 years and 10, 38 years and 8, 39 years and 6, 40 years and 2, 43 years and 2, 45 years and 1, 46 years and 1 woman. Thus we see that the duration of the sexual life varies from 6 to 46 years. The most frequent duration is one of 32 years, next to this one of 29, next again, 31, 33, and 37 years, respectively. In 6 women only did the duration of the sexual life exceed 40 years, and in 4 only was it less than 11 years. In half of all my cases, the duration of the sexual life was between 27 and 34 years, and from these figures, we obtain an average duration of about 30 years. For North Germany, Krieger gives data from which it appears that in this region the average duration of the sexual life is 30.49 years. In more than half of the 722 cases recorded by this writer, the duration was between 31 and 37 years. In isolated cases, the duration was very short, not exceeding 8, 9, or 10 years, or, on the other hand, as long as 47 years. Whilst the number of cases increased fairly regularly up to the duration of 34 years, and thereafter again diminished. As regards Austria, Schukitz has collected information in the case of 269 women, and found, in these, that the duration of the sexual life varied from 12 to 45 years. The average duration was 29.16 years. In more than half of the women, the period of sexual activity lasted from 21 to 30 years. The shortest period observed was 12 years, the longest 45 years. The period of sexual activity lasted 12 years in 2 women, 14 years in 1, 15 years in 2, 17 years in 3, 19 years in 3, 20 years in 17, 21 years in 10, 22 years in 7, 23 years in 5, 24 years in 17, 25 years in 7, 26 years in 13, 27 years in 5, 28 years in 26, 29 years in 18, 30 years in 17, 31 years in 8, 32 years in 8, 33 years in 13, 34 years in 8, 35 years in 18, 36 years in 19, 37 years in 14, 38 years in 9, 39 years in 8, 40 years in 1, 42 years in 1, 43 years in 1, 44 years in 2, 45 years in 2 women. In Poland, according to Raciborski, the duration of sexual activity is in Jewesses 23 years, but in women of Slavonic blood 31 years. In France, according to Cordy and Puch, the usual duration of the sexual life is from 28 to 30 years. According to Puch, among 10 women menstrual activity lasted 33 years in 2, 35 years in 1, 36 years in 2, 39 years in 2, 43 years in 2, 44.5 years in 1 woman. Brière de Boismont gives the following particulars of the duration of menstrual activity in 178 French women: 5 years in 1, 6 years in 1, 8 years in 1, 11 years in 1, 16 years in 4, 17 years in 4, 18 years in 1, 19 years in 3, 20 years in 3, 21 years in 4, 22 years in 3, 23 years in 12, 24 years in 8, 25 years in 8, 26 years in 11, 27 years in 7, 28 years in 6, 29 years in 7, 30 years in 13, 31 years in 13, 32 years in 9, 33 years in 9, 34 years in 7, 35 years in 5, 36 years in 10, 37 years in 6, 38 years in 5, 39 years in 2, 40 years in 7, 41 years in 1, 42 years in 3, 44 years in 2, 48 years in 1 woman. For England, Tilt gives the mean duration of menstrual activity, as observed in 500 women, as 31.21 years. It varies between 11 and 47 years. There are more cases with a period of 34 years than with any other integral number of years. Tilt found the duration to be 11 years in 1, 13 years in 1, 15 years in 3, 16 years in 1, 17 years in 2, 18 years in 4, 19 years in 1, 20 years in 3, 21 years in 6, 22 years in 11, 23 years in 11, 24 years in 10, 25 years in 22, 26 years in 11, 27 years in 25, 28 years in 29, 29 years in 35, 30 years in 36, 31 years in 33, 32 years and 38, 33 years and 35, 34 years and 49, 35 years and 33, 36 years and 26, 37 years and 16, 38 years and 15, 39 years and 15, 40 years and 6, 41 years and 4, 42 years and 7, 43 years and 5, 44 years and 3, 45 years and 1, 46 years and 1, 47 years and 3 women. For London, the average figure is 34 years. For Paris, 30 years. For Vienna, 29 years. And for Berlin, 34 years. From the data of various observers obtained from diverse nationalities, a comparative table shows the mean duration of the sexual life. In Germany, it is 30.4 years, in Austria 29.1, in France 29.1, in England 31.8, in Denmark 27.9, in Norway 32, in Russia 31 years. In the temperate zone, the sexual life of woman lasts longer than in the colder and subarctic regions. Still more favorable is the contrast between the temperate zone and the countries of the tropics, in which the duration of the period of menstrual activity is limited to 18 or 20 years. According to some isolated observations, the duration of sexual activity in Arabian women in Africa was as little as 9 years. A certain influence on the duration of the sexual life is exercised by the commencement of menstruation at an earlier or later age than the average. The total duration of menstrual activity is more variable in women who begin to menstruate early than in women who begin to menstruate late, in whom the duration of the sexual life is a more regular one. In those women who begin to menstruate early, the mean duration of the sexual life is about 33 years. In those who begin to menstruate late, it is about 27 years. The following data, based on the observation of 250 cases, are published by W. Guy regarding the duration of the sexual life, that is to say of menstrual activity, in women beginning to menstruate early and those beginning to menstruate late, respectively. In 5 cases where menstruation began in the 8th to the 10th year, the average duration was 36.6 years. In 70 cases in the 11th to the 13th year, it was 33.65 years. In 110 cases in the 14th to the 16th year, it was 30.85 years. In 56 cases in the 17th to the 19th year, it was 28.35 years. In 9 cases in the 20th year or later, it was 20.45 years. Hanover also gives data respecting the relation between the duration of menstrual activity and the early or late appearance of menstruation. In 5 cases at 12 years, the duration was 35.8 years. In 10 cases at 13 years, 32.89. In 50 cases at 14 years, 30.98. In 34 cases at 15 years, 30.56. In 38 cases at 16 years, 29.13. In 36 cases at 17 years, 26. In 49 cases at 18 years, 26.96. In 33 cases at 19 years, 25.79. In 38 cases at 20 years, 25.36. In 10 cases at 21 years, 23.1. In 4 cases at 22 years, 21.5. In 3 cases at 23 years, 21.33. In 4 cases at 24 years, 15.5 years. Totals. In 412 cases, the average age at the menopause was 44.82, and the average duration of menstrual activity was 27.973 years. From the tables of L. Mayer, Krieger has instituted a comparison between the duration of menstrual activity in 101 women who began to menstruate early and 180 women who began to menstruate late, finding in the case of the former a mean duration of 33.673 years, and in the case of the latter, a mean duration of 27.344 years, showing therefore a sexual life longer on an average by 6.429 years in those in whom puberty was early as compared with those in whom puberty was late. From the tables of Tilt, based on the observation of 164 cases, 76 women in whom menstruation appeared early and 88 in whom it appeared late, we learn that among the former the shortest duration of menstrual activity was 18 years, among the latter 12 years. Among the former the longest duration was 37 years, among the latter only 33. The majority of those who began to menstruate early continued to menstruate for 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, or 39 years. Those who began to menstruate late, for 23, 27, 28, 30, or 31 years. The mean duration of the sexual life in those who began to menstruate early was 33.66 years. In those who began to menstruate late, it was 28.28 years. Since the average duration of the menstrual function is given by tilt as 31.33 years, those who began to menstruate early exceeded this average by 2.33 years, while those who began to menstruate late exhibited a duration of menstrual activity of at least 3 years less than the average. In addition to climate, nationality, and the age at which menstruation begins, the sexual activity of women also exercises an influence on the duration of their sexual life. And of especial importance in this connection are the number of children born and exercise or neglect of the function of lactation. From my own observations on this matter, it appears that in women who are healthy and of powerful constitution, whose reproductive organs have been sufficiently exercised, who have given birth to several children and have suckled these children themselves, the duration of menstrual activity is in general notably longer than in women whose circumstances have been just the opposite in these respects. Among the women in my own series of cases in whom menstrual activity lasted longest, of the 177 women in whom menstruation ceased between the 45th and the 50th year of life, one only was unmarried, 2 were married but childless, 32 married with 1 or 2 children only, and 142 married and with more than 2 children. Of the 89 women in whom menstruation ceased between the 50th and the 55th year of life, none were either unmarried or childless, 19 were married with 1 or 2 children, 17 married, and with more than 2 children. Of the 17 women in whom menstruation ceased later than the 55th year of life, there were 2 only with less than 2 children, but 10 who had each given birth to from 6 to 8 children. A similar influence is exercised by the function of lactation. Among 40 women who had not suckled their children, the average duration of menstrual activity was 4 years less than the general mean. As regards the conditions of life, L. Mayer affirms that the duration of sexual activity among well-to-do women is on the average a year and a half longer than among women of the working classes. Metchnikoff has drawn attention to the remarkable disharmony in the development of 3 of the phases of the sexual life of woman, inasmuch as the sexual impulse, the union of the sexes, and the capacity for procreation, which, considering their nature and purpose, might have been expected to be attuned so as to act in harmony, exhibit as a matter of fact no such relation. The different factors of the sexual function develop independently and unharmoniously. In a child not yet fitted to fulfill the function of procreation, the sexual impulse will nonetheless make its appearance and be liable to misuse. In the girl, the pelvis does not attain that complete development which fits it for the process of parturition until toward the age of 20, whilst puberty occurs at the age of 16. A girl of 10 is capable of aspiring to play the part of a woman, but not before the age of 16 is she fitted to play that part, nor indeed fitted to become a mother before the age of 20. In general, we may say, regarding the women of our own part of the world, that in those who are healthy, who lead a regular life, are well-fed, free from the pressure of anxieties, with their sexual functions sufficiently exercised, the duration of the sexual life is longer than in women whose circumstances are the reverse of those just enumerated. It is a sign of decadence when women of the well-to-do classes, leading a life of ease, manifest a diminished duration of the sexual life. The greatest physical power and the highest ethical development are associated with a lengthening of life in general, and associated also with a lengthening alike in the sexual life of woman and the sexual potency of man. A decline in morals and culture entails a diminution of sexual vital capacity, this being true alike of individuals, of families, and of nations. Woman is venerated and valued the more, the longer the duration of her sexual life. A woman in whom the sexual life is short quickly loses value and significance, both in domestic and in social circles. The social significance of the sexual life of woman is disproportionately greater and farther reaching than the sexuality of the male. as the former is concerned with the fundamental principles of human social life, influencing the constitution of the family and controlling the good of the coming race. Sexual purity, which to the youth is a romantic dream, is to the maiden a vital condition of existence. Adultery, in the husband a pardonable transgression, is in the wife an overwhelming sin committed against family life. To the freedom of the male in affairs of love is opposed the strict restraint of the female, based on monogamic marriage. The sexual needs and desires of the female are transformed in an ideal manner by means of the feeling of duty of the wife and mother. The violent pressure of the sexual impulse is restrained by the opposition of ethical forces. When this restraint fails, the running off the rails that ensues has a far profounder influence in the case of the female than of the male, an influence not limited to her own personality, but dragging down the whole family into the abyss of consequences, into the depths of moral and physical destruction. Though in nature everywhere the same, the sexual life of woman exhibits in the various gradations of social life different outward manifestations, from the brutal sexual congress that does not greatly shun publicity to the modern would-be philosophical free love. And throughout all variations, the two darkest points remain, the illegitimate child and venereal infection, both of which entail upon the woman the most unspeakable anxieties and the greatest possible misery, whilst the man who is in either case to blame passes comparatively unscathed. The social sexual position of woman suffers most at the present day from the mature age, at which under existing social conditions men are alone able to marry, and from the ever-increasing number of cases of venereal infection. In both these directions, social science and medical skill must work hand in hand for the amelioration of the sexual life of woman. On the 20th century falls the duty of furnishing a solution for these problems. Contesting voices are heard on all sides. Tolstoy's rigid demand for complete sexual abstinence, the exhortation of the professors of the German universities to their students in favor of moral purity, the associations for the official prevention of venereal diseases, the agitation among young men in favor of abstinence from sexual intercourse before marriage, finally, the clamorous voices of the supporters of women's rights. All these are influences within the sphere of sexual morality, which must lead slowly, but surely to extensive social changes in the sexual life of women. The discussion of the sexual life of woman, which for many centuries was concealed by a thick veil from the eyes of the profane, or was viewed only through the frosted glass of poetical metaphor, has in recent times assumed a quite revolting character. Not only have the acquired liberties and the social aims of the present day a tendency to give to women in general a freer and higher position, to emancipate them from the bonds in which, owing to the conditions of family life, they have so long been shackled, but some members of the women's rights party go even farther and demand for women greater freedom in the sphere of sexual activity. With this end in view, the sexual life of woman is used as the fulcrum of the lever, and is withdrawn from the twilight into the open light of day, or indeed too often into a dazzling and altogether false illumination. Women writers especially, who have hitherto been accustomed to delude themselves and the world with sensational representations of the feminine soul, of feminine modesty, and the fineness of feminine sensibility in matters sexual, now find their greatest joy in unveiling themselves and their sisters before the face of all the world, and in discussing in the plainest language the most intimate processes of the genital organs. In writings exhibiting but little good taste, though all the more temperament, they emphasize again and again one side only of the sexual life, to wit, the sexual impulse, the force of which is intentionally exaggerated to a high degree, so that it is described as a mighty current of passion, which may with great pains be held in check for a season, but must ultimately break loose, and with devastating rage must overwhelm everything which has hitherto been regarded as discipline and good morals. Young girls, even, step down into the arena to take part in the contest concerning the reform that is to take place in the relations between men and women. Especially sensational in this connection was Ein Feuerweil. Aus dem Tagebuch eines Mädchens von Vera, a book which, totally ignoring the biological differentiation of the sexes and their diverse sociological course of development, goes so far as to insist that from the man entering upon marriage, as from the woman, sexual purity and virginity are to be demanded. The heroine of the book commits suicide because her lover has in earlier years had experience of sexual intercourse. From a mistaken standpoint, other supporters of women's rights oppose the ideal method in sex relations, lifelong monogamy, and the ideal of sexual sensibility, motherhood, and they put forward quite new sexual pretensions on behalf of women, as belonging to them by natural right. Upon these pretensions, it is the duty of physicians, who truly know and truly prize womanhood, to pass their judgment, and that judgment, which will find ample justification in the ensuing descriptions of the individual phases of the sexual life of woman, is that the modern movement on behalf of the emancipation of women goes much too far. We do not, however, mean to imply that this movement is totally unjustified. The growing girl must not, as has hitherto been the case, be kept in a state of ignorance, which is indeed in most cases apparent merely, regarding the sexual processes of her own body. She must no longer, when she asks to be informed concerning these matters, be put off with conventional lies and prevarication. But her enlightenment must not be effected in such a manner as to lead to excitement and excessive stimulation, to the awakening of slumbering feelings, and to the conversion of fantasy into a devouring flame. Sexual enlightenment must not be made an excuse for the unchaining of sensibility. When about to be married, a woman should certainly be instructed regarding her sexual duties and rights, and enter as one well informed into the act in which she is to play a leading part. But she ought not, with the excessive valuation of herself attained in recent times, to regard the man as her enemy, as one whom she is always justified in fighting, and always ready to fight with the equal weapons of sexual transgression. It cannot be doubted that the ideal of pure marriage, at an early age, is one greatly to be prized as the foundation of a powerful future generation. But the real nature of the male must not be overlooked, nor must his sexual honor be put to too difficult a test. We regard as reasonable the modern demand of woman that in marriage her individuality should not be buried, and that space should be given for the development of her personality. But every sober-minded person will reject the moral demand for ideal passion, in accordance with entire mutual freedom, in the sexual relation between man and wife, and will regard such free love as social insanity, and as a barbaric retrogression toward the rude sexual habits of savage peoples. Further, in view of the continually increasing intensity of the struggle for existence, and in view of the difficulties of the task of rearing children, we cannot fail to recognize that it is not right for women to be overburdened with the task of reproduction, and that she does not live simply and solely for the bearing of children. But those rush to the other extreme who undervalue motherhood and the duties of maternity, who speak scornfully of the woman who is a mother, and a mother only, who despise women whom they regard merely as means for the production of children, and who employ all possible methods to free women from the pressing claims of nature and of society. In all social circumstances, and in all times, the great principle of sexual morality must dominate the sexual life of woman. As the ethical characteristics of the three great epochs in that sexual life, we recognize the purity of the maiden, the faithfulness of the wife, and the love of the mother. But within the limits imposed by these demands, it is still possible to satisfy the modern claim for a free development of the personality, and to accommodate the circumstances of the sexual life to the individual vital needs and vital claims of the present day. Part 3, the Menarche Overview. The term menarche was introduced by me into medical literature to denote the period of life in which, as a sign of puberty, menstruation first makes its appearance. The age at which this occurs is subject to variations depending upon race, occupation, hereditary tendencies, and climate. But in Germany and Austria, the average age at puberty is 14 or 15, the extreme limits being 12 to 19. Until about the age of 13, the physical differentiation of the sexes, except for the anatomical peculiarities of the genital organs, is in our climates a trifling one. But at puberty, the important changes occur by which the sexes are so strikingly differentiated. Whereas in the growing boy, all physical change takes the form of increasing strength and energy, in the development of the girl, we note the appearances of the rounded outlines so characteristic of womanhood. At the same time, the voice alters, becoming less sharp, with a softer quality, and yet a fuller tone. And we may observe that young brunettes have commonly a contralto voice, young blondes, more often a soprano. The intellectual changes undergone by the girl at puberty are no less extensive and characteristic than the physical changes. In brief, the undifferentiated, neuter girl is transformed into a young woman, endowed with all the attributes, mental and bodily, characteristic of femininity. As regards the age at which the menarche usually occurs, and the manner in which its occurrence is anticipated or retarded by the various influences already mentioned, the following propositions may be put forward, based on the available statistics and observations. Climate is an important factor. In the torrid zone, menstruation appears at a very early age, on the average from 11 to 14. In the temperate zone, it appears later, on the average from the age of 13 to 16. In the frigid zone, later still, on the average from the age of 15 to 18. The mean temperature of the atmosphere appears to have a direct influence on the age at which menstruation begins, the hotter the climate, the earlier being the menarche. The height of the place of residence above the sea level, and its distance from the coast, also have a certain influence. Race and constitution have a distinct influence upon the age at which menstruation makes its appearance. In women of the Semitic races, the menarche occurs earlier than in women of the Aryan races. The average age at which menstruation begins is in Jewish girls, from 14 to 15, in Magyar girls from 15 to 16, in German girls from 16 to 16.5, and in Slavonic girls from 16 to 17. In general, the menarche is earlier in girls of a sanguine, lively temperament and a powerful constitution than in girls of a phlegmatic temperament and a weakly constitution. Further, other things being equal, menstruation appears earlier in brunettes, girls with black hair, thick skin, dark eyes, and a dark complexion, than it appears in blondes, girls with light hair, thin skin, blue eyes, and a fair complexion. The age at which menstruation begins is also affected by the conditions of life and the social circumstances. In the higher circles of society, in the upper, well-to-do classes, menstruation appears earlier than among women of the laboring classes, who are compelled to strive for their daily bread. Amongst upper-class girls, the menarche occurs at the age of 14 in 1/4 of their number, whereas among lower-class girls, barely 1/6 begin to menstruate at the age of 14. In large towns, again, menstruation appears earlier than in small towns, whilst in the open country the menarche is still further delayed. In the women of Paris, the average age at the menarche is 14 years and 6 months. In the women of smaller French towns, it is 14 years and 9 months. In French countrywomen, it is 14 years and 10 months. How far the mode of nutrition is concerned in the production of these results is not yet determined. The time of the menarche appears to be influenced by inheritance to this extent, that the daughters of women who began to menstruate early begin themselves to menstruate at an early age, whereas in other families, we observe that both mothers and daughters began to menstruate late. But this relation is by no means a constant one. Ploss has collected observations made in various countries and towns regarding the age at which menstruation begins, and the mean results of these observations are given below. The average age at which menstruation began was: in Swedish Lapland 18 years, 0 months, in Christiania 16 years, 9 months, 25 days, in Copenhagen 16 years, 9 months, 12 days, in Munich 16 years, 5 months, 12 days, in Göttingen 16 years, 2 months, 2 days, in Vienna 15 years, 8 months, 15 days, in Berlin 15 years, 7 months, 6 days, in Stockholm 15 years, 6 months, 22 days. In Manchester 15 years, 6 months, 0 days, in Warsaw 15 years, 1 month, 23 days, in London between 15 years, 1 month, 4 days, and 14 years, 9 months, 9 days, in Paris between 15 years, 7 months, 18 days, and 14 years, 5 months, 17 days, in Madeira 14 years, 3 months, 0 days, in Montpellier 14 years, 2 months, 0 days, in Corfu 14 years, 0 months, 0 days, in Marseille 13 years, 11 months, 11 days, in Calcutta 12 years, 6 months, 0 days, in Egypt 10 years, 0 months, 0 days. The collective results of the investigations of French authors regarding the average age at which menstruation first appears are given in various tables. In temperate climates, from the observations of Dessoy in Paris, Dubois, Raciborski, M. Despins, Arau, Cordy and Montpellier, Puch and Nims, M. Despins in Toulon and Marseille, Gray and Lee and Murphy in London, Torresiano in Corfu, Lebrun in Warsaw. The average age is about 15 years. In cold climates from Raven in Copenhagen, Frugel in Christiania, Dubois in Russia, Fay in Norway, Lundborg among Esquimaux, Wistrand in Stockholm, the average age is about 16 years and 3 months. In hot climates from Gudev in Calcutta, Lith in Deccan, Robertson in Calcutta, Webb in Calcutta, Dubois in Asia, the average age is about 12 years and 7 months. In 6,550 cases collected by Krieger menstruation, first appeared at various ages. 9 years in 1, 10 in 7, 11 in 43, 12 in 184, 13 in 605, 14 in 1193, 15 in 1240, 16 in 1026, 17 in 758, 18 in 582, 19 in 425, 20 in 281, 21 in 111, 22 in 55, 23 in 15, 24 in 15. 25 in 1, 26 in 4, 27 in 2, 28 in 1, 29 in 1 instance. Thus the age 15 was the most frequent, in 18.9%, followed by age 14 with 18.2%. As regards climatic influences, all the data at our disposal prove that the hotter the climate, the earlier the menarche. According to Marc Despines, the age at puberty varies in an almost geometrical ratio with the mean annual temperature. The dependence of the menarche upon climatic influences is clearly shown by the statistical data collected from various regions of the world. For Europe, in Northern Europe, the average age is 18 in Swedish Lapland, 16.12 in Norway, 16.75 in Copenhagen, 14.5 in St. Petersburg. More recent statistics for Finland by Engström show that in nearly half of all Finnish women, menstruation begins with the completion of the 14th and 15th years. In Russia, among 10,000 women, the average age was around 15-16 years, with the most frequent ages being 15 and 16. In Middle Europe, in Germany, menstruation begins most commonly at 15, next at 14. For Berlin, the average age is 16.18 years. In Great Britain, the average age is 15 years, 1 month, 5 days. In France, the most frequent age is 16. In Paris, the average is 14 years, 6 months, 14 days. In Bohemia, Upper and Lower Austria, and Moravia, the average age is 16 years and 2 to 3 months. In Southern Europe, Spanish girls begin to menstruate at 12 on average. In Northern and Middle Italy, the most frequent age is 14. In Southern Italy, 13. In Lyon, the average is 14 years, 5 months, 29 days. In Marseille and Toulon, it is 13 years and 10 months. For Hungary, doctor gives statistics of 9,600 cases. In 22, 1/3%. Menstruation began at 15, in 20.5%. At 16 and in 10%. At 17. The earliest age was 8 years, the latest 33 years. In Asia, in Palestine, puberty most commonly occurs at 13, in Turkey as early as 10. In Syria, the average is 12. Persian women vary from 14 in the north to 9 or 10 in the south. In India, 46.4%, begin at 12 or 13. In Japan, menstruation most frequently begins at 14, sometimes as early as 13. Data for China are variable. In Africa, Oceania, and America, Negro women of Africa begin at 10 to 13. In Algeria, puberty occurs at 9 or 10 years. In Australian indigents, menstruation commonly begins as early as 8 years, and at the latest at 12. In tropical South America, girls begin to menstruate from 9 to 14 years. North American Indian women begin at 12, 13, 14, or even as late as 18 or 20. In the Arctic zone of North America and in Greenland, the onset is delayed till 17 and even till 23 years. As regards position in life, among the well-to-do classes, menstruation begins earlier than among the working classes. In nearly 1/4 of the girls of the upper classes, puberty occurs at 14, whilst in girls of the lower classes, barely 1/6 begin at this age. The average age at the first menstruation in upper-class girls is 14.69 years, but in lower-class girls, 16 years. Comparative observations on women living in towns and women living in the country show that in the former menstruation begins on average earlier. In Paris, the average is 14 years, 6 months. In small towns, 14 years, 9 months. In country districts, 14 years, 10 months. A certain hereditary predisposition is often determinant, so that from a knowledge of the age at which menstruation began in the mother, we can predict the age in the daughter. Gynecologists agree that girls of sanguine temperament and powerful constitution begin to menstruate earlier than weakly and phlegmatic individuals. Tilt describes a peculiar ovarian temperament in which menstruation begins early. Such women have as a rule striking nervous sensibilities, with a dark complexion and glistening, longing eyes, always surrounded by dark rings. The opinion is general that in girls with black hair, dark eyes, thick skin, and dark complexion, menstruation begins earlier than in blondes. Part 4, First Appearance of Menstruation. First appearance of menstruation. The first appearance of menstruation is commonly preceded by various symptoms dependent on the increased flow of blood to the genital organs. Such symptoms are sacrage, dragging sensation in the loins, an indefinite feeling of pressure in the lower part of the belly, especially in the region of the uterus and the ovaries, which region is sometimes also tender on pressure. A slight feeling of weariness in the lower extremities, sudden flushings or pallors, alternating sensations of heat and chilliness, sometimes accompanied by actual though slight change of temperature. In many cases, also there are disturbances in the intestinal evacuations and urinary secretion, in the process of cutaneous transpiration, and in the functional activity of the gastrointestinal canal. A frequently observed symptom is an increased irritability of the entire nervous system, with an inclination to melancholy and indefinite amorous desires. Symptoms which Tilt denotes by the term ovarianismus, Emmett by the term erection, Leckel by the term phlogus amorus, and the older writers by the term molimina menstrualia. The nervous irritability manifests itself already before the appearance of the menstrual flow by headache and moodiness, weariness, nervous irritability, and low spirits. Further, by slight changes in the facial aspect, dark rings round the eyes, spontaneous blushing, uneasy sensations, epigastric pain, loss of appetite, a sensation of pressure in the abdomen, palpitation, vertigo, dragging sensations passing from the loins to the thighs, feeling of weakness and numbness in the lower extremities. Symptoms which often endure for several months, and in such cases tend to lower the resisting powers of the organism. Cordy enumerates as prodromal symptoms which are observed in the majority of girls before the first appearance of menstruation: swelling and tenderness of the breasts, sensation of fullness and weight in the hypogastric region, moderate intestinal meteorism, sacrage, aqueomucous vaginal discharge. Finally, an itching sensation in the genital organs. These manifestations may also assume a morbid character, taking the form of violent abdominal and lumbosacral pain, general fatigue and weakness, dyspepsia and diarrhea, cephalalgia, various kinds of neuralgia, some degree of moral aberration. After the first menstruation, 2 or 3 months may elapse before the girl menstruates again, but after the lapse of a year, the flow usually recurs at quite regular periods. Sometimes the early periods are very violent and recur very frequently, every 20 days, for instance. The greatest increase in size and weight occurs in the female sex at the time of the menarche. Amongst the poorer classes, the greatest development in size and strength occurs between the ages of 13 and 15 years, whereas in the upper classes of society, those who ultimately attain the same weight exhibit their greatest growth at the ages of 12, 13, and 14 years. According to Pagliani, the greatest growth in the female sex always precedes puberty, so that, for example, a girl who begins to menstruate at the age of 12 will grow most rapidly in the year preceding this, whereas a girl who begins to menstruate at a more advanced age will not undergo her most rapid phase of growth so early as the age of 11. According to the observations of Bowditch, A. Hay, Lombroso, Pagliani, and Ploss, up to the age of 11 or 12 years, the growth of girls exceeds that of boys, but whereas in girls growth ceases suddenly at the age of 14, in boys growth proceeds regularly up to the age of 16 years. At birth, boys are on the average longer than girls. But during puberty, the female sex catches up the male in height or even surpasses it. According to PLOS, a girl of 16 or 17 years is as tall as a young man of 18 or 19 years. The earlier development of the female as compared with the male at the time of puberty is a constant phenomenon, to be observed in all races, in every climate, and in all strata of society. According to statistical data, the age of greatest development in weight is 12 to 14 in females, 14 to 17 in males. In height, 12 to 13 in females, 12 to 15 in males. In respiratory capacity, 12 to 15 in females, 15 to 17 in males. In muscular strength, 12 to 14 in females, 14 to 15 in males. Puberty occurs in the female on average about 2 years earlier than in the male, and upon this difference, the observed differences in growth also depend. The menarche in the wider signification of the term includes the development which occurs at the time of puberty and continues through a period of several months, and even years, before complete sexual maturity is attained, and includes also the time, which may be considerable, following the first appearance of the menses and before the regular rhythm of the menstrual function is established and the full development of the female genital organs is attained. This time, which forms a notable phase of the sexual life of woman, is characterized by great changes in the genital organs and in the vital processes connected therewith, by a strong tendency to suffer from a series of very various pathological changes and disorders of function in the principal organs, and a lessened general resisting power to disease. A change which finds its most definite expression in the well-established fact that in this period of life, the mortality among females is much greater than among males of corresponding age. According to the statistical data of Quetelet and Smits, from the age of 14 to the age of 18, there are 128 deaths of females for every 100 deaths of males. And even in the 4 succeeding years, from 18 to 22, the unfavorable conditions peculiar to sex are witnessed by 105 deaths of females to every 100 deaths of males. Many authors draw a distinction between the age of puberty, when the growth of the pubic hair occurs, and the age of nubility, when the individual becomes fitted for marriage. The distinction is a partial one only, inasmuch as capacity for copulation is attained already at puberty. The law, however, maintains such a distinction. The Austrian Penal Code, for example, regarding intercourse with a female less than 14 years old as rape, and the German Code likewise punishing carnal knowledge of a girl under 14. The signs of puberty in girls were noticed and explained in very early times. In the Bible we read, "Thy breasts are fashioned, and thine hair is grown, whereas thou wast naked and bare." The early Indian physician, Susruta, refers only to the regular recurrence of menstruation as a sign of puberty. In the Roman Empire, Justinian ordained that all young women should be examined as to the growth or absence of the pubic hair in order to ascertain if they were ripe for marriage. The early Chinese physicians recorded that in every woman at the age of 14 or 15 years, a monthly flow of blood from the genital organs began, the period of recurrence being 30 days. The physicians of the Talmud express themselves variously regarding puberty in women. In one place, they advance as a sign of puberty the growth of the hair on the genital organs. In another, they speak of the notable enlargement of the breasts, and mention as a sign of more complete sexual development that the nipples become elastic. Other Talmudists refer to the appearance of a dark brown coloration in the areola and to the enlargement of the mons veneris as signs of puberty. Savage races regard the first appearance of the menstrual flow as the only certain sign of puberty, and among many such races, this is the occasion of peculiar ceremonial rites. The attainment of puberty in savage tribes is often solemnized by the seclusion of the girls from the time of the first menstruation. They fast during the period of seclusion, which sometimes terminates in an elaborate ritual of purification. For 2 reasons in particular, the period of the menarche is a time of storm and stress to women, first on account of the developmental processes in the genital organs, and secondly on account of the intellectual changes that occur at this period. The local cause is to be found in the extensive transformation of the ovaries and the uterus, by means of which a peculiar and powerful stimulus, the menstrual stimulus, is elaborated, which has a reflex influence upon heart and brain, vascular and nervous systems, and secretory and nutritive processes. Since we know that in every premenstrual period by the growth of the follicles, hyperemia is excited in the ovary, by means of which the liquor folliculi is increased in amount, we can well understand that at the time of the menarche, the ripening of the Graafian follicles is accompanied by a considerable degree of hyperemia of the ovaries and of the whole of the genital organs, now undergoing their fullest development. And we can easily see how this hyperemia may result in manifold reflex disturbances. But in addition to these reflex disturbances, we have once more to take into consideration the as yet imperfectly known chemical processes which are associated with the ripening and development of the Graafian follicles, and an abnormal course of which may give rise to a disordered constitution of the blood, manifesting itself as chlorosis or in other ways. In connection with the growth and ripening of the ova, extensive and novel demands are made on the organism, and these may well endanger metabolic processes which are not established on a very secure foundation. The other cause is to be found in the intellectual processes, which occur at this time in the youthfully receptive, highly sensitive organ of mind, the brain. The girl growing into womanhood, who with astonishment and stress has witnessed the visible changes in her body, the outward signs of puberty, as they gradually make their appearance, receives powerful psychical stimulation, which cannot fail to exercise an influence upon the entire nervous system and its complex interlacements, alike in the sensory and in the motor sphere. The degree to which these influences radiating from the genital organs make themselves manifest is chiefly dependent upon the resisting power of the nervous system as a whole, upon the temperament, the inherited constitution, and the mode of education of the young girl. In children belonging to families noted for sensibility and irritability, in dwellers in large cities who have attended high schools for girls, and have at an early age lifted the veil that covers the sexual processes, the reflex disturbances of the menarche will be more manifold and will manifest themselves with greater intensity than in children brought up in country districts, whose sensibilities are chiefly physical and whose mind is less susceptible to the influence of external stimuli. A further important consideration is the time at which the menarche occurs, and whether on the one hand it is at or near the average age, or whether on the other, as precocious menstruation, it is unusually early, anticipating the general bodily development, or again, as retarded menstruation, it is unduly delayed. In some cases of retarded menstruation, the external genital organs are thoroughly well developed, and it is menstruation only that remains in abeyance. But in other cases, the external genitals are also backward in development, the pubis and mons veneris being but sparsely supplied with hair, and the breasts remaining very small. In addition to these abnormal temporal relations of the menarche, certain other irregularities at the commencement of menstruation are worthy of note. Thus, the first menstruation may be normal, but thereafter amenorrhoea may persist for several months, or if the flow occurs it may be exceedingly scanty or very pale in color. On the other hand, menstruation may be very profuse, lasting many days. The environment in which the young girl is placed during the period of her sexual development has a great influence on the processes of the sexual life and on the pathological disturbances that affect these processes. In working-class families, the immoderate physical strain often thrown upon girls, in many cases continuous movements of the upper extremities, whilst the lower extremities and the pelvis are absolutely quiescent, or conversely, an excessive employment of the muscles of the lower extremities. These circumstances, in conjunction with insufficient nutriment, night work, association when at work with persons of the opposite sex, and the frequent premature sexual stimulation, will combine to have a most deleterious effect. Amongst country folk, indeed, the girl has the enjoyment of fresh air, and as a rule nutritive food. Moreover, there are not so many occasions of nervous stimulation. Puberty therefore arrives more slowly and gives rise to less disturbance, but the ignorance of the girls very frequently leads to an early experience of coition, the natural and unnatural consequences of which have then to be taken into account. Amongst the better classes of townspeople, such hygienic regulations and educational measures are in common employment that young girls during the years of development usually receive reasonable care and attention. But very frequently, intercourse with older girls, association with young men, visits to theaters, evening parties, and balls, and the perusal of stimulating literature form unfavorable features of urban life which exercise their inevitable effects in the sexual sphere. In some cases, fortunately sufficiently rare, the stimulation of the sexual impulse and the longing for its satisfaction are so intense that a kind of demi-vierge is brought into being, a young woman who is concerned only to preserve the physical token of virginity, but whose thoughts and fancies are anything but maidenly. It is to be feared that in consequence of the excessive freedom in education and the emancipated independence of feminine youth, these half-virgins are increasing both in number and in intensity, a fact which cannot fail to increase also the number of sexual maladies and perversions. Anatomical changes in the female genital organs in the period of the Menarche. The female reproductive organs, which in childhood were in a comparatively quiescent state, now become powerfully active, as is witnessed by the changes that occur in the external genitals. The soft, hairless vulva of the child becomes enlarged at the time of the menarche by the deposit of fat, and its substance becomes tough and elastic. Some time before puberty, fine, pale hairs make their appearance here and there, but not until puberty does the hairy covering of the pubic region become more or less thick. The growth of the denser pubic hair begins with the appearance of hairs along the middle of the mons veneris and at the margins of the labia majora. Early sexual development is commonly indicated by an early and thick growth of the pubic hair. In the virgin, this hair is smoother and less curly than in the later course of the sexual life. In certain tribes of Negroes, it is the custom for the young unmarried girls to shave off the pubic hair, which is not allowed to grow freely until after marriage. In some of the tribes of South Sea Islanders, it is customary at puberty to tattoo the external genitals and the surrounding skin. In young virgins, the rima urogenitalis or vulval cleft is closed by the accurate opposition of the labia majora. The labia minora or nymphae are delicate in texture, rose-red in color, hairless, free from fat, and completely covered by the labia majora, whilst the clitoris is likewise concealed. The sebaceous glands of the labia minora secrete a smegma which collects especially around the glans clitorides, and as it undergoes decomposition diffuses a peculiar odor, resembling that of old cheese. A wing-like elongation of the labia minora in young girls, with free secretion and a generally moist appearance, leads to a suspicion of the practice of masturbation. In the virgin, the orifice of the vagina is covered by the hymen. The entrance to the vagina in the virgin is rounded, the posterior border of the aperture being deeply concave, whilst the anterior border is often slightly convex backwards. Where this feature is strongly marked, the orifice has a semilunar shape. The posterior concave border projects forward in the form of a fold, continuous above with the posterior vaginal wall. This fold is the hymen. The infantile uterus is so proportioned that its neck constitutes the larger part of the organ, as much indeed as 2/3. Owing to the small size of the body, the whole uterus is very flat, and its borders ascend in a direction almost parallel to each other, diverging somewhat abruptly into the fallopian tubes, recalling in some degree the two-horned embryonic form of the organ. The plici pomati on the surface of the cervical canal, which make up the arbor vitae uterina, are strongly developed. The median longitudinal ridge bifurcates, and its divisions can be traced on either side into the uterine orifice of the fallopian tube. The lips of the vaginal portion of the cervix are comparatively speaking very large and terminate in sharp angles. The vaginal mucous membrane is everywhere beset with long papillae. The development of the uterus shortly before puberty consists chiefly in the enlargement of the body of the uterus and the growth of its walls and thickness. At the time of puberty, according to Tolt, the body of the uterus in the virgin has already increased till its length is half that of the entire organ. And at the first appearance of menstruation, the body and neck of the virgin uterus are nearly equal, with perhaps a slight preponderance in size of the cervix, and the walls of the uterus have become convex. In consequence of this change, the organ becomes pear-shaped, and the uterine cavity assumes the form of a triangle with moderately incurved sides. The cervical canal becomes wider in the middle. The margin of the os uteri becomes smooth and rounded. The walls of the virgin vagina are marked with numerous dentate transverse ridges, especially near the lower end and on the anterior walls, the columns of the vagina, from which the transverse ridges run to either side at right angles, extend halfway up the vagina, and are of a hard consistence. The characteristic changes in the ovary at the time of the menarche originate in the changes undergone by the ovarian follicles. A large number of small separate follicles is to be found already in the ovary of the newborn infant. These structures, known as primitive follicles, are formed by detachment from the egg tubes that grow down into the stroma from the superficial germinal epithelium. They are spheroidal vesicles, enveloped by a single layer of cubical cells, and their interior is entirely filled by the primitive ovum or egg cell. This latter consists of very finely granulated protoplasm with spherical nucleus and distinct nucleolus, but no trace of an investing membrane can as yet be discerned. The further development of the ovarian follicles takes according to told the following course. A rapid multiplication of the cubical cells that form the wall of the follicle occurs, so that the ovum is surrounded by 2, 3, or several layers of cubical or rounded cells, and the whole follicle gradually increases in size. At the same time, the ovum assumes an eccentric position in the interior of the follicle. At or near the middle of the follicle, a slit-shaped space now appears, filled with a clear colorless fluid. As this space gradually enlarges, the follicle becomes converted into a vesicle filled with fluid, the wall of which is composed of small cubical cells. Simultaneously with the growth of the follicle, a lamination of the elements of the surrounding stroma takes place, so that a somewhat sharply defined capsule is formed. In this condition, these glandular structures of the ovary are known as Graafian follicles. Before puberty, these Graafian follicles are small vesicles of a diameter of 1 to 2 millimeters, containing the large unicellular ova. Each of these consists of an envelope, the zona pellucida, an external granular mass of protoplasm, the vitellus or yolk, a vesicular, spherical nucleus, the germinal vesicle, and a nucleolus which, if single, is large and prominent, the macula germinativa or germinal spot. As early as the second year of infancy, every imaginable intermediate stage between the primitive follicle and the fully developed vesicular Graafian follicle can be observed. At the time of puberty, certain larger follicles are always to be distinguished, which have moved inward toward the interior layers of the ovary, whereas the smaller follicles have a more peripheral situation. Thus, according to Waldier, we observe at this time in a section of the ovary, proceeding from without inward, first the epithelium, next the fibrous tunic, next the zone of younger follicles, and finally the zone of older follicles. According to Hennel and Waldier, at the commencement of puberty, there are in each ovary about 36,000 ova, giving a total for the two of 72,000. In the further course of development of the Graafian follicles at this period, the most advanced now reapproach the surface of the ovary, so that a fully matured follicle comes to occupy almost the entire thickness of the cortical substance, and may even give rise to a localized bulging of the surface of the organ. In such a mature follicle, which has attained nearly the size of a pea, we recognize an outermost connective tissue investment, consisting of condensed ovarian stroma, in which two layers are distinguished, sometimes called simply outer tunic and inner tunic, sometimes known by the names of tunica fibrosa and tunica propria, respectively. Within this is the cellular layer known as the membrana granulosa, the portion of which, now greatly enlarged, immediately surrounding the ovum is known as the discus prolongirus. The interspace between the discus prolongirus and the membrana granulosa is filled with a clear fluid, the liquor folliculi. In consequence of the continued increase in its fluid contents, the Graafian follicle ultimately bursts along the most prominent portion of the superficial wall, and the ovum passes out through the rupture, finding its way under normal conditions into the fallopian tube and through this into the uterus. The follicle itself then undergoes a regressive metamorphosis, forming the corpus luteum, the rent in the envelope of which, after the absorption of the yellowish semi-fluid contents, undergoes cicatrization. Contemporaneously with this development at puberty of the process of ovulation, menstruation also for the first time makes its appearance, recurring thenceforward at 4-weekly intervals as the regular catamenial discharge. According to Pfannenstiel, in correspondence with the especial function of the female reproductive gland, which is to bring to maturity and to evacuate only after the lapse of a considerable period, and at successive intervals, the ova which it has contained from the very outset, we find that primitive follicles continue to exist in the ovary up to the very end of the period of sexual activity, though naturally in diminishing numbers. And the size and shape of these primitive follicles remain nearly identical throughout the various periods of life. As the follicle ripens, the epithelium grows, the cells becoming cubical with a rounded nucleus and increasing in number by cell division so that several layers are formed. As soon as these layers are 3 or 4 in number, a space, at first slit-shaped, forms in the epithelium on the peripheral surface of the ovum. This space is filled with fluid, known as the liquor folliculi. The peripheral layer of cells, the membrana granulosa, is thus separated from the mass of epithelial cells immediately enveloping the ovum, the discus proligerus, which is situate in the side of the follicle adjacent to the hilum of the ovary. By the increase of the liquor folliculi, the Graafian follicle is formed, a vesicle the envelope of which is formed by the multilaminar membrana granulosa, whilst in the pole of the vesicle directed toward the hilum ovariae is the ovum embedded in the mass of cells forming the discus proligerus, a mass which has the form of a truncated cone. The liquor folliculi is formed by the epithelium, the nuclei of which disappear by chromatolysis or by simple atrophy, whilst the cell bodies liquefy in consequence of albuminous, not fatty, degeneration. Within the epithelium of the follicle, we find the faintly glistening epithelial vacuoles of Fleming, likewise cells which liquefy and assist in increasing the bulk of the liquor folliculi. This liquor is a thin, serous fluid and contains albumin. Every Graafian follicle has a bilaminar investing membrane, which is formed by the ovarian stroma. The ovum of the growing follicle increases in size very slowly indeed, attaining on average a diameter of 165 to 170 micro. It retains its zona pellucida. The greater part of the protoplasm of the cell is transformed into deutoplasm. The nucleus assumes an eccentric position. Between the zona pellucida and the cell body, a narrow paravite line space appears. The ovum is then full-grown, but not yet fully prepared for fertilization. For this, maturation is required, certain changes in the germinal vesicle, which occur after the bursting of the follicle. As a rule, each follicle contains a single ovum, but 2 and even 3 ova have beyond doubt been observed in one follicle. According to Waldier, the bursting of the follicle is not to be regarded as dependent upon a sudden rise of pressure in its interior, but as the result of a gradual ripening process. At the deepest pole of the follicle, which in the course of its development has now approached the surface of the ovary, an exuberant growth takes place in the internal layer of the theca folliculi, with a profuse formation of new vessels. Here numerous epithelioid cells, the lutein cells, make their appearance. In consequence of this proliferation of the lutein cells, the contents of the follicle are gradually pressed toward the stigma, the superficial pole of the follicle, and the follicle itself is pushed toward the surface until it finally comes into contact with the germinal epithelium. Meanwhile, the follicular epithelium undergoes fatty degeneration, alike in the membrana granulosa and in the discus proligerus. In consequence of the proliferation of the lutein cells, on the one hand, and the fatty degeneration of the epithelium on the other, the follicle opens at its weakest point, the stigma and the ovum is extruded, with the liquor folliculi, and a number of cells belonging to the follicular epithelium. The ovaries, which in the newborn female infant are flattened, ribbon-like bodies 1/2 to 1 centimeter in length, and in childhood are cylindrical, with a perfectly smooth surface, assume at the time of puberty a more or less flattened form. During the menarche, they have an elongated oval shape, flattened from side to side, their average length being 2.5 to 5 centimeters, width 1.5 to 3 centimeters, thickness 0.6 to 1.4 centimeters, weight 5 to 8 grams. After the repeated occurrence of ovulation, the surface of the ovary becomes more and more uneven, being thickly covered with foci or scar-like fissures. The vagina during virgin girlhood is narrow, and its mucous surface is beset with numerous rugae, which may be plainly felt as well as seen. The caliber of the vagina is proportionately less the younger the girl. The examining finger is gripped by the vaginal wall as by an India rubber tube. The vaginal portion of the cervix is felt in the form of a truncated cone, with a smooth surface, rather dense in consistence. The external os opens at the bottom of a small depression on its surface, in the form of a short oval, the long axis of which is transversely directed. Shortly before the menarche, Bartholin's glands become noticeable on either side of the lower end of the vagina, between the sphincter muscles. The clitoris in many cases attains a very large size, and this is apt to lead to sexual malpractices. According to Hietel, in southern countries the clitoris is larger than in temperate and cold climates. In the women of Abyssinia and among the Mandingos and the Ibbos, the size is portentous, and amongst the first named, circumcision of females is a customary operation. It is said that female slaves belonging to these races are greatly esteemed by the ladies of the harem and are eagerly sought for. In the Anatomical Pathological Museum at Prague, there is a preparation of the female genital organs with a clitoris as large as the penis of a full-grown man. Cennini describes as peculiar to women of Egyptian or Coptic descent the presence of a thick, fleshy, but soft and pendant outgrowth in the pubic region, completely covered with hair, which he compares to the hanging caruncle on the bill of the male turkey. This appendage becomes thicker and longer with advancing years. Cennini found such an appendage 1/2 inch in length in a girl of 8 years, one of more than 4 inches in a woman of 20 to 25 years. Circumcision in girls consists in the removal of this outgrowth, which hinders copulation. In that part of the world, the operation is usually effected in the 7th or 8th year, just before puberty. The circumcision of girls as practiced by Mohammedan peoples in Africa is said by Ploss and Bartels to consist in abscission of the labia minora, the clitoris, and the prepudium clitorides. Brame is of opinion that the object of the operation is to diminish the intensity of the sexual impulse, so overpowering among these races. But others believe that the great enlargement of the clitoris and the labia minora usual in those countries is regarded as a serious defect in beauty, a defect removed by the operation, whilst others again hold that the circumcision is required for the removal of the hindrance to copulation presented by the abnormally large clitoris. Closely related to the operation of circumcision in females, according to Ploss and Bartels, is the custom peculiar to Africa of infibulation, wherein, after a preliminary cutting operation like that for circumcision, the fresh wound surfaces are brought into accurate opposition, either by sutures or by appropriate bandages, so that when cicatrization occurs the vulval cleft is closed except for a very small aperture. The object of infibulation is to enforce on girls complete abstinence from sexual intercourse. Before marriage, the vulval cleft is reopened to an extent corresponding with the size of the genital organs of the future husband, and when pregnancy occurs, the opening is still further enlarged before parturition. But after that event, the wound surfaces are refreshed, and the whole opening is once more closed. On the other hand, in many savage tribes, elongation of the labia minora and the clitoris is artificially undertaken from the earliest years of girlhood, this elongation being regarded as a beauty. The parts of the external reproductive organs of the female concerned in sexual sensation, first described as such by Cobalt, are already fully developed at the time of the menarche. Of these parts, a small portion only, the glans clitorides, is visible externally, surrounded by the prepudium clitorides, a prolongation of the labia minora, which passes round the front of the clitoris, and sends from each side a fine process behind the glans to become attached to its undersurface, forming the frenum of the clitoris. The erectile apparatus of the external genitals is formed by the corpora cavernosa clitorides. As 2 delicately constructed trabecular masses of erectile tissue, the crura of the clitoris, these are attached on either side to the inferior or descending rami of the pubic bones. At first passing upwards parallel to the bones, they subsequently curve downward as they converge and unite to form the body of the clitoris. These masses of erectile tissue embrace the sides and the front of the lower extremity of the vagina. This erectile apparatus, when the supply of arterial blood is greatly accelerated and at the same time the outflow of venous blood is diminished, becomes distended with blood, enlarged and stiffened. The process of erection plays an important part, as we shall explain more fully later, in the production of sexual excitement and sexual pleasure during the act of copulation. In the virgin and in the earlier phases of the sexual life, the hymen is so characteristic an organ that its more minute description would seem desirable. The hymen, a fold of mucous membrane, springing from the periphery of the vaginal orifice, separates as a perforated diaphragm the vagina from the vulva. Between the two epithelial layers of which, as a fold of mucous membrane, the hymen consists, is a supporting layer of connective tissue of variable strength. In other respects, the mucous membrane of the hymen has the same structure as the mucous membrane of the vagina. On its inner surface, the rugae and folds of the vaginal mucous membrane are prolonged. The shape of the hymen is very variable. Most commonly, its aperture is more or less central, so that the hymen has a ringed or semilunar shape. In the newborn female infant, the hymen has the appearance of a tubular stopper closing the lower end of the vagina. According to Doan, it exhibits as a rule one of three typical forms: hymen annularis, denticulatus, et linguiformis, the annular, the denticulate, and the linguiform hymen. The transverse ridges on the inner surface of the hymen, prolongations of the rugose columns of the vagina, are strongly developed. During the girl's further growth, in association with the enlargement of the vagina, the hymen undergoes important changes in form and structure. Its border becomes thinner and more tense, and in the virgin at the time of the menarche, the annular hymen is the fundamental type, subject, however, to extensive variations. In most cases, at any rate, the aperture in the hymen is more or less centrally situated. Very commonly, however, this opening is crescentic when we have a semilunar hymen, the height of the border posteriorly being much greater than anteriorly. The consistency of the hymen, its extensibility, and its thickness are as variable as its shape. In the normal position of the reproductive organs, the hymen has very rarely the appearance of a tense membrane. As a rule, it is folded up and becomes plainly manifest only when the genital organs are stretched. The margin of the hymeneal aperture, as a close examination shows, is sometimes sharp and regular, sometimes lobulated, with small congenital notches. These congenital notches are to be distinguished from the lacerations resulting from defloration by the fact that the former have a smooth border, which is of the same consistency as the general substance of the hymen. In some instances, the border of the aperture in the hymen is beset with small, fine villi, villus hymen. The common varieties of the hymen are thus classified by Maschke. The annular hymen, in which the membrane when stretched is seen to have a rounded aperture, which may be central or eccentric. Very often, indeed, the aperture is more toward the upper half of the hymen, in which case it is not always circular, but frequently rather ovoid in shape. The semilunar or crescentic hymen, in which the aperture is eccentrically placed in the upper half of the membrane, in such a manner that the hymen exhibits a wide surface below the aperture, which surface narrows at either side as it passes upwards until it disappears, the two sides failing to reunite above the aperture. The heart-shaped or cordiform hymen, the general shape of which may be circular, ovoid, or even semilunar, but in which from the middle of the upper or lower margin a three-cornered tongue projects across the aperture, which is thus given the form of the conventional heart of a pack of cards. The infundibuliform hymen has the form of a small projecting funnel, resembling in appearance the invaginated end of the finger of a glove. Maschke refers also to the rare condition in which the hymen is sometimes said to be absent. As a matter of fact, however, in such cases, it is represented by a very narrow annular eminence, the genitals being in other respects normal. The smooth character of the eminence will serve to differentiate it from the remains of a destroyed hymen. Other rare forms are the imperforate hymen, an occlusive membrane entirely blocking the vaginal orifice. In some cases, however, the hymen is not absolutely imperforate, a very small, punctiform aperture being present. The cribriform hymen, a hymen which is imperforate in the sense that there is no opening of a size approaching the normal, but in which several minute apertures are present. The septate, bridged or divided hymen exhibits a strip of mucous membrane, most commonly running directly from before backward, occasionally, however, somewhat obliquely, across the aperture in the membrane, which is thus divided into two equal or unequal parts. In some instances, the process that bridges the aperture of the hymen is expanded in the vertical plane to form a septum which projects for some distance into the vagina. The lobate, lobulated, or labiate hymen, which consists of several lobes on either side, each overlapping the next like the tiles in a roof, whilst the aperture between the two sides has the form of an anterior-posterior slit. In some cases, the lobes of a lobulated hymen are so disposed that the membrane has the appearance of a fold of mucous membrane with a central furrow. It is obvious that an imperforate or cribriform hymen, by the hindrance it offers to the passage of the menstrual discharge, is liable at the time of the menarche, and as soon as menstruation begins, to give rise to serious disorder and to pathological states. In some cases, the hymen is exceedingly thin and delicate, so that it is liable to be torn if handled at all roughly. In other cases, on the contrary, it may be very firm, thick, and fleshy, interlaced with strands of connective tissue and muscle, so that it forms a veritable cuirass for the protection of physical virginity. As signs of virginity in the female, a knowledge of which is required, not only for the purposes of medical jurisprudence, but for various other reasons, we may enumerate the following anatomical characteristics of the genital organs. The labia majora are elastic in consistence and are in close apposition with one another. The labia minora or nymphae are covered by the labia majora and are but little pigmented. The vestibule and the vaginal orifice are narrow, and the vagina itself is narrow, tense, and markedly rugose. The hymen is normal and uninjured. This, of course, is the most trustworthy of all the signs of virginity. The breasts have the virgin conformation. In opposition to the plea that the hymen can be destroyed by other causes than defloration, as by a fall, especially a fall which brings the external genitals in contact with some hard body, or by diphtheritic, variolous, or syphilitic ulceration, Maschke maintains that such occurrences are among the greatest rarities. On the other hand, it is sufficiently well known that the presence of an uninjured hymen affords no certain assurance of actual virginity. Cases enough are recorded, both in older and more recent medical literature, in which even pregnancy occurred in women in whom the hymen had remained intact, the explanation being that during copulation penetration of the penis had failed to occur, the semen being ejaculated on the vulva. Scanzoni and Zweifel have recorded cases in which the intact hymen offered a hindrance to parturition. The first-named author explains these occurrences by the assumption that the hymen was so stout that the penis was unable to rupture it. Veit remarks that both male and female youth, in these days of the continued advance of knowledge, are well acquainted with coitus sign emission penis, and that very frequently a woman who is informed that she is pregnant makes answer that this is impossible, her paramour having assured her that pregnancy could not occur. On the other hand, cases are met with in which the aperture in the hymen is a very large one, so large that the penis can penetrate to the vagina without lacerating the membrane. Braudertl reports a case of rape in which the lacerated hymen healed so completely that an expert maintained the integrity of the membrane, until another pointed out the fine scar. In general, that we may be assured of the existence of virginity, we must find the hymen uninjured. And, on the other hand, we must regard the laceration of the membrane, unless known to be the result of gynecological examination or other manipulation, as a proof of defloration. In ancient times among savage races, the integrity of the hymen was prized as a proof of virginity, and in the Bible also great stress is laid on this sign in connection with defloration, and its absence was even regarded as a ground for the death punishment. But amongst other races, the hymen was held in no particular esteem as a token of virginity. In ancient times, and even at the present day in the Philippine Islands, the Ladrone Islands and certain other islands of the Polynesian archipelago, also among many African tribes, the right of defloration belonged, not to the bridegroom, but to every man belonging to the same tribe. Sometimes on the bridal night, all the men of the tribe had access to the bridegroom coming last, but thenceforward having undisputed possession of his wife. Amongst certain other tribes, a similar custom prevails, differing however in this respect, that the rite of defloration is performed by a priest or by one of the chiefs of the tribe. In medieval Europe, again, the great landed proprietors exercised the well-known jus primi noctis, or droit du seigneur. In girls at the time of the Menarche who have long practiced masturbation, some of the following indications of the habit will be found: elongation, redness, and general enlargement of the clitoris, elongation and thickening of the nymphae, which are also of a tough consistency and deeply pigmented, flaccidity of the labia majora, redness of the vaginal orifice, flaccidity of the hymen, which also may exhibit lacerations, caused by the forcible introduction of the finger or of some hard foreign body. Not until the time of the Menarche do the breasts attain the hemispherical form, which constitutes one of the graces of young womanhood, and at the same time these organs assume a firm, elastic consistency. Their size, of course, varies in different individuals. The nipple now has a rose-red color, darker in brunettes than in blondes. It is usually small, sometimes quite inconspicuous, being withdrawn into a cutaneous furrow. The two breasts, when regarded from the front, are seen to diverge from the longitudinal axis of the body. In some cases, even in childhood, before the time of the Menarche, the breasts are powerfully developed, being as large as an apple or larger. This depends on climate, race, and sexual excitement. As regards the last of these, early sexual stimulation promotes premature mammary development. Although it is unusual for any secretion to appear in the mammary gland before the occurrence of pregnancy, cases have certainly been observed in which the breasts of virgins secreted a milk-like fluid, especially in consequence of sexual excitement or during menstruation. Thus, Maschke observed in a girl the condition of whose genital organs showed her to be a virgo intacta, that pressure on the breast caused a few drops of an opalescent fluid having the appearance of milk to exude from the nipple. She acknowledged that amatory relations had long subsisted between her and a lover who was in the habit of handling her breasts, and that this always produced strong sexual excitement. Hoffmann also reported that in 2 virgins who died during menstruation, he was able to express a drop of milk from the breast. The most important indication of the general changes occurring in the external and internal genital organs, the proof that the young woman has become fitted for the fulfillment of her reproductive vocation, is the appearance of menstruation, a sanguineous discharge from the genital organs recurring every 4 weeks as the external manifestation of the internal process of ovulation. The anatomical changes that have already been described as occurring in the genital organs at the time of the Menarche will serve to elucidate the numerous reflex processes that manifest themselves at this period of life in so many departments of vital activity. It is especially the extensive developmental processes in the ovary, influencing the nerves of that organ, which give rise to centripetal stimuli and evoke reflex manifestations. In the working of the circulatory system, such influences are apparent, and during the Menarche, sometime already before the first onset of menstruation, variations occur in the blood pressure, and these during menstruation take the form of a typical undulatory curve. Thus it becomes comprehensible that even in healthy girls, the first appearance of the catamenia, and likewise the expectation of the flow, induce a certain modification and alteration in the whole nature and disposition. Girls often lose their previous cheerful and lively character, becoming quiet, self-absorbed, sometimes even melancholy. They are disinclined for study, have a repugnance to all sustained physical or mental activity, become annoyed and snappish on slight occasion, are restless at night, consider themselves to be ailing, and so on. During the first menstruation, girls commonly appear pale and anxious. They have blue lines beneath the eyes, the face has a tired aspect, the movements lack energy, and a general want of tone combined with an abnormal irritability may be noticed. Some days before the first menstruation, the vulva, the labia majora and minora, and the vaginal mucous membrane are swollen. The clitoris becomes conspicuous in consequence of erectile processes. A slight secretion appears in the genital passage, and the breasts become sensitive and slightly turgid. The urine deposits a thick sediment, and occasionally severe strangury is observed. In many cases, also, digestive disturbances occur, loss of appetite, constipation, or a tendency to diarrhea. The first menstruation usually lasts 4 or 5 days. On the first day, the discharge is blood-stained mucus, thereafter becoming sanguineous. In some cases, the bleeding at the first menstruation is profuse and of long duration. It is not always after the first menstruation that the subsequent discharges follow at the regular intervals of 4 weeks. In delicate, anemic girls, the second menstruation may not occur till several months have elapsed after the first. Less often, the second menstruation ensues a fortnight after the first, or even earlier. At the time of the menarche, the sexual impulse, which has hitherto been dormant, becomes strongly developed. It is evoked at this time of life by the anatomico-physiological changes undergone by the reproductive glands. The stimulus aroused by these processes in the ovary, being conducted to the brain, awakens passion. At the same time, the observation of the growth of the hairy covering on the genital organs, the development of the breasts, and the appearance of menstruation tend to arouse erotic presentiments. The reading of romances, conversations with female friends, and observation of the conduct of full-grown persons convert these presentiments into clear ideas and excite the impulse to the production of passionate sexual sensations, the sexual impulse. How far these stimuli arising from the reproductive apparatus are encouraged and accentuated, on the one hand, or repressed and diminished on the other, depends on external impressions of various kinds. The environment is the determinant for the further transformation of the, as yet undifferentiated sexual impulse into the fully developed copulative and reproductive impulses. In his work on the physiology of love, Mantegazza describes the yearning and stress of the awakening sexual life, arising out of the presentiments, hazy sensations, and impulses, which are felt in the very earliest period of the developmental phase known as puberty. In general, in a young girl during the menarche, the sexual impulse manifests itself rather in the form of semi-conscious reverie, of platonic love. The adolescent girl exercises her imagination with the circumstances of her chaste love. Her mind turns to this subject when in solitude. Her mood is apt to become melancholy, and it is the perusal of equivocal novels or the educational assistance of sexually experienced female friends that transforms the sexual impulse to a vivid flame. Some authors believe that a sign of the awakening of the sexual impulse when directed toward some particular man is a change of color on the part of the girl when she sees this individual or hears him spoken of. Palpitation of the heart comes on, the pulse is increased in frequency, the respiration also, and the voice fails. In this manner, it is asserted, Galen discovered the love of a Roman lady, Justa, for the dancer, Pylades. The psychological reaction of the sexual impulse at the time of puberty manifests itself, as von Krafft-Ebing points out, in manifold ways, common to all of which, however, is the emotional state of the mind, and the need that the strange and new feelings now experienced should find some objective center of interest. Such objective and emotional interests lie ready to hand in religion and poetry, both of which, after the period of sexual development is at an end, and the originally incomprehensible desires and impulses have received an explanation, continue to have intimate relations with the world of sexual experience. Anyone who doubts this must be reminded of the frequency with which religious fanaticism makes its appearance at the time of puberty. No less influential is the sexual factor in the awakening of aesthetic feelings. This world of the ideal opens itself at the time when the development of the sexual processes begins. The love of early youth, continues von Krafft-Ebing, has a romantic, idealizing tendency. In its first manifestations, it is platonic and willingly exercises itself in poetry and history. But as the sensibility awakens, the danger arises that this passion, with its idealizing power, will be transferred to persons of the opposite sex who in intellectual, physical, and social relations are by no means all that could be wished. Hence proceed misalliances, elopements, and seductions, with the entire tragedy of impassioned love, which conflicts with the dictates of morality and convention, and sometimes finds its bitter end in suicide or a double self-destruction. Love in which the senses play too prominent a part can never be a true and lasting love. For this reason, first love is as a rule very transitory, since it is in most cases no more than the first flare of passion. Platonic love is a thing without existence, a self-deception, a false description of sexual sensations. Bibel remarks that the number of suicides among women of the ages of 16 to 21 years is an exceptionally large one, and he refers this chiefly to unsatisfied sexual impulse, unfortunate love, secret pregnancy, and to betrayal by men. Part 5, Menarche Precox et Tardiva. Menarche Precocious et tardiva. Precocious and retarded menstrual activity. By the term precocious menarche, we understand the pathological state in which a typical, 4-weekly, sanguineous discharge from the female genital organs sets in at an abnormally early age and is to be regarded as a symptom of a premature sexual development. Very commonly, such children with precocious menstruation and premature sexual development exhibit a comparatively high body weight, great development of fat, early dentition. They look older than their years, and they have genital organs that also develop very early, with hair on the pubis and in the axillae. The labia majora and the breasts resemble those of full-grown women, and the pelvis also has the adult form. Commonly also the sexual impulse develops early, whilst in other respects, the intellectual development lags behind the physical. It is most probably a primary hyperplasia of the ovaries that gives rise to precocious menstruation, the ovarian follicles ripening earlier than usual. Frequently, other pathological processes are associated with this early sexual development, such as general lipomatosis, rachitis, and new growths of the ovaries. In several cases of this nature, early conception has also been observed. According to Oriental tradition, Khadijah was married at the age of 5 years to the Prophet Muhammad, who cohabited with her 3 years later. Even if we accept those cases in which in earliest infancy there is a sanguineous discharge from the vagina which remains, however, an isolated occurrence, or if repeated is repeated a few times only, and at quite unequal intervals. Cases in which the bleeding cannot be regarded as menstrual. Such, for instance, as were reported by a reverse of 6 newborn female infants in whom a sanguineous discharge from the vagina appeared 3 or 4 days after birth and lasted 2 to 5 days. The infants not remaining subsequently under observation. Numerous well-authenticated cases yet remain in which menstrual hemorrhage was observed before the end of the first year of life. One case, even, is recorded by Bernard in which from the time of birth to the 12th year menstruation with molamina occurred every month, lasting 2 days. From the 12th to the 14th year menstruation ceased, recurring subsequently at irregular intervals. In the recorded cases of such precocious menstruation, the menstruation recurred as a rule at regular intervals of 4 weeks. Only in quite exceptional cases were the intervals 3 to 5 months. Some of the most striking and well-authenticated cases of precocious menstruation recorded in the recent literature of the subject are appended. Observed by Combis, a girl aged 6 years and 2 months had the appearance of a girl aged 14 or 15. She was a brunette, 3'10" in height, with full, firm, rounded breasts, girth of chest 28-1, mons veneris covered with hair, uterus normal on rectal examination, hymen intact. Menstruation had occurred regularly since the 2nd year of life. Mother and 5 sisters began to menstruate between the ages of 12 and 14. General condition good. Case recorded by Diamond. A girl aged 6 years, weight 75 pounds, thighs, buttocks, and breasts developed like those of a sexually mature woman, axillae and mons veneris covered with hair. Menstruation began at the age of 2 and recurred regularly, the flow lasting 4 days. Case recorded by Pliet. A girl with precocious physical development began to menstruate in the 4th year of life. Menstruation continued regularly, with the exception of 2 monthly periods, when vicarious epistaxis occurred. From the collection made by Gebhard of the records of 54 cases of precocious menstruation, giving the first appearance and the type of menstruation, the development of the breasts, the other signs of premature sexual development, and any complications that may have been observed, we extract the age at which the first menstruation occurred. This was in a newborn infant in one case. At 2 weeks in one, 2 months in one, 3 months in one, 4 months in one, 5 months in one, 7 months in one, 9 months in 4, 10 months in 2, 12 months in 5, 15 months in 1, 16 months in 1, 18 months in 2, 19 months in 1, 22 months in 1, 2 years in 4, 2.5 years in 1, 2 years and 9 months in 1, 3 years in 6, 3.5 years in 1, 4 years in 4. 4 years and 3 months in 1, 5 years in 1, 5.5 years in 1, 6 years in 1, 6.5 years in 1, 7 years in 3, 9 years in 2, 11.5 years in 1 case. From this collection, we learn that in one case menstruation already existed at birth, and that in a large number of cases it occurred before the expiration of the first year. In many cases, the development of the breasts preceded the appearance of menstruation and was noticed from the time of birth. The vulva also early exhibited the characteristics seen in the sexually mature woman. Further, a high body weight, great development of fat, and early dentition were usually seen in these cases, in which, however, the intellectual development was not in correspondence with that of the body. In several of these cases of premature puberty, moreover, sexual intercourse and even parturition occurred at a very early age. A girl in whom menstruation began at the age of 1 year gave birth to a child when she was 10 years old. A girl who began to menstruate at the age of 9 years became pregnant very shortly afterward. The well-known case recorded by Haller, in which at birth the pubic hair was already grown, and in which menstruation began at the age of 2 years, was also one of very early pregnancy, the girl giving birth to a child when 9 years old. Another girl in whom at birth the pubis were already covered with hair began to menstruate when 4 years old, copulated regularly from the age of 8, and at 9 years became pregnant and was delivered of a vesicular mole with an embryo. A girl began to menstruate at the age of 2, had a growth of hair on the pubis and developed mammae at the age of 3, and became pregnant at the age of 8. With these cases must be classed that observed by Martin in America of a woman who was a grandmother at the age of 26. Lantier, in his travels in Greece, speaks of a mother of 25 with a daughter of 13. Observations made by Kussmaul and by Hofmeyr prove that in many cases changes in the ovaries form the probable cause of precocious menstruation and the other phenomena of premature puberty. In one case of Hofmeyr, for instance, of a girl of 5 with precocious menstruation, the removal of a rapidly growing ovarian tumor was followed by the cessation of menstruation, and the pubic hair, which had been shaved off, did not grow again. Abnormally early puberty related to the early practice of sexual intercourse is seen in many prostitutes. This is shown by the following figures relating to 150 prostitutes in Russia. Sexual intercourse began in 1 at 9 years, in 1 at 10, in 4 at 12, in 12 at 13, in 14 at 14, in 33 at 15, in 36 at 16 years. Thus, among the 150 prostitutes, 65 were less than 16 years of age. Parent Duchatelet found among 3,517 prostitutes under official observation, 5.6%, under 17 years of age. There were 2 under 10, 3 under 11, 3 under 12, 6 under 13, 20 under 14, 51 under 15, 111 under 16 years. Martineau's observations also showed that in nearly all prostitutes the first coitus took place in very early youth. Of 607 prostitutes, there were 489 in whom defloration had occurred between the ages of 5 and 20 years. According to Grimaldi and Guriri, defloration usually takes place in prostitutes before they attain the age of 10 years. Sometimes we find increased sexuality in early life as a pathological manifestation, psychopathia sexualis. Thus, Esquirol records the case of a little girl aged 4 years who undertook improper manipulations in association with little boys. A female prisoner, Lombroso writes, had at the age of 6 years practiced mutual masturbation with her brother aged 7, and at the age of 8 years underwent defloration. Another murderess, while still a schoolgirl, had conducted herself after the manner of an experienced prostitute. Laurent reports the case of a girl who from the age of 10 was engaged in sexual malpractices with her brothers and sisters, and finally underwent defloration at the age of 15. In many cases, premature sexual development is manifested by enlargement of the breasts and growth of the axillary and pubic hair, and yet menstruation fails to appear. Thus, Kussmaul has observed girls who while yet children exhibited all the external characteristics of sexually mature women, but who had not yet begun to menstruate. Ploss has published a photograph showing in a girl 5 years of age the mons veneris, and the labia majora developed like those of a full-grown young woman, and covered with long, thick hair. In this case, however, not only had menstruation not yet begun, but the breasts were still in the infantile condition. The opposite state to menarche precox is that in which the first appearance of menstruation is unduly delayed. It may be even till after the age of 20. Such a postponement of the menarche sometimes occurs in girls who exhibit at this period of life an extraordinarily great general fatty development of the body, or a notably severe chlorotic state of the blood, or in whom during the years of development some sudden and extensive change in the mode of life has occurred. As for instance, when the girl's place of residence has been removed from the country to the town, or when she has had to undertake some completely new kind of physical or mental work. Raciborski attributes the late appearance of menstruation at the ages of 20, 22, 24, or 26 in otherwise healthy girls to an apathy of the sexual sense, a phrase which does not convey much meaning. According to Mark Despine, puberty occurs early in girls with dark hair, gray eyes, a delicate white skin, and of a powerful build. Late, on the other hand, in girls with chestnut hair, greenish eyes, a coarse, darkly pigmented skin, and of a delicate weakly build. The genitals of girls in whom the first appearance of menstruation is delayed frequently exhibit distinct signs of the backwardness of the reproductive organs in their development. The external genitals in such cases have little if any covering of hair and are flabby and relaxed. The body and the fundus of the uterus are shorter and more slender than usual. The uterus as a whole is small and flaccid, sometimes antiflexed. The vaginal portion of the cervix is small, often almost undeveloped, its interior lip barely projecting above the surface of the vaginal fornix. The vagina is usually short and narrow. The ovaries also are flaccid and inelastic, and occasionally are remarkably small. The breasts are small, the nipples and areolae undeveloped. In other cases, notwithstanding the delay in the appearance of the menarche, the genital apparatus is developed to a degree quite in correspondence with the age, but some pathological condition is present. For instance, the mucous membrane secretes excessively, exhibits a catarrhal tendency, there are erosions at the os uteri, etc. Part 6, Pathology of the Menarche. Pathology of the menarche. A series of disturbances of function and pathological changes in the organs may occur at the time of the menarche, either directly connected with the genital organs or etiologically dependent upon the changes occurring in these organs. The commencement of menstruation, as we have already mentioned, may itself be abnormal in character, being either precocious or retarded. But even where menstruation begins in a normal manner, the period of the menarche may be disturbed by a great number of pathological phenomena, of which the developmental processes occurring in the genital organs of the young girl must be regarded as the cause. First of all, the menstrual hemorrhage itself may be abnormal in amount and duration. Then, again, functional disturbances of the most various character may occur. Especially prominent are disturbances of hematopoiesis, of the cardiac functions, and of the nervous system, and constitutional anomalies, which deserve attentive consideration. In addition, we have to mention disorders of digestion and disorders of the sense organs, among which latter certain changes in the skin especially deserve attention. The diseases of the female genital organs at the time of the menarche are very various in nature. Whereas during infancy and early childhood, the uterus and its annexa are in a state of complete quiescence, so that nothing occurs in them to attract attention, at the approach of puberty, these organs emerge from obscurity, and the percentage of diseases of the reproductive organs suddenly rises to a great height. In very young girls, among diseases of these organs, we observe only malformations, malignant tumors, and gonorrheal infections, and these pathological states, even, are quite rare. But at puberty, all this is altered, and we have to do with disturbances of the menstrual function and their consequences, and with various inflammatory processes, and the period of sexual maturity offers us an overplus of diseases connected with the reproductive system, justifying the epigram of the French gynecologist who defined a sexually mature woman as un uterus servi par des organs. Anomalies of menstruation. Not infrequently, though the catamenial flow has appeared at the usual age and has for a time been regular, pathological disturbances of this function ensue. Amenorrhoea at the time of the menarche may depend on complete aplasia of the ovaries, associated with a rudimentary and imperfect development of the uterus. In such girls, the development of whose reproductive system is thus imperfect, the continually expected menstrual flow fails to appear, in spite of the fact that a recurrent menstrual discomfort, evoked by the congestion of the genital organs, recurs at intervals of 4 weeks. As, for instance, colicky pains in the abdomen, irritable, nervous states, and mental disturbances. Further, amenorrhoea may be due to one of the various forms of atresia of the genital organs, as for instance to vaginal or hymeneal atresia. In such individuals, the first period passes by without anything to attract attention. But at the second period, distress will usually be manifested, and from this time forward, painful contractions of the uterus will continue to occur at 4-weekly intervals, and to become more violent as period succeeds period, whilst the menstrual discharge is wanting, or, to speak strictly, fails to find an outlet. The blood collects behind the seat of atresia, and the accumulation gives rise to pressure symptoms affecting the bladder and the rectum, and ultimately also the sacral nerves. Menstruation, after its first appearance in normal fashion, may be suppressed in young girls in consequence of mental impressions, such as sudden fright. Such cases are observed after an escape from a fire or after a railway accident. Mental stimuli of less intensity but longer duration have a similar effect. Sometimes these take the form of autosuggestion. A well-known instance of the latter phenomenon is furnished by the case of a girl who, in consequence either of actual intercourse or it may be merely of too intimate an embrace with a man, fears she has become pregnant and actually suffers from amenorrhoea, though pregnancy does not really exist. I saw a case in which amenorrhoea was thus produced in a girl, 17 years of age, whose ideas on the process of sexual intercourse were still far from clear. She had permitted a young man to kiss her repeatedly and fervently, and to clasp her in a close embrace. She was then afraid that she had become pregnant. The catamenial flow, which had been regular since she was 15 years old, ceased to appear, and it was not until at length I was consulted, was able to assure myself that the girl was essentially virgin, and was, therefore, in a position to reassure her as to her own condition, that menstruation again became regular. Functional amenorrhoea may also occur in young girls in consequence of a sudden change in the conditions of life. A removal from town to country, for instance, or the reverse, travel in regions where the climatic conditions differ widely from those hitherto experienced, or a change from an active to a sedentary kind of occupation. Of this nature is the following case observed by Winter. Miss Q, age 20. Menstruation began at the age of 13 and was regular thereafter. On 3 successive occasions, amenorrhoea occurred during a visit to Berlin, in one case lasting 3 months, another 2 months, and a third 6 weeks, whereas when at home menstruation was regular though somewhat scanty. There were no molamina. Examination showed the wall of the uterus to be thin, length of this organ 7 centimeters, both ovaries distinctly palpable. Such a form of amenorrhoea as this commonly disappears when the girl removes from the conditions unfavorable to the fulfillment of her sexual functions to the conditions favorable to that function. Not infrequently a chill is in young girls the cause of suppression of the menstrual flow that has hitherto been quite regular, especially effective in this respect being standing in cold water, getting the feet wet, the influence of rain and wind at the menstrual period on the insufficiently clothed lower extremities, and vaginal injections with water at too low a temperature. Such cases are common among the working classes, especially in washerwomen, but they are also observed among the well-to-do. An example is given by Winter. Miss H, aged 19, menstruation began at the age of 13, regular, at intervals of 4 weeks, the flow lasting 2 to 3 days and being normal in amount. Several years ago, the patient caught a severe cold through paddling in cold water during the period. Suppression of the menses resulted, amenorrhoea being complete for a year and a half. Then menstruation recommenced, but was irregular, sometimes anticipating, sometimes postponing the proper period, the interval being occasionally as long as 4 months. When it occurred, the flow was represented by a drop or 2 of blood only, and dysmenorrhoea was severe. At each proper period, if the flow failed to appear, severe melamina occurred in the form of abdominal cramps and headache. Examination showed the uterus to be normal in shape, 4.5 centimeters in length, with a very thin wall. Both ovaries were palpable, but smaller than normal. The commonest form of amenorrhea at this period of life is, however, the constitutional amenorrhea associated with chlorosis. In chlorotic subjects, we have to do, not with a symptomatic absence of the menstrual discharge, but with a failure of the ovarian function, the Graafian follicles failing to ripen. We generally find, according to Gebhard, that chlorotic girls begin to menstruate at the usual age or even earlier. Menstruation recurs once or twice at irregular intervals, and then gives place to complete amenorrhea. It may be suddenly, it may be gradually, the flow on each occasion being scantier than before. In chlorotic patients, the menstrual discharge, when present, is very thin and watery, and often contains a large admixture of mucus derived from the cervical canal and the cavity of the uterus. The amenorrhea may be of short duration, or it may last for a long time, so that it is not until after the lapse of months or years, and as a rule in consequence of suitable treatment, that menstruation recurs, being henceforward either normal in frequency and strength, or on the other hand permanently scanty and of the postponing type. The associated disorders from which the patients suffer take the form of headache, dizziness, syncope, feelings of oppression, disinclination for mental and physical exertion, and so on. Since in such cases the ripening of the ovarian follicles also fails to occur, when the amenorrhea is complete, the menstrual melamina are generally wanting. Stephenson also states that in girls who have been chlorotic for a longer or a shorter time, menstruation frequently begins very early, in any case earlier than in healthy girls. Usually in these cases, various other disorders are associated with the amenorrhea, such as colicky pains in the abdomen, sensitiveness of the abdominal wall to contact or pressure, headaches, attacks of hemicrania, general mental depression, and hysterical manifestations. In chlorotic girls, at the times when menstruation is due, a watery discharge often occurs, sometimes slightly tinged with blood. Dysmenorrhea may also occur at such times. Attacks of menorrhagia in young girls are usually dependent on disturbances of the nervous system. Sometimes such an attack occurs at the very first menstrual period. Occasionally also menorrhagia may occur in association with chlorosis, to be distinguished according to Virchow from a rare condition named by him menorrhagic chlorosis, characterized by excessive menstruation of an anticipating type. The bleeding is in such cases seldom very profuse, however, but the periods are very long and the intervals exceedingly short. Kasten regards such profuse menorrhagia and metrorrhagia occurring in young chlorotic girls, especially at the commencement of puberty, as of an endo-infective nature dependent upon autointoxication. The toxins lead to inflammatory and degenerative changes in the muscular substance of the uterus. According to Frankel, in these cases, the ovaries are usually enlarged, seldom smaller than normal. Froelich has discussed this subject exhaustively in his monograph on menorrhagia of young girls and hypertrophy of the cervix uteri. He states that the cases of menorrhagia in young girls at the time of the menarche may be arranged in two groups. In one of these, the patients are chlorotic, and menstruation is normal neither in amount nor in duration, but it is the long continuance of the flow rather than its profuseness that gives rise to danger. In the cases belonging to the other group, the patients are in excellent health at the commencement of puberty, but menstruation soon takes the form of long-continued and profuse menorrhagia. Cases of the latter kind are due to hypertrophy of the cervix uteri and fungus metritis. Such attacks of menorrhagia in young girls are seen also in cases of infectious disorders, as in smallpox, measles, scarlatina, and above all, influenza. The hemorrhage often begins in the first days of the infection, and even during the period of incubation, 1 or 2 days before the appearance of the general symptoms. If the patient is attacked by influenza while menstruating, the menstrual flow may assume the character of a true menorrhagia. More often, however, in such cases, we have to do with an extramenstrual hemorrhage, such as may indeed be observed in girls who have not yet begun to menstruate. Inflammatory processes. Chronic metroendometritis, both corporal and cervical, occurs occasionally in young girls during the years of development. It is especially common in chlorotic subjects, and next to these in girls who are careless about the observance of hygienic precautionary measures during the menstruation. Thus, it may result from physical exertion among the working classes, and from dancing, skating, riding, or mountaineering among girls belonging to the well-to-do classes during menstruation. Again, we meet with it in girls who work very hard at the sewing machine, and, finally, in those who have long practiced masturbation. Through uncleanliness at the time of menstruation, the blood with which chemise and drawers are stained and the pubic hair soiled undergoes decomposition, and this may lead to catarrhal inflammation of the vulva and vagina and of the endometrium. The most striking symptom in persons thus affected is the discharge of mucus, which in cervical metroendometritis leads to a very moist condition of the external genitals and leaves greenish-yellow spots on the underlinen. In corporal metroendometritis, the discharge is of a thinner consistence, milky in appearance, and not very abundant. As a result of the endometritis, the patient suffers from various pains in the body, a feeling of fullness, sacrache, general sense of fatigue, and diverse nervous manifestations, sometimes also from dysmenorrhoea, strangury, or obstinate constipation. In consequence of the great thickening of the mucous membrane that often occurs, menstruation becomes very profuse and long-continued, lasting from 1 to 2 weeks. A form of chronic vulvitis, sometimes, though indeed quite rarely, met with in girls at this time of life, is inflammation of the external genitals dependent on masturbation. As characteristic signs of this, we may observe an elongation of the nymphae, the clitoris, or the prepudium clitorides. And at the same time on the inner surface of the greatly stretched labiae, we may notice a great increase in the sebaceous glands, so that the yellowish spots formed by these structures may be seen beneath the mucous membrane with the unassisted eye. The mucous surface, indeed, may be slightly uneven in consequence of their enlargement, so that they resemble small retention cysts. The mucous membrane of the vulva between the margin of the hymen and the nymphae is, moreover, according to Vate's description of masturbatory vulvitis, often beset with small pointed excrescences, the soft furrow between the clitoris and the external orifice of the urethra being very commonly marked by swelling of the mucous membrane and the presence of these little outgrowths. But sometimes also the parts lying to either side of the urethral orifice may exhibit similar changes. These small structures differ entirely from pointed condylomata. They do not branch, they occur only upon the vulval surface proper, not upon the parts exhibiting the characters of true skin, and they are non-infecting. More particularly, it must be remembered, we find these changes principally in virgins in whom on account of obscure symptoms an examination of the genital organs has been undertaken, and who suffer in addition from nervous and hysterical manifestations. The hymen, when intact, as it usually is in these cases, furnishes objective evidence that sexual intercourse is not the cause of the patient's trouble, and indeed a distinctly ascertainable cause is hard to find. The patient usually exhibits abnormal sensitiveness and excessive prudery. Vate is of opinion that the association of all these symptoms justifies the diagnosis of masturbation as the exciting cause of the chronic vulvitis. In such cases, we may at one time find the mucous membrane pale, but at a later examination fiery red, and we often see a clear, transparent secretion exuding from the ducts of Bartholin's glands. In consequence of long-continued masturbation, other pathological changes may take place in the female genital organs, such as hypertrophy of the nymphae, proliferation or glandular hypertrophy of the uterine mucous membrane, ovarian irritation, pains in the ovarian region which, in severe attacks, may radiate to the thighs. These pains become more severe at the menstrual period, especially at the beginning of that period, and are sometimes also especially troublesome in the middle of the intermenstrual interval, in this case, usually as a result of great bodily exertion. These morbid processes in the genital organs of young girls have long attracted the attention of physicians, and it is more than 60 years since Bennett described the virginal metritis observed by him in 23 virgins. Baunton published in 1887 a monograph on this condition. Gallard assigns masturbation as its principal cause. Retroflexion of the uterus is also sometimes observed in virgins, induced by the bad habits which are so common in young girls of retaining the urine for excessively long periods and of neglecting constipation. The prolonged distension of the bladder leads to a daily, long-continued stretching of the ligamentous apparatus of the uterus. The full bladder presses the uterus backwards, and after the viscus has been emptied, the flaccid ligaments are no longer able to restore the uterus to its normal position of anteflexion. The organ is left with its fundus directed backwards, and the intra-abdominal pressure keeps it permanently in this position. At the same time, an accumulation of feces in the rectum, by pressing the cervix forward, favors this displacement of the uterus. Moreover, when the uterine tissues are flaccid through malnutrition in chlorotic or anemic subjects, the organ yields more readily to mechanical influences than it would if its muscular tone was healthy. Disorders of hematopoiesis. Chlorosis is in general rightly regarded as a disease of the period of puberty, etiologically dependent on the processes that at this time of life occur in the genital organs. Its appearance generally coincides with the menarche, occurring at the age of 14 to 16, or even later, at the age of 19 to 21. As regards the composition of the blood in chlorosis, investigations have shown that its hemoglobin richness is always diminished. Its specific gravity is proportionately lessened, but the specific gravity of the serum is normal. The erythrocytes are normal in number or only slightly diminished. Their shape is sometimes normal, sometimes, however, poikilocytosis is present. The leukocytes are generally normal both as regards number and form. Myelocytes are also described as present in the blood of chlorotic patients. The blood plates are normal in number, the alkalinity of the blood also normal, the isotonicity of the erythrocytes rather low. The relation of chlorosis to the menarche is variously explained. Cahane, in his elaborate monograph on chlorosis, regards it as an independent disease belonging to the group of disorders of vegetation. One which, according to its essential nature, is an expression of the disharmony that obtains between the congenitally inefficient hematopoietic apparatus and the demands made upon the feminine organism by the processes of puberty. An insufficiency of the hematopoietic organs as regards their functional capacity is believed by Cahane to be, in the case of women, so far physiological inasmuch as their blood is inferior to that of men in hemoglobin richness and corpuscular richness, to the extent of about 10%. In this way, the predisposition of the female sex to chlorosis may perhaps be explained. A further fact which must be taken into consideration is the difference between the development undergone by the respective sexes at puberty. In the female sex, this development is quickly completed and has the characteristics of a revolution, but in the male, the development is a more gradual one and has the characteristics of an evolution. F. A. Hoffman also regards chlorosis as associated with the development of the uterus and the establishment of menstruation. It is possible that these processes exercise some reflex influence, but we must also remember that the chemical processes involved in the growth and maturation of the ovarian follicles are still insufficiently understood, and that it is quite possible that these too may have powerful and unaccustomed effects on the organism, such as may well disturb metabolic processes of a somewhat unstable character. Grawitz, who regards chlorosis as a vasomotor neurosis, in which disturbances arise in the interchange of fluids between the tissues and the vessels, refers the appearance of chlorosis at puberty to the general disposition to disorder exhibited at this age by the vasomotor system. Other authors consider chlorosis to be an ovarian autointoxication, believing that under certain conditions the ovaries give off into the organism certain poisons, or, on the other hand, supposing that a certain antitoxic function, normally possessed by the ovary, fails. Von Norden, for instance, regards chlorosis as a disorder of blood formation referable to a disturbance of the internal secretion of the ovary during the developmental period. Blondel, who also regards ovarian autointoxication as causal, is of opinion that chlorosis is induced by products of decomposition formed in the organism during the process of growth. As in childhood the thymus gland, so later in life the ovary, renders these products innocuous. When this peculiar functional activity of the ovary is retarded in its appearance, the intoxication affected by the products of decomposition formed during the process of growth gives rise to chlorosis. Menarche, in an interesting manner, brings the harmfulness of wearing a corset during the years of development into etiological relations with chlorosis. In the transitional period between childhood and the age of puberty, the wearing of the corset usually begins. Now Menarche discovered that in chlorosis, as a result of wearing a corset, a vertical or subvertical position of the stomach ensues as a partial manifestation of enteroptosis, leading to tension on the abdominal plexus of the sympathetic, which in turn results in changes in the blood and other nervous symptoms. According to this view, chlorosis is a peculiar general neurosis dependent upon an artificially induced gastroptosis. This form of enteroptosis being due, not to relaxation of the suspensory ligaments of the abdominal viscera, but to pressure exercised by adjacent organs in consequence of a change in the form of the thorax, which has been permanently constricted by tight lacing. Of importance is the fact that in girls suffering from chlorosis, a condition of hypoplasia of the genital organs is not infrequently met with. It would seem not only that imperfect development of the female genital organs may be a cause of chlorotic changes in the blood, as appears possible in view of the relations between the ovaries and the hematopoietic organs through the intermediation of the sympathetic system, but also that genuine chlorosis and the anomalies of the genital organs met with in this disease may perhaps be common manifestations of some more general disturbance. According to Virchow, two distinct forms of chlorosis are to be recognized: one form in which no great abnormalities of the reproductive apparatus exist, and another form in which imperfections in the development of the central portion of the vascular system are associated with similar imperfections in the reproductive apparatus. In many cases of chlorosis, he found the ovaries small and imperfectly developed, in an infantile condition. In other cases, however, they were 3 times the normal size. The development of the uterus in such cases usually corresponds with that of the reproductive glands. With regard to the etiological connection between chlorosis and developmental disturbances, Virchow inclines to the view that in chlorosis a predisposition, either congenital or else acquired in early youth, must be assumed to exist, but that this does not manifest itself by the production of actual disorder until the arrival of puberty. And he considers it likely that primary deficiencies of the blood and the vascular apparatus hinder the development of the reproductive apparatus. Stieta found that in chlorotics displacements of the uterus were common, with abnormal narrowness of the vagina, absence of the pubic hair, imperfect development of the pelvis, and the growth of the breasts interfered with to this extent that the nipples and areolae were abnormally small. He classifies these manifestations as disturbances of development in the sense that they are among the so-called stigmata of degeneration. If in chlorotics the breasts in certain cases have a normally full and rounded appearance, this appearance is sometimes deceptive, the fullness being due not to a proper growth of the parenchymatous mammary tissue, but to an excessive deposit of fat. Genuine chlorosis, therefore, not referable to some other primary disorder, is a developmental disorder, in the sense in which various other stigmata of degeneration met with in the human body are developmental disorders, and is indeed frequently associated with other stigmata of degeneration, or with malformations due to arrest of development, as for instance, an infantile type of pelvis or of genital organs, abnormalities of the cranial bones, vaulted palate. The root of the nose broad and depressed, extreme prognathism. Heger also maintains the view that chlorosis is in most cases a developmental disturbance, the origin of which is not limited to the so-called years of puberty. It often arises from noxious influences, which are either strictly inherited or began to operate when the infant was still in her mother's womb. Frinkel is inclined to regard a primary developmental disorder of the genital organs as the cause of many cases of chlorosis. Recently, Brewer and Saylor have undertaken experiments on bitches, which they spayed at the outset of puberty, and from the results of these experiments, it seems probable that a disordered influence exercised by the ovaries on the blood plays a part, at least, in the pathological mechanism by which chlorosis is induced. the intimate relationship believed to exist between chlorosis and the sexual life of woman finds expression in the opinion, which dates back to the days of antiquity and has been widely held even by physicians, that the disease is due to sexual abstinence in individuals with powerful sexual impulse, and that for this reason chlorosis is often cured by marriage. This result of marriage, which, though apparent merely, may indeed often be witnessed, is explained by Cahain on the ground, that in very many cases, the symptoms of chlorosis become less severe after the first 5 years have elapsed since the commencement of puberty, the improvement occurring quite independently of the marriage or continued celibacy of the sufferer. The influence of marriage incurring chlorosis is thus apparent merely to this extent, that a very common age for marriage in women is precisely in the 20th, 21st, or 22nd year, when 5 years have passed since menstruation began. By this time, the organism will, to a large extent, have become accommodated to the demands made upon it by the processes of puberty. Experience also shows that chlorotic girls sometimes continue to suffer from the various symptoms of chlorosis even after they have become wives, and that chlorosis is not infrequently rendered more severe by the puerperium. But in a wife it is no longer customary to describe such symptoms by the name of chlorosis. They are called anemia, hysteria, nervousness, etc. further, in order to give the doctrine of morbus virginius its death stroke. Cahain directs attention to the fact that numerous cases of chlorosis are met with in young girls who are far from practicing sexual abstinence, especially, for instance, amongst the lower classes, amongst whom it is hardly customary to wait for marriage before beginning sexual intercourse. The connection between masturbation and chlorosis, which has also been widely alleged from the etiological standpoint, is moreover one that cannot be admitted. On the other hand, it is easy to understand that the erotic reveries, which are so often seen in chlorotic girls, are very likely to induce the habit of masturbation. In young girls at the time of the menarche, especially in those who suffer from amenorrhoea or from irregular menstruation, the anemic form of obesity not infrequently develops. Such patients at the time of puberty exhibit signs of marked anemia in association with a notable increase in fat. The skin in such cases is always strikingly pale and of a whitish-yellow color. In bodies which are in other respects beautiful, the bust may have the appearance of a marble statue. Such girls are strikingly stout, but the fatty tissue is flaccid, soft, and spongy, and dependent parts readily become edematous. The muscular system is generally feeble. What especially characterizes this anemic form of lipomatosis in young girls is that, even in mild forms of the affection, cardiac symptoms are apt to become prominent. Frequent and violent palpitation will occur even in the absence of any severe exertion or especial excitement. Often also we see shortness of breath, precordial pain, anxiety, respiratory distress, and sensations of chilliness and fatigue. The principal cause of the obesity in these cases is to be found in the anemia, inasmuch as the diminution in the number of the erythrocytes is a diminution in the number of the oxygen carriers, and this entails defective and insufficient oxidation. The deficiency in the albuminous constituents of the body also gives rise to a rapid and extensive deposit of fat, the power for the combustion of the fats absorbed from the food being insufficient. An auxiliary factor in producing obesity in such anemic girls is their disinclination to physical exercise, dependent on the speedy onset of sensations of fatigue. The long-continued repose of the muscles and the remaining almost continuously in close rooms insufficiently supplied with oxygen also result in the withdrawal from the blood of the circulating fat and its deposit as adipose tissue. Albuminuria at the time of the menarche is a disease of development which is not infrequently met with in chlorotic girls, as in adolescent boys. On examination of the urine in such young girls, we detect the presence of a variable quantity of albumin, which is present especially after severe physical exertion, mental application, or emotional excitement, whilst the urine secreted at night is usually free from albumin. The skin is pale, the accessible mucous surfaces are comparatively colorless, the face is puffy, the eyelids are edematous. The patients suffer from various nervous troubles, especially headache and dizziness, and they are also liable to dyspeptic disorders. The cause of this albuminuria of puberty is, according to von Leub, in part disordered hematopoiesis, in part a slight degree of cardiac insufficiency with a tendency to stasis. At the time when the processes of development and the growth of the body and height are most active, there is not a corresponding increase in the energy of hematopoiesis, and the heart also fails to keep pace with the growth of the body and to meet the demands thus made upon it by vigorous growth and increased energy. In general, the capacity of the heart in such individuals is indeed sufficient to maintain the circulation through the kidneys. But as soon as the functional activity of the heart is more strongly taxed and the energy of the circulation consequently declines, albuminuria occurs, and occurs all the more readily in consequence of the fact that, the hemoglobin richness of the blood having been lowered by the customary anemia, the epithelium of the renal glomeruli is badly nourished and functionally inadequate. When the period of the menarche is safely passed, when the menses recur with regularity, and the chlorotic manifestations disappear, when the process of hematopoiesis has improved in quality, and the growth of the body is completed, when, in short, the functional equilibrium of all the vital processes becomes re-established, the albuminuria of puberty ceases. It seems, however, that those who have suffered in this way are predisposed to a return of the albuminuria at the climacteric period, when the metabolic balance is once more disturbed. Cardiac disorders. The commonest cardiac disorder at this period of life is nervous palpitation, occurring in young girls who are in other respects in good health, being free from anemia and from any discoverable disease of the heart or vessels. That this disorder is dependent on the sexual processes is indicated by the fact that it first manifests itself in a stormy manner sometime, weeks it may be or months, before the first appearance of menstruation. Recurring at irregular intervals, the attacks continue till after the first menstruation and cease soon after the regular return of the period. Objectively, the palpitation of the heart manifests itself by an increase in the frequency and strength of the cardiac impulse, and increased frequency and tension of the pulse. In a few cases, however, it is perceived subjectively only by the patient as a distressing sensation of excessively frequent and powerful cardiac action. In the former group of cases, the enhanced activity of the heart is perceptible, not only by auscultation, by which we usually find the heart sounds quite pure, but also by inspection, which shows us the violent agitation of the thoracic wall and increased pulsation of the carotids. On percussion, no change is found in the area of cardiac dullness. The frequency of the pulse is increased, usually reaching 120 to 140 beats per minute. It is full and may be intermittent or irregular. In those cases in which the palpitation of the heart is a purely subjective sensation, we find no increase either in the frequency or in the strength of the pulse, which may indeed be less frequent than normal. With the palpitation is associated a sensation of strong pulsation in the great vessels of the neck, and often there is pain on the left side of the lower part of the chest, with a sensation of shortness of breath, respiratory distress, precordial pain, and a feeling of pressure upon the chest. Respiration is shallow and abnormally frequent. The attacks of palpitation recur daily in some patients, in others at intervals of several days. They may occur entirely without exciting cause, or with a cause so trifling that it would not in a normal subject have produced any nervous excitement. The duration of the attacks varies from a few minutes to several hours, and they may occur either by day or by night. In the intervals between the attacks, the functions of the heart and the arteries are conducted in a normal manner. The pulse curves I have obtained during the attacks of palpitation, in those cases in which the manifestations were objective as well as subjective, exhibit a high pulse wave, the upstroke being rapid and steep, the downstroke also sudden and steep, the predicrotic elevation but little marked, the dicrotic elevation often very distinct. Less frequent than such attacks of palpitation recurring at irregular intervals are paroxysmal attacks of tachycardia, in which the frequency of the heart and pulse is increased to an enormous extent. This disorder manifests itself a little time before the first appearance of menstruation, thenceforward recurring regularly every 3 or 4 weeks, accompanying menstruation, or occurring at the proper menstrual period if menstruation is in abeyance. The attacks last several days. This trouble also disappears a few months after the establishment of menstruation. Associated with these cardiac troubles are, not constantly indeed, but in the majority of cases, disturbances of the digestive organs. From the heart troubles already described, another group of cases must be distinguished, which are also observed at the time of the menarche. They occur in girls in whom the first appearance of menstruation is strikingly delayed, not having yet begun at the ages of 18, 19, or 20 years, or in whom considerable irregularities have occurred in connection with the commencement of menstruation. In such girls, in whom menstruation has appeared late and been irregular, or who are perhaps entirely amenorrhoic, cardiac troubles may be so pronounced that the physician may be led to suspect the presence of organic disease of the heart. The most prominent symptom is frequent and violent palpitation, with strong pulsation in the carotids, respiratory distress, and feeling of anxiety, on continued exertion or even on very slight occasion. On percussion, the heart is not found to be enlarged. On auscultation, the heart sounds are found to be very loud, often with a systolic murmur in the mitral region, whilst over the lower end of the internal jugular vein, the humming top murmur is audible. The pulse is increased in frequency, at times arrhythmical and easily compressible. The sphygmographic tracing usually shows a subdicrotic or dicrotic character. The upstroke is not high. The downstroke descends low, almost to the lowest level of the curve, before the enlarged dicrotic elevation begins. The skin is always strikingly pale. Pale also are the visible mucous surfaces. The hemoglobin richness and the corpuscular richness of the blood are considerably diminished. A feeling of fatigue and various other nervous manifestations are constantly present. In short, in all cases we have to do with the well-known chlorotic disposition, sometimes in association with the manifestations of the anemic form of lipomatosis universalis. In several such cases, skin affections were also present. Some suffered from acne vulgaris of the face with the usual comedons. Others perspired profusely from the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. Others exhibited a bluish coloration of the nose and the ears. There is yet a third form of heart trouble, much rarer indeed than the forms already described, from which young girls sometimes suffer at the time of the menarche. It occurs in girls who just before the first appearance of menstruation have grown very rapidly, shooting up to a great height. They are not anemic, nor do they appear nervous, but they are extremely thin and they have grown enormously in height during the previous year. These individuals also, who in the previous course of their life have been free from heart trouble, now complain of cardiac distress. As in the cases previously described, they complain of severe palpitation, a feeling of fullness in the chest, shortness of breath on exertion, etc. But the results of the objective examination are very different. The cardiac dullness is increased in area, especially in vertical extent. The apex beat may be normal in position or displaced outwards. The impulse is always heaving, abnormally powerful and resistant. The heart sounds, especially those of the left ventricle, are louder than usual. The aortic second sound accentuated, sometimes ringing, the carotids pulsate visibly. The radial pulse, the tension of which is abnormally high, can be compressed by the finger only with difficulty. Sometimes it is jerky in character. The sphygmographic tracing shows a rapid and steep upstroke. In the downstroke, the predicrotic elevation is much larger than normal and also nearer the summit of the curve. Thus, we see that all the signs of cardiac hypertrophy are present, hypertrophy, that is to say, of the left ventricle. The cases of this nature that have come under my observation have not been in girls of the working classes, but among the well-to-do. We cannot therefore regard them as due to overstrain of the heart in consequence of excessive bodily exertions, comparable to the cases met with in young recruits after long marches and violent exercise. We must rather assume that the development of the female genital organs has evoked a storm in the cardiovascular system, more especially that in some way an increased resistance has been offered to the work of the heart, and that thus the hypertrophy has been brought about, though we may suppose that other unfavorable influences have also been in operation. Such an influence in these cases is the rapid growth of the body, which makes enhanced demands on the work of the heart. Another is furnished by the almost universally worn unhygienic article of clothing, the cuirass-like corset, which offers a rigid hindrance to the rapid growth of the female body, to the development of the breasts, the thorax, and the upper abdominal organs, and which fails to accommodate itself to the changing conditions of growth, so that much extra work is thrown upon the heart. In such young girls, we have very frequently found tight stays, which were worn unchanged without regard to the growth of the body and length, and which, by pressure on the epigastric region, elevation of the diaphragm, and limitation of the respiratory movements of the thorax, actually offered such considerable resistances to the driving power of the heart, as ultimately to lead to hypertrophy of the cardiac muscle. Summing up our observations, we find that at the time of the menarche, cardiac disorders occur in young girls, which may be arranged in 3 groups of cases: nervous palpitation and paroxysmal tachycardia in persons in other respects in good health, the affection appearing shortly before the commencement of menstruation, and disappearing soon after the flow is regularly established. Cardiac disorders occurring in young girls suffering from chlorosis, which itself results from the processes of the menarche. Cardiac hypertrophy developing at the time of the menarche, and dependent on the circulatory disturbances associated with that process, its appearance being favored also by rapid growth of the girl and by unsuitable clothing. With respect to the activity of the heart and the circulation of the blood at the time of the menarche, the little-known observations made by Benneck on the growth of the heart and arteries in the various stages of development deserve especial attention. According to this writer, the growth of the heart is slow until the age of 15 years is attained, but becomes accelerated at the commencement of puberty. During this time of puberty, the blood pressure attains its highest level, being comparatively low in childhood and later in life. The development at puberty of the female heart is less extensive than that of the male heart, and for this reason throughout adult life, the capacity of a woman's heart is on the average 25 to 30 cubic centimeters less than that of a man. In women, also, the great arteries are on the average somewhat smaller than in men. The various arteries do not develop with equal rapidity throughout the period of growth. After puberty, the common carotid grows very much more slowly than the common iliac artery, the former vessel being the only large trunk which has already nearly reached its maximum size at puberty. The comparatively great development which the heart undergoes at the time of puberty is a phenomenon so important alike in its physiological and its pathological relations that it deserves the special designation of the puberal development of the heart. The commencement and the completion of puberty appear beyond question to be, to a large extent, dependent upon this development of the heart, and upon the simultaneous rise in the blood pressure of the systemic circulation, due to the comparative diminution in the caliber of the arteries. In the literature of this subject of cardiac disorders during the menarche, we find only short annotations on palpitation of the heart in young adolescent girls, and on cardiac manifestations in chlorotic subjects. Further, the statistical fact that valvular lesions of the heart are commoner in women than in men is by many authors explained on the ground that the disturbances of the time of puberty, which certainly occur more frequently and are more severe in the female sex than in the male, play an important part in their causation. Changes also in the vessel, such as cirrhoid aneurysm, are supposed to be connected with the sexual processes of this period of life. C. Hein maintains that in consequence of puberty and of the sexual functions that become established at this period, a telangiectasis will not infrequently undergo transformation into a cirrhoid aneurysm. Especially in cases in which menstruation is scanty and irregular, angiectatic tumors may exhibit a vicarious periodic increase. Krieger describes nervous palpitation and also cramps of the heart as occurring in girls who have not yet begun to menstruate in the form of prodromal manifestations. Similar attacks may occur also at every menstrual period in girls in whom menstruation is fully established. In most of these cases, the pulse is increased in the patients who complain of a sensation of anxiety and speak of feeling the heart roll, tremble, or flutter, to which is sometimes superadded a sensation of sudden cessation in its activity. Not infrequently, there is a blowing adventitious sound, masking or accompanying the heart sounds. There are also venous murmurs, especially when the heart trouble is associated with anemia or chlorosis. Of the cases of pseudoangina pectoris observed by Krieger, the attacks occurred as prodromal manifestations before the first appearance of menstruation in 22%. Of the cases, after menstruation was fully established in 78% of the cases. As regards the relation of the attacks, in cases of the latter group, to the menstrual period, they occurred before the flow in 33%, during the flow in 67%. Menstruation was irregular in 10% of the cases under observation. In most of the other cases, menstruation had been irregular, but was now regular. Hennig records a case in which he observed as a prodromal symptom, before the establishment of menstruation, the regular recurrence of congestion of the pelvic organs associated with cardiac disorder. Diseases of the nervous system. The extensive transformatory processes occurring in the genital organs of young girls at the time of the menarche, and the powerful impression which the new thoughts, hopes, and fears excited at this period of life cannot fail to exercise on the nervous and emotional life, will enable us to understand how it is that the appearance of the first menstruation may give rise, especially in neurasthenic or psychopathic subjects, to manifold nervous disturbances and also to disorders of the mind. Amongst the severe neuroses and psychoses liable to occur at the menarche in those suffering from congenital nervous weakness, in those the conditions of whose life are very unfavorable, and in those affected by some sudden disagreeable and powerful influences, we may enumerate hemicrania, precordial pain, hysteria, and epilepsy, impulsive manifestations such as bulimia, longings for various unsuitable things, kleptomania and pyromania, severe feelings of anxiety, various forms of psychoses. On the other hand, the first appearance of menstruation has sometimes a favorable influence in girls suffering from nervous or mental disorder. This is seen, for example, in cases of chorea in fully developed, rapidly growing girls who have not yet begun to menstruate. In such subjects, the chorea sometimes disappears as soon as menstruation is regularly established. Quite frequently, the first appearance of hemicrania in young girls coincides with the menarche. According to Warner, hemicrania made its first appearance in one girl of 3 to 4 years, 2 of 5 to 6, 1 of 6 to 7, 5 of 8 to 9, 5 of 9 to 10, 4 of 10 to 11, 2 of 11 to 12, 4 of 12 to 13, 15 of 13 to 15 years. Toothache, according to Hollander, in the early days of puberty, sometimes exhibits the 28-day type of menstruation. The same periodicity has been recorded in cases of vicarious bleeding from the gums in girls suffering from disturbance of the menstrual function. In the period of the menarche and before this period, chorea minor occurs as a functional disturbance of the motor region of the nervous system, and especially in girls is it associated with the processes of the period of physical development. The statistical data supplied by a number of authors show that the proportion of boys to girls affected with chorea minor is 1 to 2.8, and that of all ages 49%. Of the cases occurred at the ages of 6 to 11 years, 29.8%, at the ages of 11 to 13 years. In several cases, in quite young girls suffering from chorea, pathological changes were found in the genital organs. Thus, in 24 out of 27 girls from the age of 9 to 15 years affected with chorea, Marie found the symptom complex designated by Charcot as ovary. Ovarian tenderness was manifested on palpation, and always on that side on which the chorea had first manifested itself. Leonard found in a girl aged 11 suffering from chorea adhesion of the prepudium clitorides. After the separation of the prepuce, the chorea disappeared. As in respect of various nervous affections, so also in respect of various mental abnormalities, we witness at the time of the menarche numerous manifestations confirming the statement that no spinal reflex has such widely opened and easily accessible paths of conduction toward the organ of mind as the sexual reflex. The menstrual process, continues Friedman, is the only bodily process in relation to which the organ of mind somewhat readily loses the remarkable stability of its equilibrium. In the experience of all alienists, it is, speaking generally, the inherited psychopathic tendency that especially manifests itself at the time of puberty. And it appears that this predisposition, the manifestations of which the resisting powers of childhood have hitherto been competent to suppress, undergoes a sudden and stormy development in consequence of the action of the menstrual stimulus, leading to the unexpected appearance of mental disorders. The commonest of these are mania and melancholia of the ordinary type, the prognosis in first attacks being favorable. Next in frequency to these are the psychoses characterized by fixed ideas, which usually terminate favorably after a short time. Finally, we meet with the moral psychoses of puberty, and the form of melancholia distinguished by Kahlbaum as hebephreny, the prognosis of which is very unfavorable, for it speedily terminates in dementia, similarly to the dementia of puberty described by Svetlin, dependent upon or associated with premature synostosis of the cranial bones. Very often we witness at puberty the beginning of the periodic varieties of mental disorder, which develop into periodic menstrual psychoses, manifesting themselves regularly at the recurrence of every menstrual period. The fact that hysteria often first manifests itself at the time of the first appearance of menstruation was noticed already by Hippocrates, who indeed believed that the association was sufficiently explained by the well-known manifold relations between this nervous disease and disturbances in the female genital organs. The first hysterical attack often coincides with the first menstruation, or the first menstruation may lead to the recrudescence of hysteria which had manifested itself previously, but had passed into abeyance. We have to deal chiefly with the minor forms, such as uncontrollable and unconditioned attacks of laughing and crying, globus hystericus, clavus hystericus, etc. Hysteria major, on the other hand, is very seldom observed at the time of the menarche. As regards the frequency of hysteria at the time of puberty, we append certain statistical data. Landuzzi found 4 cases of hysteria occurring at ages 1 to 10 years, 45 at 10 to 15, 105 at 15 to 20, 80 at 20 to 25 years. After the age of 25 is attained, the frequency of hysteria declines very rapidly. According to Burnetz, all the statistical data prove that hysteria in more than half the cases first manifests itself either just before or simultaneously with the commencement of menstruation. It seems also that at the time of puberty, amenorrhoic and dysmenorrhoic manifestations may give rise to the development of hysteria. In girls at this time of life, hysteria seldom takes the form of the great hysteroepileptic crisis, manifesting itself rather as nervous and moody states of mind, moral changes, weakness of will, in association with various forms of anesthesia, spasm, and paralysis. On the threshold of puberty, the girl with a hereditarily neuropathic disposition may exhibit a tendency to epilepsy. In such cases, as Kowalewski writes, the patient has sudden attacks of loss of consciousness, commonly ushered in by a wild scream. During the attacks, tonic and clonic muscular spasms occur, the patient is completely insensible, the pupils are dilated and do not react to light, the pulse frequency is increased. In short, the typical phenomena of an epileptic fit are exhibited. The loss of consciousness lasts from 2 to 3 minutes, and when the girl recovers, she remembers nothing of what has occurred during the fit. Though consciousness has returned, the mind is still at first somewhat disordered. But this disorder soon passes off, the girl becomes calm, and forgets what has happened. The physician is summoned, but in 99 cases out of 100, he assures the relatives that the attack is nothing of any consequence, a simple fainting fit, the result of menstruation, a transient trouble merely. A second fainting fit disturbs the calm of the parents, but the reiterated authoritative assurance of the physician that the trouble will soon pass away restores their confidence, and they gradually become accustomed to the fainting fits from which their daughter suffers at each successive menstrual period. The daughter marries and gives birth to neuropathic and psychopathic children, and everyone wonders what can be the cause of this misfortune. Hence, it is necessary to pay careful attention to these fainting fits during menstruation. In the great majority of cases, they are in fact epileptic seizures, and as such they must be treated. Binswanger points out that in such cases, in which epilepsy first appears at the commencement of menstruation, the attacks may continue to accompany menstruation for several years thenceforward. Already established epilepsy is said by some authors, Lawson-Tate, Tissot, and Marat, for instance, to undergo at puberty in young girls an increase both in the severity and in the frequency of the attack. Esquirol, on the contrary, attributes to puberty a favorable influence on the course of epilepsy, a view held already by Hippocrates. Not infrequently, attacks of precordial pain associated with tachycardia occur during the first menstruation. These attacks are usually of short duration. Acromegaly, a disease regarded as a trophoneurosis, also requires mention here. This disturbance of growth being considered by several authors, and especially by W. Freund, to be in some way connected with the development of puberty. The tendency to acromegaly, it is suggested, is produced by the remarkable transmigration that occurs at puberty of the energy of growth from its accustomed paths into new channels. The relations which Neusser has shown to exist between the ovaries on the one hand and the vegetative nervous system and the process of hematopoiesis on the other give a certain amount of support to this hypothesis, even though we have no intimate knowledge of disturbances occurring in the reproductive system during the period of development, which might have an influence in the causation of acromegaly. Of old and of recent observations on the psychoses connected with the Menarche, there is no lack. From the time of Hippocrates down to the present day, the authorities have continued to report cases in which the commencement of menstruation proved the exciting cause of the appearance of psychoses. Rousseau writes of a girl at the time of the Menarche, who before the first appearance of menstruation suffered from attacks of melancholia and a tendency to pyromania, and under the influence of the latter tendency, she twice committed acts of incendiarism. According to Kern, the psychoses that manifest themselves in the first period of the commencement of menstruation, sometimes melancholia, sometimes amenorrhoea in the form of slight and transitory maniacal derangement, more rarely a catatonic condition, may precede the menarche or may accompany or follow it. A special form of psychosis is associated with the menarche. The influence exercised by puberty in this direction manifests itself in various ways, and is the more powerful for the reason that several factors are in operation, each of which exercises an individual influence upon the type of the psychical affection. These factors are childhood, the development of puberty, and the periodicity of the disturbance exercised by the menstrual reflex. The last named of these influences is the most potent. It manifests itself in the following manner. Certain psychoses, which develop before the commencement of menstruation or during the suppression of the flow, undergo modification when menstruation appears. Further, in the typical menstrual psychoses of psychopathically predisposed girls, the attacks recur either at the beginning of each period, or, when the flow is in abeyance, at the dates when it should appear. The menstrual stimulus thus being the exciting cause of the successive attacks in an organ of mind whose resisting powers are deficient. And, finally, a disturbance in the development of menstruation may be, not merely the exciting cause, but the efficient cause of the psychosis. In cases of the last kind, which have been observed by Schoenthal and also by Friedman, who has described them very fully under the name of primordial menstrual psychosis, we have to do with young girls in whom the appearance of menstruation is retarded, or in whom the flow has been suppressed very soon after its commencement. The girls were as a rule hereditarily well endowed, and the psychosis thus appeared without warning, like a storm from a clear sky. Exactly periodical in form and character, the period of recurrence being 3 or 4 weeks, this psychosis clearly showed its dependence upon menstruation. The individual attacks usually lasted a few days only, and were characterized by distinct mental disorder, in the form either of maniacal restlessness or of dominant depression. Vasomotor disturbances were very prominent, with disordered pulse. As for instance, a rapid rise in the pulse wave just before the onset of the attack, succeeded during the attack by a correspondingly rapid decline. Friedman enumerates a number of the peculiarities that characterize these attacks. The general course of the malady is an exceptionally stormy one. The ultimate cure may coincide with the definite regularization of menstruation, or, in cases in which menstruation is restored but remains inadequate, the course of the disorder may become a gentle undulatory one, the violent stimulus of total suppression being replaced by a more moderate stimulus. Here also, however, a cure ultimately follows when menstruation at length becomes free as well as regular. But during the height of the malady, a proper development of menstruation is always wanting. The total duration of the malady may vary from as little as 2 to as long as 9 months, or even longer. The cure is, however, ultimately a complete one. The combination of a disturbed and delayed development of menstruation with a stormy periodic cycle of attacks of mental disorder, and the ultimately favorable termination, constitute, according to Friedman, the peculiar characteristics of this form of puberal psychosis. Masturbation. Masturbation is sometimes practiced in very early childhood, being then commonly due to local irritation of some kind, as for instance when threadworms find their way into the vagina. Itching results, leading the child to rub the genital organs. This rubbing produces a pleasurable sensation and gives rise to repeated masturbation. But in adolescent girls at the time of the menarche, a vague impulse arises to handle the genital organs, depending upon cerebral processes which are themselves the result of sexual sentiments, of reading, or of conversations with sexually instructed female friends. This vague impulse may lead to masturbation, and will do so earlier and more surely if the girl is a neuropsychopath by inheritance. The local influence of menstrual congestion, however, also plays a part in provoking the impulse toward masturbation, since at every period a hyperesthetic state recurs in the genital organs. Girls thus addicted have sometimes a very striking general appearance. They are pale, with a weary expression of countenance, their eyes are dull-looking and darkly ringed, their movements are sluggish, they like to spend a long time in bed, signs, however, which I by no means wish to adduce as characteristic of onanists. Temperament and mode of life are decisive in determining the greater or less frequency of the habit of masturbation in young girls. Girls of a passionate temperament, those also who from early childhood have been accustomed to mix much with young persons of the opposite sex, and those, finally, in whom from conversation on the subject with female friends or from the perusal of erotic literature, sexual enlightenment has occurred at an early age, experience the awakening of the sexual impulse earlier and with greater force than phlegmatic girls, than those who have grown up apart from boys, and than those who have been strictly and carefully brought up. Masturbation may arise either instinctively or from instruction. In young girls, masturbation is usually affected by friction of the clitoris, less often by intravaginal manipulation, since this is liable to lead to injury to the hymen. For the former purpose, the finger may be used, or some other article, such as a knot tied in the nightgown or a rounded projection on some article of furniture. In one case, the friction was effected by the naked heel. If two female onanists come together, they practice tribadism, presently to be described. Opportunity for this practice occurs especially in institutions in which young girls occupy a common dormitory and sleep together without adult supervision. An experienced physician, Gutseat, is of opinion that in young girls of 10 to 16 years of age masturbation is on the whole less common than in boys of the same age, but that on the other hand from the ages of 18, 19, and 20 onward, sexual self-gratification is almost universally practiced by women, even if it be not always practiced to excess, an opinion which cannot, however, be regarded as conclusive. As consequences of masturbation in the female sex, this author has observed fleur albus, menorrhagia, enlargement and prolapse of the uterus, pains in one or other ovary, hysterical paroxysms, great pallor. L. Lerwenfeld remarks that the manifestations of the sexual impulse are not normally present in the days of childhood. In consequence of pathological conditions, especially of such as affect the genital organs, in consequence of chance impressions, or in consequence of a bad example, sexual passion may indeed be awakened in children in its fullest intensity. Normally, however, the distinct manifestation of the sexual impulse is associated with a certain degree of development, of ripeness, of the reproductive organs. Physiologically, sexual passion is entirely wanting in young girls before the age of puberty. As regards the act of sexual self-gratification, this author distinguishes two forms of masturbation: peripheral mechanical and mental. In the former class of cases, the sexual orgasm is produced solely or chiefly by mechanical stimulation of the skin or mucous membrane of the genital organs. In the female sex, in addition to manual stimulation, an extraordinary variety of hard and soft articles are introduced into the vagina for this purpose. Many females effect sexual self-gratification by rubbing and pressing movements of the thighs one against the other, in which the clitoris is implicated. In psychical onanism, on the contrary, as Lerwenfeld points out, the orgasm is produced solely by central stimulatory representations, without the assistance of any manipulation of the genital organs. The ideas that have this effect are for the most part lascivious trains of thought or the recollection of previous sexual experiences, on which the attention is concentrated. If we wish to estimate the harmfulness of the different forms of masturbation as regards the mind and the nervous system, psychical onanism must incontestably be regarded as the most deleterious. In the female sex onanism is, in Lerwenfeld's opinion, less widely practiced than in the male. Nonetheless, it is in the former sex far commoner than is generally believed, a fact on which Eulenberg likewise insists. Frequently, also in females, a congenital neuropathic tendency plays a part in the causation of masturbation, insofar as this tendency takes the form of premature sexual excitement or of excessive intensity of the sexual impulse. In the absence of this tendency, masturbation rarely leads to the production of well-marked nervous disturbances, and does so only when practiced to very great excess. Beard reports that in the powerful and full-blooded working-class girls of the Irish race, masturbation, even when practiced for many years, did not result in any notable disorder to health. As regards the nature of the nervous manifestations met within women as a result of masturbation, there develops, according to Lerwenfeld in one group of the cases, the sexual form of myelesthenia, characterized principally by sacrake and lumbago, hyperesthesia and paresthesia in the domain of the genital organs, irritable bladder, coccygodynia, weakness and paresthesia of the legs. Finally, the onset of erotic dreams. In many cases, in the course of time, to these symptoms are superadded the manifestations of cerebral and visceral neurasthenia, so that the clinical picture comes to be one of general neurasthenia. In addition to the neurasthenic troubles, manifold hysterical manifestations may occur. Disorders of digestion. Disorders of the digestive apparatus are quite common in girls during the period of puberty, and usually take the form of nervous dyspepsia. Disturbances of sensibility predominate, with a sensation of pressure after meals, sometimes increasing to nausea, retching, and vomiting, as manifestations of general hyperesthesia of the gastric mucous membrane, loss of appetite, a pasty or acid disagreeable taste, sometimes bulimia, perverse sensations of taste, and pyrosis. Especially in chlorotic girls, periodic attacks of pain occur, localized in the epigastrium and its neighborhood, and exhibiting no relation to the ingestion of food. The free hydrochloric acid varies in amount, being now normal, now diminished, sometimes also increased. In chlorotic cases, the symptoms of round ulcer of the stomach are sometimes observed. Intestinal activity is usually depressed. Peristalsis is diminished, so that more or less obstinate constipation is one of the most frequent symptoms. Hypertrophy of the tonsils at the time of puberty is in some way related to the menstrual processes, whether by the intermediation of the nervous system or by that of the blood. Eisenhardt quotes observations made by Chassanek of girls 18 or 19 years of age with hypertrophy of the tonsils, associated with retarded puberty, menstruation having begun late and being scanty, and the breasts being underdeveloped. In one young girl with tonsillar hypertrophy, one of the breasts had failed to develop properly, but after the removal of the tonsils, it speedily grew to the normal size. Diseases of the respiratory organs. Not uncommonly at this period of life, the growth of a goiter is observed. The influence of puberty on the growth of the thyroid body has indeed been asserted by several authors, and Neuderfer maintains that precisely during the period of puberty to this body must be assigned an important regulatory trophic significance for the nourishment and growth of the reproductive organs. Steinberger and Sloan record the observation of cases occurring in young girls in whom, menstruation having first been regular, but having been suddenly suppressed in consequence of external noxious influences, a rapidly growing goiter suddenly appeared. P. Müller states that in many regions, as for instance in Canton Bern in Switzerland, where the school children exhibit with extraordinary frequency a hereditary tendency to the formation of goiter, during the years of childhood these growths are much less frequent in girls than in boys. At the time of puberty, however, this relation is entirely changed. whereas in boys from this time onward, no further growth of the thyroid body is observed. In girls at puberty, the hypertrophy greatly increases, so that very large goiters are formed. The same author recurs to the earlier observations of Heinrich and Schönlein, as well as to those of Friedreich, by which this influence of puberty is strikingly manifested, and he believes it to be established by experience that sexual excitement can produce a transient swelling of the thyroid body. He alludes also to the remarkable fact that a swelling of the thyroid body, to which a number of animals show a tendency, occurs chiefly at the time of heat or rut. This is especially well known to occur in the case of stags. Similarly, during menstruation, a transient swelling of the thyroid body can sometimes be detected. The swelling is greater if the menstrual discharge fails to occur. Diseases of the organs of the senses. At the time of the menarche, in cases in which there is retardation or some other disturbance in the regular appearance of menstruation, affections of the eye are observed, which are in part functional, dependent on reflex influences proceeding directly from the genital organs without organic changes, and in part are due to circulatory disturbances. Murin, S. Cohn, and Power have discussed the relations between the uterus and the eyes in general, and also in this especial connection. Of ocular troubles during the menarche, iridochoroiditis, hemorrhages into the vitreous body, long-continued blindness, and paniskeratitis are mentioned, which may either disappear with the reestablishment of menstruation or may exhibit in such circumstances a notable alleviation. Chronic inflammatory states of the conjunctiva, usually of an eczematous nature, which frequently occur at the time of puberty, often exhibit a relation to the menstrual process. A monthly exacerbation of the ocular trouble coinciding with disordered menstruation, and cure taking place only when menstruation has become perfectly regular. Vicarious hemorrhages into the vitreous body also occur, associated with disturbances of menstruation, the relapses ceasing as soon as menstruation becomes regular. Such a case was observed by Corsorants in a girl of 14 years. Disturbances of hearing have been observed at the time of puberty in young girls addicted to masturbation. The patients complain of subjective noises, rising in intensity till actual hallucinations may be experienced. Lichtenberg reports the case of a strong girl, 18 years of age, in whom the congestion associated with puberty was followed by atrophy of the auditory nerve. The same author, also Ashwell, Law, Puch, Rossi, Stepaneau, and Gilles de la Tourette, have published cases of vicarious menstrual hemorrhage from the external auditory meatus, occurring in girls of ages varying from 14 to 16, 17, 20, and 22 years. Amongst these cases, in some the auditory organ was in a healthy condition, but in others there was associated purulent discharge. The bleeding took place from the ears at the menstrual periods, the proper menstrual discharge being absent or scanty. After the ear trouble was cured, menstruation was normal. Of 200 cases of vicarious menstruation, there were, according to Puch, 6 in which the vicarious bleeding was from the ears. Disturbances of the olfactory sense, taking the form, sometimes of diminished acuteness of this sense, sometimes of increased acuteness, and sometimes of perversion, also anomalies in the secretion of the nasal mucous membrane. Either abnormal dryness or greatly increased secretion of mucus come under observation at this period of life, either as reflex manifestations through the intermediation of vasomotor nerves at the time of the first appearance of menstruation, or in consequence of chronic nasal catarrh, which may be connected with masturbation. In cases in which the menarche is retarded, vicarious epistaxis may also occur, the bleeding sometimes being very profuse, in one case, indeed, reported by Frick, in a girl 17 years of age, having a fatal termination. According to Mackenzie, sexual excitement leads to swelling of the nasal mucous membrane and habitual masturbation to chronic nasal catarrh. The same author asserts that during menstruation, swelling of the turbinate bodies may always be observed, and that in this lies the explanation of the fact that many women complain of a monthly cold in the head as an accompaniment of menstruation. Diseases of the skin are not uncommon in young girls at the time of the menarche, and later as an accompaniment of each successive menstruation. It is a well-known fact that at puberty girls sometimes lose a hitherto beautiful complexion and suffer from various disfigurements of the skin of the face. These are produced especially by the profuse secretion of sweat and by the excessive secretion of the sebaceous glands, which so often results in acne and inflammation of these glands. Ecchymoses also, effusions of blood into the skin, are observed especially as a form of vicarious menstruation, in cases in which menstruation is irregular. When actual bleeding occurs from the intact skin, the blood finds its way out through the sudoriferous ducts. Hematidrosis occurs. In some cases, however, the hemorrhage takes place from areas of skin altered and injured by disease, from wounds or other injuries, from ulcers, or from excrescences. Hemorrhage into the skin occurs also in the so-called stigmatization, in which condition also an etiological role has been assigned to menstruation. In the skin, remark Spiechka and Grunfeld, a new life begins at the time of the development of puberty, and it is this which first gives to human beings the external characteristics of sexual maturity. In certain regions which have hitherto been covered only by fine downy hairs, thick, strong hairs develop, and at the same time the general growth of hair becomes more active. These regions are the genital region and the axilla. This increased growth of hair is accompanied by a stronger secretion of the sebaceous glands, which very often is in excess of actual requirements, and may thus lead to cosmetic disturbances and to various diseases of the skin. Thus arise the various forms of seborrhea. The commonest of these is the formation of comedones, which at the time of puberty may make their appearance especially on the nose, the forehead, and below the corners of the mouth, but also on other parts of the face or on the back and the breast, in those regions, that is to say, in which the sebaceous glands attain a considerable size. The retention of the sebum may give rise to inflammation, which the access of microorganisms converts into suppuration. Thus arises acne vulgaris. In another form of seborrhea, the secretion is more fluid in consistence and collects on the surface of the skin, furnishing this with an oily covering, seborrhea ullosa. This most commonly occurs on the face. If the fatty layer is removed, the skin remains dry for a brief period only and soon becomes greasy and shiny once more. Dust readily adheres to the greasy surface, and this gives the face a dirty appearance. Seborrhea faciae is readily converted into eczema. With the puberal development of the external genital organs is associated an increase in the sebaceous secretion of these regions. On the clitoris and its prepuce, and on the folds and in the furrows of the vulva, in consequence of insufficient cleanliness, an accumulation of sebum and cast-off epidermic scales readily occurs. Such an accumulation may become rancid, may irritate the skin, and may thus give rise to erosions and to purulent secretion. In chlorotic girls at the time of puberty, on account of the anemic condition of the blood, eczema is not uncommon, especially on the hands and the face. On the face or on the forehead, red papules appear on circumscribed areas and become vesicular. Raw, weeping spots are thus formed and have a very disfiguring appearance. Such eczema may occur also in connection with disturbances of menstruation, when the menses are scanty and pale, or when dysmenorrhoea is present. At the time when menstruation ought to appear, but fails to do so, sometimes also, when menstruation is regular with each successive period, an eruption of urticaria takes place. It usually disappears quickly, but in some cases is more persistent. Owing to the intense itching, it is always an extremely distressing complaint. Sometimes it takes the form of urticaria factitia, in which the skin reacts to every kind of mechanical stimulation, such as rubbing, scratching, or pressure, all of which alike lead to the formation of wheals, which may be diffused all over the body. Less often in association with disturbances of menstruation, acute edema or erythema are observed. Finally, we must mention herpes progenitalis, a rather uncommon acute condition in which, with violent itching and burning sensation, intense redness and edematous swelling of the skin, vesicles form on the prepudium clitorides, the nymphae, and the inner surface of the labia majora. Hygiene during the menarche. It is the object of rational hygiene to increase the resisting power of the organism, which has been depressed by the processes of the menarche, in order that the increased demands made by the awakened sexual life may be adequately met. The principal means for this purpose are suitable diet, a suitable mode of life, and the employment of physical therapeutic measures, among which strengthening and hardening measures are to be preferred. The diet should be at once as richly albuminous as possible and readily digestible. There should be several, 4 or 5, meals every day. In chlorotic patients, food should be taken at regular intervals of 2 to 3 hours. Meat should be a predominant article in the diet, but fresh vegetables should also be eaten in abundance for the sake of the nutritive salts they contain. The vegetables rich in compounds of iron, such as spinach, oats, beans, and lentils, are to be recommended. Fruit, raw or cooked, should also be taken in considerable quantities. The evening meal should not be too succulent or too plentiful. It may best consist of soft-boiled eggs, an omelet, or milk. Alcoholic beverages should be avoided or taken in minimal quantities. Only as a stomachic may a glass of beer or of light wine be recommended. Chlorotic patients should even at their first breakfast have a meal rich in albumin, such as a considerable helping of meat or a beefsteak, with rolls, butter, and tea or coffee. Milk should be taken in small quantities only, not more than a pint to a pint and a half daily. Only when solid food cannot be tolerated should milk be given freely. Beer and wine are often of value in chlorotic girls from their stimulant action on digestion and circulation. Half an hour's rest before and after meals is useful. For the bill of fare of these patients, I recommend especially roast beef and veal, underdone beefsteak à l'anglaise, ham, roasted venison, hare, partridge, grouse, fieldfare, hazel hen, ptarmigan, pheasant, chicken, pigeon, turkey, oysters, asparagus, cauliflower, and spinach. For variety, fish or shellfish may occasionally be taken. Sweetbread in soup or with sauce forms a very delicious and easily digestible dish. Hygiene recommends for chlorotic patients the systematic use of Bavarian beer, to the amount of about 2 pints daily. It should, he says, be a beer rather dark in tint, full brewed, rich in malt, but containing a comparatively small proportion of hops, alcohol, and carbonic acid. Jaworski has recommended a dietetic iron beer, containing 4.7% of alcohol and from 0.0317 to 0.0644% of iron. When girls are at the same time anemic and very thin, fat-containing foods must be taken in abundance, such as milk, butter, and cream. Also large quantities of carbohydrates. Farinaceous foods, rice, potatoes, arrowroot, sago, tapioca, oatmeal, barley meal, carrots, turnips, sweet fruits, grapes, dates, pippins, plums, pears, and preserved fruits. All these must appear at table more frequently than usual. Beverages in addition to milk that are suitable are chocolate and cocoa, Bavarian beer, and sweet, heavy wines. The diet table of such thin chlorotic patients should be as follows. First breakfast, 7.3 to 8 a.m., coffee or cocoa with milk or a pint of milk, white bread and butter, honey. Second breakfast, 10 a.m., half a pint to a pint of milk, egg and bread and butter, or sandwiches of sausage, ham, or roast meat. Midday dinner, 1 p.m., soup, roast meat with vegetables and potatoes, or fish may take the place of the soup, sweets to follow. Afternoon, 4 p.m., coffee with milk or a pint of milk with bread and butter. Supper, 7.3 p.m., a plate of meat with accessories. Evening, 9 p.m., a glass of milk. In the treatment of the anemic form of obesity, to which chlorotic patients of the better classes are subject, in consequence of sedentary habits and overfeeding, the diet must be so arranged that albumins predominate, whilst carbohydrates should be given sparingly, and as little fat as possible. As the average quantities of the food elements required in such cases, I suggest 200 grams of albumin, 12 grams of fat, and 100 grams of carbohydrate. The quantity of fluid taken must be as small as possible, since the deprivation of water may result in a proportionate increase in the solid constituents of the blood, and thus increase its hemoglobin richness. The amount of physical exercise taken by young girls at this period of life must vary according to the circumstances of each individual case. In general, we may recommend for them much active movement, especially in the open air, in order to counteract the effects of sedentary habits and confinement in close rooms. Chlorotic patients must, however, be careful to avoid overdoing their exercise, and in some cases it will be necessary to limit the amount of this very strictly. In severe cases of chlorosis, Nothnagel, Hayem, and other authorities recommend complete rest in bed for from 4 to 6 weeks. This rest cure can be carried out as far as possible in the open air, and can be combined with systematic massage and the use of passive movements. I have drawn up the following diet table for obese chlorotic patients. In the morning, beefsteak, a cup of tea, white bread. At midday, meat soup, roast meat, vegetables, white bread, light wine. In the afternoon, a cup of coffee, white bread. In the evening, roast meat, vegetables, wine, white bread. This contains about 207 grams of albumin, 12 grams of fat, and 98 grams of carbohydrates, yielding about 1,300 calories. For young girls at this period of life, systematic gymnastic exercises are usually valuable, not only for strengthening the muscular system and improving the physique during these years of growth, but also for assisting the functions of respiration, circulation, and digestion. Beginning with the simplest and easiest exercises of chamber gymnastics, the girl gradually proceeds to more difficult and elaborate exercises and to the use of medico-mechanical apparatus. The clothing of young girls at the time of the menarche must receive attention to this extent that all articles of clothing should be rejected, which increase the tendency already existing to hyperemia of the genital organs or offer any hindrance to the circulation in general. Above all, the physician must take his part in the contest so long and so vainly urged against the corset. But further, all tight clothing, such as restricts the freedom of movement of the thorax and the abdomen, tight collars and tight garters, all these must be forbidden. Moreover, excessively warm underclothing, of the lower extremities especially, which may stimulate the genital organs, must also be prohibited. As regards the night hours, a thick feather bed is unsuitable. The young girl should sleep on a hair mattress, and the bed clothing should be light. 8 to 9 hours sleep is sufficient. In the words of the English proverb, "Early to bed and early to rise is the way to be healthy and wealthy and wise." To live by rule, with regular hours of work and suitable pauses for rest, is of great importance. Among the well-to-do classes, also care should be taken that the adolescent girl takes moderate physical exercise for several hours daily. She should go for a good walk and not spend hour after hour recumbent upon a sofa in idle reverie. Sitting for too long a time, whether engaged in sewing or at the piano, is harmful. Working at the sewing machine is permissible for short periods only, and is indeed at this period of life better altogether avoided. Bicycling is also an unsuitable exercise at this age and readily leads to masturbation. Lawn tennis and croquet, on the other hand, are very suitable active open-air games. In winter, skating may be indulged in if proper precautions are taken against chill. In summer, swimming and rowing. The reading of light literature should be kept under supervision. Equivocal novels, such as may give rise to erotic reverie and sensual excitement, must be strictly forbidden. A watch should be kept for any indications of the habit of masturbation, and if the habit exists, appropriate measures should be taken. Hydrotherapeutic procedures and baths are of great hygienic and therapeutic importance for girls at the menarche. In healthy girls at this period of life, a cold sponge bath lasting 1 or 2 minutes, the temperature of the water ranging from 10 degrees to 20 degrees C, taken either on rising in the morning or immediately before going to bed, is a valuable means for hardening the whole body. Equally useful are cold shower baths, lasting from a few seconds up to half a minute. If the girl is somewhat anemic, it will be well for her to take a glass of warm milk or a cup of tea half an hour before the bath, in order to guard against too great an abstraction of heat. Cold bathing in rivers, when available, may also be recommended. In cases in which a considerable degree of anemia or chlorosis is present, cold baths and every form of strong mechanical stimulation, by the use of water, douches, and the like, are to be avoided, since we have to fear both excessive abstraction of heat and overstimulation of the nerves. In such anemic and chlorotic patients, either partial washing with lukewarm water or general lukewarm baths, the temperature of which may be gradually and cautiously lowered, either on rising or at bedtime, have a refreshing and stimulating effect. In girls who are in other respects healthy, but in whom the menarche is delayed, and in whom menstruation, when begun, has been scanty and irregular, cold sitz baths of short duration, the abdomen being simultaneously douched from a considerable height, or cold shower baths in combination with powerful abdominal douches, are often of value. Recently, hot air and vapor baths have been especially recommended for girls suffering from chlorosis, at first by Scalz and Schubert in association with phlebotomy, but also without this. Kuhn, for example, has seen the most satisfactory results follow the simple use of sudatory baths in cases of chlorosis. Improvement was manifested by an increase in the corpuscular richness of the blood, an increase in the hemoglobin richness, and an increase in the body weight. In cases of chlorosis, Traugott also has seen favorable results follow the use of hot air baths and the consequent diaphoresis. Still more recently, Dehio and especially Rosen have recommended hot baths for girls suffering from chlorosis. In 50 cases of chlorosis, in which other methods of treatment had given negative results, Rosen gave 3 times a week baths at a temperature of 40 degrees C, lasting at first a quarter of an hour, but later half an hour. After the bath, in those strong enough to bear it, a very short cold douche or cold sponging followed. Then the patient had to lie down for an hour. The treatment was carried out for from 4 to 6 weeks. Each bath by itself had a notable refreshing effect in these patients, and at the end of the course, most of the cases exhibited an improvement in all their symptoms, such as other methods of treatment had failed to produce. The favorable influence exercised by these hot baths, as by steam bath cabinets, light baths, sun baths, wet packing, and similar sudorific measures, may in part be explained by the dehydration of the system that is thus affected. Whilst those who maintain the autointoxication theory of chlorosis may regard the diaphoresis as a means for the elimination of noxious substances from the body. Bathing in water aerated with carbonic acid may be recommended for patients suffering from anemia and chlorosis at this period of life, for the reason that such baths can be tolerated at a lower temperature than baths of ordinary water. The natural mineral waters containing free carbonic acid and chalybeate waters rich in carbonic acid, when used as baths, are effective principally in virtue of the carbonic acid they contain, which stimulates the skin. This stimulus being conducted by the nervous system from the periphery to the nerve centers, is reflected thence, and by irradiation exercises a quickening effect on all the processes of nutrition. These baths are usually taken at a temperature progressively reduced from 32 degrees C to 25 degrees C, and each bath lasts from 10 to 20 minutes. They are in most cases taken every other day only. For young girls in whom the menarche is delayed, also for chlorotic patients with amenorrhoea and neuralgic manifestations, chalybeate peat baths are indicated, which influence the peripheral nerves by the exercise of a gentle yet considerable thermic stimulus. These chalybeate peat baths have further been shown to increase the hemoglobin richness, the corpuscular richness, and the specific gravity of the blood, transitorily after each bath, but to some extent permanently also, a certain increase enduring after the course is over. Young girls suffering from disturbances of their general health dependent upon a scrofulous or rachitic habit of body may with advantage be sent to brine baths, especially to such as are situated in the Alps or other mountainous regions. These weakly, lymphatic, scrofulous girls, suffering from scanty or irregular menstruation, may also practice sea bathing with advantage, especially at watering places on the seacoast where the waves are powerful. In such cases, however, it is advisable in the first instance to take artificially warmed seawater baths before proceeding to actual sea bathing. If the sensibility of a chlorotic patient is so great that she can endure neither peat baths nor carbonic acid-containing mineral water baths, we must add to the latter, in order to make their action milder, decoctions of chamomile, wheat bran, malt, and the like. In cases in which nervous symptoms predominate, with an apathetic, melancholic frame of mind, aromatic herb baths are sometimes useful. For this purpose, such herbs should be employed as contain a notable quantity of ethereal oils, such as sage, wild thyme, hyssop, wild marjoram, rue, archangel, levisticum. Equally useful are the balsamic pine needle baths, for which the fluid obtained by the distillation of pine needles, freshly collected day by day, is employed. As regards the climatic conditions suitable for adolescent girls suffering from the disorders of the menarche, from the nervous conditions associated therewith, and from chlorosis, residence either in the mountains or at the seaside is especially to be recommended. An altitude of about 1,200 meters is the most suitable, being that at which the peculiar characteristics of mountain climates are most fully developed. The influence of such a climate on hematopoiesis has to be taken into consideration, as well as its special influence on the menstrual function. even though it cannot yet be regarded as fully determined whether the increase observed by Viault, Egger, and Mercier in the corpuscular richness and hemoglobin richness of the blood in consequence of residence in a mountain climate is lasting or merely transitory. Yet it is certain that the hematopoietic organs are favorably influenced by such residence, and that the good results are augmented by the stimulating effect mountain air exercises on the appetite and the digestion. Lombard has moreover observed that at a high altitude the menstrual flow is more abundant and dysmenorrhea is less common. For young girls, therefore, suffering from irritable conditions of the heart, increased frequency of the pulse, or increased arterial tension, and for those also in whom the resisting power of the organism appears deficient, a visit to a mountain health resort situated amid forests may be recommended. For scrofulous girls, a visit to the coast of the North Sea is especially suitable. For the slighter forms of anemia, a sea voyage, in which the benefits of sea air can be obtained more fully, and for a longer period, may be advised. But such a voyage is quite unsuitable for those suffering from severe anemia or chlorosis. Such very weakly, intensely anemic and chlorotic patients should spend the winter in some southern health resort. The skin, in which disturbances so readily occur at the time of the menarche, requires careful attention, all the more because it is precisely at this age that young girls have the greatest need of their personal charms. The skin of the face, which is often disfigured by comedones and acne, must be carefully guarded against the accumulation of sebum in the sebaceous glands by sedulous washing with warm water and a good soap. If the seborrhoic process in these glands becomes at all severe, ordinary soaps are unsuitable, and a potash soap must be used, such as Sapovirides or Spiritus saponatus calenus, which have great power of dissolving fats. The best way of dealing with seborrhea is, according to Spiechka and Grunfeld, the following. The washing is best effected in the evenings, when the skin will not again for many hours be exposed to the fresh air, to wind, or to dust. Pour into a basin about a pint of warm water and add from 1 to 2 teaspoonfuls of spirit of soap, or as much soft soap as can be taken up on the end of a table knife. The water is then stirred vigorously till a good lather is formed, and with the water and the lather the face is thoroughly washed. The skin must then be carefully dried, and thereafter it is well to smear it with some greasy material, such as boric Vaseline, in order to prevent the plugging of the pores with dust, and to protect the sebum subsequently exuded from desiccation. On the next day, the washing should be repeated only if the face has become covered with sebum within an hour or two after the first washing. If the exudation is less free, the eyes only should be washed with fresh water, whilst the rest of the face should not be wetted, but merely be wiped with a dry face towel lightly dusted with toilet powder, in order to remove any accumulation of sebum. The skin of the genital regions must be carefully cleansed, especially in cases in which there is a tendency to hypersecretion of the sebaceous glands, to eczema, or to herpes progenitalis. Subsequently, it should be powdered, and pads of absorbent cotton wool dusted with toilet powder should be placed in the labial furrows. It is of great importance that in girls at this time of life gynecological examination should be undertaken only in cases of the utmost need, and this restriction should be especially inflexible in the case of girls with a neuropathic predisposition. Instances have been observed in which a vaginal examination, the introduction of a vaginal speculum, or the use of the uterine sound, has determined the onset of a psychosis. Still more does what has been said hold true of local treatment in gynecological cases. Repeated passage of the uterine sound, cauterization of the cervix, and the manipulations of gynecological massage make a very deep impression upon the mind of a girl and give rise to morbid ideas and erotic storms, so that even in those with a powerful constitution, various neuroses, neurasthenic states, and even mental disorders may result. If in such cases, especially in girls of a neuropathic temperament, gynecological treatment is quite indispensable, a single, though energetic, operative procedure is to be preferred to a number of successive, though taken singly less extensive, manipulations of and in the female genital organs. The importance of this proposition has been repeatedly established. Singer, for instance, points out as a fact to be regretted that uterine cauterization with mild caustics is far too frequently undertaken. And Odebrecht, from the same standpoint, proclaims the advantage of a single curetting as compared with milder intrauterine impressions repeated during a course of treatment lasting many months. On the other hand, the physician must bear in mind the fact, established by the record of a very large number of cases, that in women predisposed to psychoses, severe gynecological operations are apt to lead to the actual appearance of mental disorders, or to the exacerbation of mental disorders which have previously been very mild or have merely threatened to appear. Careful consideration is needed, on the one hand as regards the severity of the disease of the genital organs, and on the other as regards the resisting power, temperament, and constitution of the girl concerned. And in many cases, a consultation between the gynecologist and the neurologist is expedient. A very powerful influence on the physical and moral well-being of the girl at puberty is exercised by her domestic upbringing. The general truth of Goethe's saying, that the circumstances into which we are born exercise a determining influence on the whole life, being admitted, we have to remember that this applies with a special force in the case of girls. The educational views which obtain at the present day among the upper 10,000 are by no means calculated for the production of a woman healthy in body and sound in mind. From the time when the young girl becomes sexually developed, the claims which society makes upon her become pressing. Every day, by a number of stimuli, her curiosity and her desires are directed towards sexual matters. Visits to museums, picture galleries, and theaters, the perusal of modern romances, the free mingling of the sexes in all places of amusement, all these combine to awaken prematurely an instinct to which the old-fashioned methods of education allowed a much more prolonged slumber. In other cases, the mother's supervision of the developing girl is hindered and rendered insufficient because the mother herself is claimed by her society duties and taken much away from her home. In addition, the young brain is overburdened with mental work. The modern idea of the equality of the sexes in matters of love is instilled, and a desire is artificially evoked, and is matured by a certain idle vanity, to indulge the natural instincts to manifest sexual passion and to indulge it to excess. And thus the modesty so natural and so becoming to young girls is completely lost. Nourished in such a soil, neurasthenic and hysterical states, disorders of menstruation and masturbation cannot fail to flourish. In these respects, also a change is requisite, and a mode of upbringing must be inculcated from which everything likely to inflame the sexual impulse is removed. For the adolescent girl, a systematic alternation of work and recreation must be arranged. From great entertainments where she will mix with young men, from theaters, evening parties, and balls, the young girl at the time of the menarche, at the period when menstruation commences, must as far as possible be kept away. And such pleasures must be reserved for a more advanced stage of this period of development. Intellectual overstrain, the overtaxing of the young head, must be avoided. The acquirement of knowledge must take place gradually and slowly, and in a manner adapted to individual peculiarities. Intercourse with female friends also requires supervision in respect of the moral characteristics of these latter. Religious reverie must be avoided, but also to be avoided is the modern nihilism in respect of religion and good morals. Books must be carefully chosen in order that the imagination may remain pure, and in order that girlish illusions may not be prematurely destroyed. Domestic recreations in the way of games, music, singing, painting, and other forms of artistic culture are of importance for the development of a strenuous faculty for learning. Travel in regions where the scenery is beautiful forms a most valuable means for the ennoblement of the intellect and the emotions. Additional matters demanding attention are, as already mentioned, the suitability of the diet and proper physical exercise. All stimulating articles of food are to be avoided, the excessive use of meat is to be forbidden, and a sufficient mixed diet, containing both animal and vegetable substances, is to be prescribed. Tea and coffee should be taken as sparingly as possible, and alcoholic beverages must be absolutely prohibited. The regulation of the bowels is of great importance. Young girls should accustom themselves to evacuate the bowels every day at a fixed hour, the best time to adopt being either immediately on rising or just after breakfast. Constipation is very apt to lead to the production of irritable conditions of the genital organs. We can point out as a happy instance of modern progress that the practice of certain physical exercises has actually become the fashion for young girls. Gymnastics, with or without apparatus, swimming, skating, and lawn tennis, involve a number of bodily movements advantageous for the health. And in connection with most of these, the enjoyment of fresh air offers an additional favorable influence. Bicycling, however, at this period of life is open to many objections, not only on account of the likelihood of direct injury to the genital organs now in course of development, but also on account of the impulse it produces toward onanistic manipulations. Especial attention must be paid to the clothing, regarding which the requirements of fashion so often conflict with those of hygiene, the victory, unfortunately, in most cases falling to the former. The period of the menarche is indeed usually regarded as the proper time for the young girl to begin wearing a corset, if it has not been worn before. In this connection, M. Runge makes the significant remark: as long as bodice and skirt form the two principal articles of woman's clothing, the corset or some similar article cannot be dispensed with. The vicious features in the corset are its constriction of the thorax, with the object of giving the woman a figure, and the introduction into its substance of strips of whalebone or steel in order to give firmness to the figure. The harm done by the former feature, the compression of the abdominal viscera, the corset liver, the movable kidney, etc., all are so well known that they need not be particularly described. But the strong pressure from above has a deleterious effect upon the internal genital organs also, leading to passive hyperemia and to displacements. The bones of the corset take part in the compression, and they replace the functions of the muscles of the back. If a woman who has long worn a corset lays it aside later in life, she complains that she is no longer able to hold herself upright. In consequence of insufficient work, the muscles of the back have become incapable of keeping the back straight. The corset, then, must neither constrict the body, nor must it contain bones. An article of clothing analogous to the corset is, however, required for the support of the skirt and the petticoats that clothe the lower limbs. These latter are usually fastened by means of bands which encircle the body above the crest of the ilium. In order to give these bands a sufficient hold, this region of the body is compressed by the corset. The burden of skirt and petticoats is thus borne by a furrow, above the pelvis and below or in the region of the esternal or false ribs, which is in great part artificially produced. All this is bad. In order to avoid the necessity for any constriction, the petticoats should be fastened to the corset, and this latter should be supported from the shoulders by means of shoulder straps or braces crossing one another behind. No constriction of the thorax then occurs, and if the corset has suitable supporting pouches for the breasts, and the wearer is accustomed to hold herself erect, the figure of a well-formed woman thus attired is far from unpleasing, and is, above all, natural. If the weight of skirt and petticoats is too great to be borne by the shoulders, the burden can be divided, some being fastened to the corset, others tied round the waist. This method is less to be commended, but may be regarded as a permissible middle course. If chemise and drawers are woven in one piece, as in the combination undergarment, there is one article the less to be attached to the corset. Recently, a number of corsets and articles of clothing have been made in accordance with these principles. The growing girl, then, may wear a soft corset with shoulder straps, made to measure, to which all the garments clothing the parts below the waist should be made to fasten. It must unfortunately be admitted that this rational mode of arranging the clothing cannot be adapted to the low dress, which etiquette demands on so many occasions for evening wear, since with the latter the shoulder straps cannot be worn. It is most unhygienic for women to wear, as they so often do, drawers that are widely open. Both cleanliness and the need for an equable warmth demand that these garments should be closed between the thighs, not to speak of other reasons. In order to diminish the sexual impulse in girls at the menarche, where this impulse has developed prematurely or is abnormally intense, and even in later years with the same end in view, it is necessary, not merely that the diet should be suitable and non-stimulating, and that the educational environment should be satisfactory, but above all that there should be regular occupation and regular physical activity. Ribbing rightly calls attention to his experience in dealing with animals, that equally in the case of the stallion and of the mare, the whole of life may without difficulty be passed in complete abstinence from sexual gratification, provided that the diet is suitable, being neither too rich nor too meager, and that the animal has regular occupation of a nature and degree adapted to its powers. In these animals, a certain amount of disquiet, of restlessness, of sulky irritability, etc., may indeed be noticed at times, but these manifestations are to be overcome by mingled gentleness and firmness, aided now and again also by mild chastisement, but altogether without any severity. Chastity, says Easterlin, is possible only when the mode of life is simple and regular, and is characterized by appropriate self-command and frugality. For this reason, it is rarely encountered in palaces and similar places, in which from youth onwards everyone can do what he pleases. But just as little is it really practicable amid conditions of lack of culture, rudeness, and poverty. From the point of view of education, what Marrow wrote 100 years ago is of importance. In the ordinary course of nature, the young woman at the time of the first appearance of menstruation is still in full possession of those amiable qualities of blamelessness and chastity, which we are accustomed to denote by the term moral virginity. To an honorable and pure-minded man, this beautiful attribute of budding womanhood is much dearer and more estimable than physical virginity. By libertines, only is the latter regarded as a most valuable possession, since it furnishes a powerful stimulus to their jaded imaginations. But moral virginity and physical virginity are not always and necessarily associated, for either can be present in the absence of the other. Physical virginity may be destroyed by diverse forms of violence, and yet moral virginity may remain pure and uninjured amidst its ruins. Thus the two are widely different one from the other. Widely different also are they in value and significance. What Eulenberg says regarding the prophylaxis of sexual neurasthenia in general is true regarding the sexual life of the girl at this period of life. What is needed, he writes, is the control of educational influences with these ends in view, that, on the one hand, the sexual excitability of developing youth shall be diminished and kept within bounds, and that nevertheless, on the other, the urgently needed enlightenment shall be afforded to the young people at the proper time and in a suitable form. How these aims are to be effected cannot be explained in generally applicable propositions. It is a matter which must be left to the tact of the parents and of other members of the family, who will be guided by the insight they have acquired into the mental life of those concerned. Children inclined to onanism must be carefully supervised by day and by night. They must be protected from all stimulating things and from bad company. In boarding schools, it is the common dormitories that require the most strict, most careful, and most continuous control. In the case of auto-onanists, female as well as male, we must inquire into the possible existence of local stimulating influences, among which, in both sexes, oxyuris must be mentioned. But in truth it is rare for such local conditions to be the exciting cause of masturbation. A healthy mode of life in respect of clothing, sleep, and diet, and the systematic practice of bodily exercises to the point of considerable fatigue, are the most effectual means of counteracting the noxious propensity to onanism. A high degree of freedom permitted to girls from a very early age is, as Rousseau already maintained, by no means favorable to the preservation of virginity. A wise mother or a wise instructress can do much towards the preservation of physical and moral virginity, by enlightening her daughter or pupil at the right time and in a proper manner as to the nature of the sexual processes and their significance for the whole life of woman. Ignorance in this respect, equally with pseudo-knowledge, entails many dangers. I regard it as indispensable that the adolescent girl should in good time learn from her mother the nature of menstruation, lest she should first receive enlightenment in an unfitting manner from some more experienced female friend. The mother should explain that the impending flow of blood is a natural process, unattended by danger, but indispensable to the sexual life and a characteristic part of the process of growing up. The knotty and important topic of how the young girl may best receive sexual enlightenment from her mother is discussed by E. Steele in her notable work, A Maternal Duty. The authoress points out that this enlightenment must not take place suddenly and without apparent motive, but that the mother must in a gentle and gradual manner introduce to her child the secrets of nature. A beginning may be made by teaching the child to observe the nature and growth of plants. Then, she may be led to interest herself in the family life of animals, and thus an easy way is found to answer the questions connected with reproduction, to answer them in a manner at once true and befitting. Let the mother indicate to her child the methods employed by nature for the preservation of the life of the young plant. Let her demonstrate in a flower the stamens and the pistil as male and female organs respectively. And let her explain how, when the pollen grain reaches and fertilizes the tiny ovule in the ovary, this ovule becomes capable of development into a large seed containing an active rudimentary plant, which latter itself enlarges to become a new full-grown specimen of its kind. The opportunity may then be seized to draw attention to the resemblance between the little ovules in the ovary of the flower and the minute ova, by means of which all animal life reproduces its kind. Proceeding further, an earnest and thorough introduction to the sanctity and responsibility, the perils and duties, of the sexual life, is urgently required by the young girl before she proceeds either to marriage or to an economically independent mode of life. Not only in America and England, but now also in Germany, there exist excellent books which may actually be put into the growing girl's own hands, by means of which she will be introduced in an intelligent manner to a knowledge of the method of reproduction in the human species. Often enough, when the mother is lacking in intelligence or sympathy, it will be the duty of the physician to give this enlightenment to the young girl. The interpreter of such tidings at the time of love's dawning will be the family doctor, to whom the girl and her family have been confidently accustomed to turn for information regarding the bodily state and well-being. He is accustomed to remove many a veil without any offense to maidenly modesty. Many sexual disorders and much sexual aberration may thus be prevented. Certain definite hygienic rules must now be prescribed. First of all, the strictest cleanliness must be observed, not only in the intervals, but also during menstruation. The prejudice against changing the underlinen during the flow must be overcome, and care must be taken that at this time, the external genitals are washed twice daily with water at a temperature of 26 degrees C to 28 degrees C, and a wad of absorbent cotton wool or a piece of clean linen. Any article of underclothing that becomes soiled with blood must be changed. Most useful are the so-called sanitary towels, made of sterilized absorbent cotton wool, fastened to a linen band which surrounds the waist, or simple pads of absorbent material may be used, kept in place by means of a bandage. During menstruation, full baths, warm or cold, are to be avoided, likewise long walks, riding, long journeys by rail, gymnastics, with or without apparatus, skating, lawn tennis, and bicycling. Dancing, above all, must be prohibited, since it involves a combination of several noxious influences, the very active movement, which produces hyperemia of the genital organs, sexual excitement, loss of sleep, long hours spent in close rooms, prolonged voluntary retention of urine, and the risk of a chill. Singing, also, must be discontinued during menstruation, since otherwise an injury to the voice is very likely to result. A certain limitation in respect of physical and mental activity is indicated as a general precautionary measure during menstruation, but this measure must not be pushed to excess, so that the habit is acquired of resting completely during the period, passing the days on a sofa. The favorite practice, in cases of scanty menstruation, of taking hot foot baths is to be rejected. At the conclusion of each menstrual period, however, a tepid bath should be taken. The knowledge we have now acquired of the rhythmical menstrual wave process points to the practical conclusion that the physician should not direct his attention to the actual menstrual period only, but also, and more than has hitherto been customary, to the premenstrual period, in which temperature, blood pressure, and excretion of urea attain their acme. Especially should this be done, with the aim of prescribing suitable hygienic precautions, in cases in which the menstrual discharge is very profuse or in which nervous manifestations accompany menstruation. Important is it also for the physician to take precautions against the practice by young girls of unduly prolonged voluntary retention of the urine, resulting in overdistension of the bladder. Also against the performance of very active movements and against powerful muscular efforts when the bladder is in a distended state. All of these are liable to result in displacements of the uterus. During menstruation, the diet should be sufficient, but free from stimulating elements. When the menstrual flow is greatly in excess, strong tea and coffee, wine, and beer should be forbidden. Conversely, when menstruation is scanty, an invigorating diet is especially indicated, and the use of strong wines. According to the investigations of T. Schrader, in order to maintain the nitrogenous balance during menstruation, it is necessary to give the following daily diet, representing a heat value of 2,013 to 2,076 calories. 125-150 grams of fowl, 100 grams of butter, 125-140 grams of white bread, 150 grams of brown bread, 70-80 grams of eggs, 600 grams of coffee, 600 grams of soup, 560 grams of seltzer water, 20 grams of salt. For chlorotic girls, the following diet may be recommended during menstruation. Before rising, a pint of milk should be taken slowly, in sips, during a period not exceeding half an hour. For the first breakfast, tea or coffee with an abundance of milk, a considerable portion of meat. For the second breakfast, a tumbler of milk, bread, butter, and a couple of eggs. For midday dinner, a good helping of fresh meat so cooked as to be easily digested, green vegetables, potatoes, farinaceous pudding, stewed fruit, and a glass of burgundy or claret. At 4 p.m., coffee and bread and butter, or a tumbler of milk. At 7 p.m., a similar meal to the midday dinner, but lighter, no supper. In this diet table, which represents a heat value of about 2,200 calories, albumin and fat are present in abundance, but carbohydrates in small quantity. For those chlorotic patients who find it difficult to digest much butcher's meat, the necessary quantum of albumin must be supplied by increasing the amount of milk, soup, and the white varieties of flesh, giving also a considerable amount of the more easily digested vegetables, with fruit, beer, and a little claret. For such cases, Desquet has drawn up the following diet table, representing 3,290 calories and containing 150 grams of albumin, 110.7 grams of fat, and 449.6 grams of carbohydrate. Meat is given once a day only. In cases of profuse menorrhagia in girls, von Winkel recommends, in addition to rest in the recumbent posture, a diet containing large quantities of fluid and much easily assimilable albuminous nutrient material, all stimulating articles and those likely to cause nausea and vomiting being avoided. He gives the following diet table: 7 a.m., 250 grams of milk; 9 a.m., 250 grams of bouillon, 1 egg, 20 grams of brandy; 11 a.m., 250 grams of milk; 1 p.m., 100 grams of roast meat, 250 grams of rice broth with 5 grams of somatose and 150 grams of claret; 3 p.m., 250 grams of milk; 5 p.m., 1 egg, 20 grams of brandy; 7 p.m., 250 grams of bouillon or white soup with 5 grams of somatose. As a beverage in the intervals, weak cold tea is allowed. When the hemorrhage has ceased, the following beverages are suitable: oatmeal, cocoa, Pilsener beer, milk, claret. For food, the lighter varieties of meat, sweetbread, pigeon, ham, nutrient and easily digestible vegetables, spinach, carrots, and pea soup may be recommended. In cases of amenorrhoea or scanty menstruation, especially when due to anemia or to underfeeding, mental excitement, or overexertion, warm baths at a temperature of 28 degrees to 29 degrees R, rubbing the body with wet towels, and warm sitz baths are of good service. Menstruation. Menstruation is the name given to the process which manifests itself in the human female after the age of puberty, by the discharge, from the genital organs at regular 4-weekly intervals of a mucus inguineous secretion. This discharge is not merely the result of a local hyperemic condition, but is the expression of a periodic excitation of the entire nervous system and blood vascular system, intimately related with the whole sexual life of woman. This excitation is itself dependent upon the process of ovulation, an incident in the series of manifestations that arise from the periodic undulatory movement in the vital processes of woman. The Mosaic Law regarded the process of menstruation as unclean in nature. The menstruating woman was unclean and must be purified in a prescribed manner. In the 15th chapter of Leviticus we read, "And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days. and whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the even. Every bed whereon she lieth all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. In a similar manner, the adherents of the faith of Islam regard a menstruating woman as unclean. This view is found also in the earliest medical writings, alike in the early Indian book of Susruta and in the later writings of Hippocrates, and it persists to the present day in the use of the expression monthly purification. Susruta teaches that in India menstruation begins at the age of 12 and recurs monthly, the flow lasting 3 days. In the Jewish Talmud, it is asserted that menstruation begins as soon as the girl has 2 hairs on the pubic region, or at the age of 12, even in the absence of any growth of the pubic hair. The menstrual blood is quite peculiar in its characters. Thus, Raskai relates, the mother of the king of Persia exhibited 60 varieties of blood, and among them Rabbah was able to detect which was the menstrual blood. According to a rabbinical authority, a woman can become pregnant as soon as she has completed her 12th year. As signs of puberty, Rabbi Jessay mentions the appearance of a fold beneath the nipple. Rabbi Akiba, the erection of the nipples. Rabbi Dazai, the appearance of a dark areola around the nipples. Rabbi Jessay, the recession of the nipple under pressure followed by its gradual protrusion when the pressure is removed, also the softening of the mons veneris. As prodromal signs of the first appearance of menstruation, the Talmud mentions pain in the region of the umbilicus and in the uterus, flatulence, shivering, white flux, heaviness in the head and the limbs, and nausea. The blood discharged during menstruation has certain peculiar properties. It is always fluid and rarely contains fibrinous clots. It is always mixed with a larger or smaller quantity of mucus, which gives it a sticky character. The reaction is alkaline, the smell characteristic. Only when the bleeding is very profuse are coagulated masses evacuated. On microscopical examination of menstrual blood, we detect erythrocytes and leukocytes, the proportional number of the latter being greater than in pure blood. There is an admixture also of epithelium from the genital mucous membranes, cylindrical cells from the uterus, flattened cells from the superficial layers of the stratified scaly epithelium of the vagina, also various microorganisms and granular detritus. At the beginning of each menstruation, the admixture of mucus is greatest, so that the discharge sometimes has the appearance of blood-stained mucus. But during the height of the discharge, the consistency is almost that of pure blood. The quantity of blood lost at each period is said to vary from 90 to 240 grams, but in tropical climates the average is said to be 600 grams. According to the accurate analysis of Denny's, menstrual fluid contains in 1,000 parts. Total solid constituents 175, comprising fat 3.9, blood corpuscles 64.4, albumin 48.3, extractives 1.1, salts 12, mucus 45.3, and water 825. Both the quality and the quantity of the blood are subject to great variations. Thus, for instance, Boucherdat estimates the solid constituents at 99.2 per ml, Vogel at 161 per ml, and Simon at 215 per ml. The amount of blood discharged during menstruation depends upon the temperament, the constitution, and the occupation of the woman concerned. It is greater in vivacious brunettes than in phlegmatic blondes, greater in southern women than in those dwelling in the north, greater in town dwellers than in women living in the open plains, greater in those whose mode of life is sedentary than in those engaged in some active occupation. Similar considerations apply with regard to the duration of each period. The mean duration is in the great majority of cases from 4 to 5 days, being generally the same in successive periods in the same individual. In exceptional cases, the flow may last a week or more. Menstruation lasting more than 8 days must be regarded as abnormal. Krieger has collected data relating to the duration of the individual periods. He found the duration constant in the great majority of cases, i.e., 93.285%, but variable in a small minority, i.e., 6.715%. The periods in which the duration was regular did not always last precisely the same number of days, the duration in many cases being 3 to 4 days, 5 to 6 days, etc. But the same duration recurred regularly at each successive period, so that all these instances must be reckoned among the periods of regular duration. The duration must be regarded as irregular or variable in those cases in which the variation was from 2 to 4 days, 3 to 8 days, etc. Sometimes a regular 3-day or 5-day period becomes transformed into an 8-day period, or conversely an 8-day period into a 4-day period. Among the cases in which the duration was regular, it amounted most frequently to 8 days, in 26.695%. Next in frequency was a duration of 3 days, in 20.762%. Next, a duration of 4 days, in 16.949%. Next, a duration of 5 days, in 11.864%. L. Mayer has also drawn a distinction between constant and variable duration of the menstrual periods. Among 4,927 women, he found 4,542 in whom the duration was constant, and 385 in whom it was variable. Of the constant periods, the duration was 8 days in 1182 women, that is in 26.024%. 4 days in 829 women, that is in 18.252%. 3 days in 731 women, that is in 16.094%. 5 days in 730 women, that is in 16.072%. An extremely short duration, less than 24 hours, was found in 70 women. An extremely long duration, 7 to 14 days, was found in 175 women. And finally, a duration exceeding 14 days was found in 19 women. The mean duration in these cases was 5.387 days. The results obtained by Schukitz, who investigated the duration of the periods in 1,013 women, are somewhat divergent from the above. He found a duration of a few hours only in 95 women, that is in 9.38%. A duration of 1 to 2 days in 66 women, that is in 6.51%. A duration of 3 days in 407 women, that is in 40.17%. A duration of 4 days in 171 women, that is in 16.88%. A duration of 5 to 6 days in 115 women, that is in 11.35%. A duration of 7 to 8 days in 118 women, that is in 11.63%. A duration of 9 days and upwards in 41 women, that is in 4.05%. The mean duration in these cases was 3.87 days. The mean duration of the menstrual flow is, in Paris 5 days, in London 4.6 days, in Berlin 4.5 days, in Copenhagen 4.3 days, in Austria 3.8 days. The interval between one menstruation and the next is in the great majority of cases 28 days. The recurrence in many women is extraordinarily exact, not merely as regards the day, but even as regards the hour of the day. The 28-day type of menstruation is found in about 70% of the cases. In the remainder, the 30-day type is most frequent, and next to that, the 21-day type. The periodicity of menstruation in any individual may, however, be very irregular. The quantity of blood lost during menstruation varies within wide limits. According to approximate estimates, the usual loss at a single period is from 90 to 240 grams. The following summary statement is made by Krieger regarding the quantity lost in different social circumstances and in various nationalities. The amount of blood lost and the duration of the flow are less in strong, healthy women, leading an occupied, active, and regular life, especially in countrywomen and in women who are poor and chaste, than it is in delicate, weakly women leading a sedentary life, whose diet is abundant and stimulating, and who are accustomed to an ultra-luxurious and enervating existence. In nuns, for example, the quantity of the menstrual discharge gradually declines. Shortly after their entrance into the cloister, various irregularities are apt to occur, but ultimately the flow becomes exceedingly scanty and lasts for a single day only. Climate also has a great influence, for in hot countries women usually menstruate very abundantly, whilst in cold countries the flow is scanty and often appears only in the warmer months of the year. Of the Lapp and Sam Ed women, this was already reported by Linnaeus and Vicarious. Tilt further relates that Eskimo women menstruate only during the summer months, and even then scantily. In southern France, according to Cordy, the quantity varies from 120 to 240 grams, but it may rise to 300, 350, and even to 500 grams. In the tropics, severe menorrhagia is said to be common, and the fact was already known to Blumbenbach that women of European descent born in the tropics not infrequently succumb to hemorrhage during childbirth. L. Mayer has endeavored to determine the relations between the quantity and the quality of the discharge, and distinguishes the regular composition, when a considerable quantity of dark-tinted, fluid blood is passed, from the irregular composition, when a small quantity of blood, usually pale in color, is passed, or an excessive quantity of dark blood, often coagulated, or a discharge of varying composition. Of 4,542 women questioned by Mayer in regard to this matter, there were 2,998, that is 66.006%, in whom the composition was regular, 1,544, that is 33.994%, in whom the composition was irregular, and among the latter the discharge was scanty, and for the most part pale in 511, that is 12.25%. Profuse or profuse and coagulated in 838, that is 18.428%. Variable in 196, that is 4.315%. Investigation regarding the individual variations that occur in this respect among women showed that blondes usually menstruate more profusely than brunettes, and that in the former also the duration of the individual periods is longer. The loss of blood must be considered less in respect of its absolute quantity than in respect of the effect which continued observation shows its loss to have upon the organism. If the loss of blood continues to have an effect after the flow has ceased, if a woman recovers, but slowly, or even fails to recover fully from one loss before another begins, if symptoms of increasing anemia become apparent, the bleeding must be regarded as a pathological perversion of normal menstruation. Pathological is it also if the menstrual flow does not exhibit the normal slowly rising and slowly declining curve, but sets in profusely, ceases or almost ceases for a time, and then again suddenly recurs. In some cases the flow is not profuse, but lasts for a long time, and owing to this long duration it has a debilitating effect, especially in anemic and chlorotic individuals. As a rule, in normal menstruation, the admixture of the alkaline cervical mucus suffices to keep the menstrual discharge fluid and to prevent the formation of fibrin. On the other hand, the discharge of coagulated masses of blood will alone suffice to indicate an abnormally free and rapid flow of blood. The commonest type of menstruation is the more or less regular recurrence of the flow at intervals of 28 days. Variations in this respect are, however, very frequent and are dependent upon constitution, position in life, and race. In general, it may be said that in persons of strong constitution, the type of menstruation is much more regular than in persons of a weakly, delicate constitution, that in vivacious, ardent natures the menses more readily anticipate the expected period of their return, whereas in those of a flaccid, lymphatic temperament, a retardation is more likely to occur. And that amongst women of the upper classes of society, the type of menstruation is far more frequently irregular than amongst women of the working classes and amongst countrywomen. Whereas in many women, the regularity of the menstrual rhythm is so precise that the flow recurs, not merely at regular intervals of 28 days, but even time after time at exactly the same hour of the day. In other cases, the interval between two periods may vary from 21 to 30 days. L. Mayer, who made observations on the type of menstruation in 5,671 women and tabulated his results, distinguishes between constant and inconstant intervals. Among the constant intervals, he enumerates those forms, both regular and irregular, which do not during the whole life of the individual undergo transformation into another form, but remain always of the same type. If, for instance, in any individual the interval is always either 2 or 8 weeks, in that woman menstruation is indeed irregular, but constant in type. If, however, for some years she menstruates at intervals either of 2 or of 8 weeks, and then proceeds to menstruate at intervals of 4 weeks, her menstruation is of the inconstant type. Mayer found among his 5,671 cases the constant type in 4,981 women, that is in 87.83%. The inconstant type in 690 women, that is in 12.16%. Of the cases in which the type was constant, there were 69.68%, in which the regular period of 4 weeks obtained, and 20.31%, in which it was irregular in the sense above defined. Among these latter, the commonest periods were 15 to 21 days and 22 to 27 days. The same author observed the irregular type of menstruation in nearly 1/4 of the women belonging to the well-to-do classes. According to the observations of Krieger on 481 cases in which the periods were regular, that is, in which the intervals in each case were equal in duration, the time from the commencement of one period to the commencement of the next was 28 days in 70.8%, 30 days in 13.74%, 21 days in 1.66%, 27 days in 1.45%. As regards the season in which menstruation first appears, Krieger states that in 1/2 of the women examined by him, menstruation had begun in the autumn season, in the month of September, October, or November. Schukitz, as a result of an investigation into the menstrual functions of Austrian women, determined that among 1,013 women menstruation occurred every 28 to 30 days in 642 women, every 8 to 21 days in 169, every 35 to 56 days in 128, and was quite irregular in 74 women. In 500 Jewish women, Hirsch found that menstruation occurred at various intervals, and he is of opinion that in the majority of Jewish women the type of menstruation is shorter than 29 days. According to Brière de Boismont, among 100 women menstruation recurred every 4 weeks in 61 women, every 3 weeks in 28, every 2 weeks in 1, and at various irregular periods in 10 women. Tilt found among 100 women that menstruation recurred every 4 weeks in 77 women, every 3 weeks in 17, every 2 weeks in 1, every 6 weeks in 5 women. Foster instituted inquiries regarding this matter in 56 healthy women. In 380 periods, 45 recurred after an interval of 28 days, 225 after a shorter interval than this, 110 after a longer interval. The duration of the flow varied from 1 to 14 days. Most commonly, it lasted from 3 to 5 days. A peculiar change in the type of menstruation sometimes manifests itself in this way, that in women in whom the regular 4-weekly type of menstruation has prevailed, exactly in the middle of this 4-weekly period the menstrual molemina, with or without menstrual discharge, make their appearance. The patient suffers from pain in the lower belly, sacrake, sensation of weight, and bearing down pains. Cordy, Dubois, and Paget-Négrier have described such cases of molymen uterine intermenstrual, which Tilt denotes by the term remittent menstruation. From the earliest times, the process of menstruation has attracted the attention of natural philosophers, and has led them to formulate hypotheses and to institute investigations, especially in order to ascertain whether the connection between ovulation and menstruation is one of temporal succession merely, or whether the relation is a causal one. From Hippocrates and Galen downwards, until well beyond the Middle Ages, the view of the father of medicine was generally accepted, that menstruation is a purificatory process by means of which materials harmful to the organism are eliminated from the body, a view which finds expression also in the religious and legal ordinances of all times. A new epoch of scientific research into the nature of menstruation began with de Graaf's discovery of the ovarian follicles. This discovery did not, indeed, bring ovulation and menstruation into immediate relationship, but it certainly paved the way for the opinion expressed by Sintema, a countryman of de Graaf, that the ova, even in virgins, leave the ovary spontaneously, and by their contact with the capillary terminations of the blood vessels give rise to the menstrual bleeding. As a result of anatomical investigations, Négrier, in 1840, was the first to establish the thesis that in women suffering from congenital absence of the ovaries, menstruation never occurs, that after the loss of the ovaries, menstruation always ceases, that during pregnancy and lactation, and during the climacteric period, ovulation ceases, and that a relation of temporal succession obtains between ovulation and menstruation. This close relation between the two processes was maintained also by Gendron at about the same date. Later, Girdwood, by post-mortem research, proved that the number of scars in the ovary coincides with the number of previous menstruations. Brière de Boismont, in his exhaustive work on menstruation, lays stress on the view that the periodically recurring ovulation furnishes the impulse for the menstrual flow. First among German investigators, Bischoff upheld the opinion that maturation and discharge of ova are spontaneous processes occurring independently of sexual intercourse, and compared heat or rut in other animals to menstruation in women, a view shared by Pouchet and Coste. Ovulation occurs simultaneously with the menstrual flow, and the follicles burst toward the end of menstruation. P. Pfluger, in his important work on the significance and cause of menstruation, has demonstrated the causal connection between menstruation and ovulation. The bleeding and the discharge of the ova are, according to him, joint effects of a common cause. It is not the bursting of the follicle, but the ripening of the follicle that gives rise to the menstrual congestion. The pressure of the growing follicle on the surrounding ovarian tissue gives rise to a continued stimulation of the ovarian nerves. The summation of these stimuli, which after the lapse of a certain time attain always a certain degree of intensity, results in a reflex from the spinal cord taking the form of great congestion of the genital organs. This congestion leads, on the one hand, to hemorrhage from the uterine mucous membrane, and, on the other hand, and as a rule simultaneously, to the bursting of the ovarian follicle. The swelling and granulation of the uterine mucous membrane at every menstrual period signifies nothing else than the commencement of the formation of the decidua. Nagel already mentioned the view that inasmuch as immediately after the first appearance of menstruation, a woman has become capable of reproducing the species, each process of menstruation must be regarded as a renewal of the exhausted faculty for conception. P. Pfluger's teaching has been opposed by Sigismund, who, whilst admitting the periodicity of ovulation and menstruation, yet regards the two processes, in the uterus the formation of the menstrual decidua, in the ovary the rupture of the Graafian follicle, as independent of one another, even though they occur simultaneously. Should fertilization occur, the ovum implants itself in the prepared soil. Should fertilization fail to occur, the menstrual hemorrhage ensues. Thus, the occurrence of menstruation indicates that fertilization of the ovum has failed to occur. On this theory, then, the ovum that is fertilized belongs to the first period missed, whereas P. Pfluger assumes that when pregnancy occurs, it is always the ovum belonging to the time of the previous menstruation, the last actual menstrual discharge, that is fertilized. Lerwinhart, in his work on the diagnosis and duration of pregnancy, advances the same views as Sigismund. The fertilized ovum, in his opinion also, is that of the first period missed. And since at the time at which he believes fertilization to occur the ovum is certainly still in the ovary, fertilization, on this theory, must always take place in the ovary itself, and the fertilized ovum cannot begin its intrauterine life till a month has elapsed after fertilization. Reichert, Kundrat, Engelmann, and Williams, basing their views on anatomical data, are of opinion that ovulation recurs periodically, and that the extrusion of the ovum occurs not before but after the commencement of menstruation. According to Henson, the observed facts support the view that the follicles burst as a rule toward the end of menstruation. Anticipation or postponement of the opening of the follicle would, however, appear not to be impossible. Leopold, who assumes that menstruation may occur without ovulation and ovulation without menstruation, maintains on anatomical grounds that the rupture of the Graafian follicle occurs chiefly during menstruation, under the influence of the swelling due to menstrual congestion. Menstruation with ovulation he believes to be a common occurrence, menstruation without ovulation an unusual occurrence. Further, it is certain that, at the time when the periodic bleeding is due, ovulation may occur, even though the menstrual discharge fails to make its appearance. Chazen and Glevick also adhere to the generally accepted view that ovulation is a periodic process, usually but not necessarily synchronous with menstruation. Strassman bases on clinical facts and on experiments the following view of the connection between ovulation and menstruation. The principal processes in the organism of the sexually mature woman run their course in a periodic rhythm resembling an undulatory movement, the acme of which occurs in the antemenstrual period, with the aim of preparing for the development of an infantile organism. Whilst an ovum is maturing in the ovary, in the uterus, in dependence upon this maturation, the antemenstrual mucous membrane, fitted for the reception and nutrition of the fertilized ovum, is also undergoing development. At the acme of the undulatory movement, the Graafian follicle ruptures and the ovum is liberated to undergo fertilization in the infundibulum of the fallopian tube. If fertilization fails to occur, or if for any reason the Graafian follicle fails to rupture, then, in consequence of and at the time of the highest introvarian tension, at the time when the rupture of the follicle usually occurs, the extrusion of blood from the capillaries of the uterine mucous membrane begins. The intermediation between the ovary and the uterus is probably affected by means of the sympathetic ganglion in the ovary discovered by Elizabeth Winterhalter, and affected in this manner, that the stimulus proceeding from the ripening follicle passes along the nerve fibrils surrounding the follicle to the processes of the nerve cells of this sympathetic ganglion, accumulating in these cells till a certain degree of intensity has been reached, and then, by means of other processes and of the vasomotor nerves, influencing the vessels of the uterus. Gebhard likewise believes menstruation to be dependent on the ovarian function, and thinks that it is probably brought about in a reflex manner by the gradual growth of the ovarian follicles. It appears that most commonly at the time of menstruation, a Graafian follicle ripe to bursting is to be found in the ovary, but to this rule there are many exceptions. We cannot exclude the possibility that the ovum from a follicle that burst after the commencement of the menstrual flow may be fertilized, but more commonly the ovum that is fertilized is that of the first period missed. The sudden decline in vital energy that occurs just before menstruation is explained by Gebhard as a kind of atavism, dependent on the fact that many of the lower animals, butterflies for instance, succumb as soon as they have fulfilled their duty of reproducing the species. A number of modern investigators, however, deny that any relation, temporal or causal, exists between ovulation and menstruation, and affirm that the latter process is quite independent of the former. Thus, Christopher Martin maintains that a special menstrual center exists in the lumbar portion of the spinal cord, the impulses from which proceed to the uterus by way of the splanchnic plexus, the ovarian plexus, or perhaps by both. Similar views are held by Lawson-Tate, Collins, and Johnstone, who severally maintain that the ovaries are no more concerned in the production of menstruation than any other organ of the body, the liver, for instance. They direct attention to the periodicity that occurs in the functional activity of various other organs, in respiratory and cardiac activity, for instance, both of which undergo rhythmical changes as a result of nervous influences. The cessation of menstruation after arforctomy they attribute, not to the cessation of ovulation, but to the division of the nerves which run across the broad ligaments of the uterus and upon which menstruation depends. Heat and rut in animals have a different significance from menstruation. The latter process is induced by civilization and by the adoption of the upright posture. But taking all this into consideration, we must hold fast to the fundamental principles that ovulation occurs at that period of life, and only at that period during which menstruation proceeds regularly. That ovulation begins when externally and in the whole development of the girl, the signs of sexual maturity manifest themselves, and that ovulation ceases at the climacteric, when menstruation also ceases. We must regard as rare exceptions to this rule cases in which ovulation begins before the menarche and persists after the menopause. A physiological interruption of menstruation occurs during pregnancy and lactation. It seems improbable, however, that during this interval ovulation also is in abeyance. It is established by anatomical investigations that ovulation and menstruation commonly occur in association, but that menstruation sometimes, though rarely, occurs in the absence of ovulation. And finally, that intermenstrual ovulation is also a rare occurrence. In the majority of cases, either just before or just after the commencement of the menstrual flow, rupture of a Graafian follicle occurs. After complete arforctomy, menstruation ceases. It is only when functionally active portions of ovarian tissue have been left behind that menstruation continues to occur. In the absence of the ovaries, the menstrual function is in abeyance. Hence, for the performance of that function, the presence of ripening ovarian follicles and of other follicles capable of ripening later is an indispensable requisite. A certain analogy between heat and rut in animals and menstruation in women may, according to the investigations of Bischoff, Heger, Strassman, and others, certainly be maintained. Heat or rut is a process occurring in mammals, dependent on the reproductive glands, characterized by an increase in sexual and general excitability, with congestion of the pudendum and the vagina, swelling of the sebaceous glands of the external genitals, and increased secretion. From the vulval cleft, there flows a peculiar, strong-smelling mucus, often tinted red from admixture with blood. There is frequent micturition, the uterine glands are swollen, the fallopian tubes are also swollen, and are soft and erected. A well-developed menstrual bleeding, analogous to that which occurs in the human species, occurs among the lower animals only in apes. Maturation of ova precedes the period of heat, and rupture of the Graafian follicle occurs during that period. Heat or rut occurs in animals at certain seasons of the year, which may, according to the species and the mode of life of the animal concerned, be in spring, summer, autumn, or winter. The season of heat or rut has further several periods of heat, each lasting several days, and among domesticated animals, mares, cows, and bitches, succeeding one another at intervals of 3 or 4 weeks. In wild animals, rut occurs once only in the year. In animals, sexual intercourse takes place during the time of the menstrual discharge, and during this time also the capacity for conception is increased. In the absence of heat, the genital organs are in a more quiescent condition. In this connection, the experiments on animals made by Strassman, with a view to determining the influence upon the uterus of rise of pressure in the ovary, are of great interest. These experiments showed that a rise of intraovarian pressure, produced by the injection of fluid into the parenchyma of the ovary, led to changes in the endometrium and the external genital organs corresponding to those occurring in an animal on heat. In the human species, however, in contradistinction to what occurs in the lower animals, there is a certain disinclination, on the part of the male at any rate, to sexual intercourse during menstruation. The human female, moreover, notwithstanding the periodicity of her sexual life, is at all times capable of conception. This capability is not confined to any particular part of the intermenstrual period, for conception may occur at any time during that period, and has even been known to result from intercourse during menstruation. This peculiar characteristic of the human reproductive capacity has been regarded as compensatory, furnished by nature in her continual endeavor for the perpetuation of the species, to counteract the restricting influences imposed by civilization on the normal process of reproduction. Credible observations even exist, indicating that among many primitive peoples, in whom at the time of puberty no social laws hinder the limitless exercise of the reproductive functions, this capacity on the part of woman to conceive at any time has no existence, and that the reproductive capacity of such human beings is, like that of the lower animals, confined to a certain season of the year. Thus, G. Schlesinger reports of the Ainus of the island of Yezo. A friend of mine in Sapporo believes himself to have observed that the Ainus have a certain definite rutting period, and that in them, as in many of the lower animals, the process of reproducing the species occurs only at a certain season of the year. An identical statement is current concerning the Indians of Western America. The mucous membrane of the uterus undergoes during menstruation important changes, and a question much disputed is whether in the course of menstruation the whole of the uterine mucous membrane is removed, or a part only, whether it is shed in its entire thickness, or is at least deprived of its epithelium. According to the observations made by Leopold on dead bodies, the mucous membrane of the uterus becomes swollen shortly before the commencement of the menstrual discharge, until, partly in consequence of cellular proliferation, partly in consequence of edematous infiltration, and partly in consequence of enlargement of the lymph spaces, it attains a thickness of 6 to 7 millimeters. The superficial capillaries are notably enlarged, and an effusion of blood elements continues for several days, without the occurrence of any fatty degeneration in the tissues. The epithelium and the most superficial cell layers of the mucous membrane are, however, undermined and shed. No complete destruction of the mucous membrane occurs, however, and fatty degeneration forms no part of the menstrual process as such. Menarche, who examined portions of the uterine mucous membrane removed with the curette during menstruation from living women, found the superficial layers of the mucous membrane to be intact, and he regards the shedding of the epithelium described by other authorities as cadaveric phenomenon. Sinati, who also found the uterine mucous membrane intact during menstruation, adheres to the same view. Von Calden concludes, as a result of investigations made post-mortem, that during menstruation the greater part of the mucous membrane, not the superficial epithelium only, but the stroma itself down to its deepest layers, is shed. According to von Tassenbroek and Mendes-Leleon, however, the most superficial layers only are shed during menstruation. According to Westphalen, whose investigations were made, partly on masses removed by the curette and partly on freshly extirpated uteri, a sanguineo-serous infiltration of the mucous membrane begins about 10 days before menstruation. Great vascular dilatation occurs only just before menstruation. The uterine glands undergo enlargement, and during and immediately after the flow, numerous shed epithelium cells occupy the lumen of the glands. For the rest, however, in the interior of the uterus shortly after menstruation, we find an almost continuous epithelial covering. Some days after menstruation, the proper regeneration of the mucous membrane occurs. Mandel, who examined totally extirpated uteri, asserts that during menstruation the epithelial covering of the mucous membrane is never completely lost, but that just as little does it remain completely intact. The regeneration of the lost areas of epithelium proceeds even during menstruation. The researches of Kundrat and Engelmann on uteri obtained post-mortem led these authors to describe as follows the anatomical changes that occur in the uterine mucous membrane at the time of the catamenial hemorrhage. In the premenstrual epoch, a round cell infiltration occurs in the interglandular tissue, the lumina of the uterine glands become enlarged, and the blood vessels dilated. Subsequently, fatty degeneration of the superficial epithelium and the epithelium of the glands occurs, leading to laceration of the vessels and destruction of the affected area of tissue. After the cessation of the bleeding, regeneration of the mucous membrane occurs. According to Gebhard, 3 stages may be distinguished. The first stage is that of premenstrual congestion, or stage of engorgement. The capillary vessels of the mucous membrane become distended with blood, the membrane itself becomes softened, the meshes of the stroma become enlarged and are filled with the morphological constituents of the blood, subepithelial hematomata are formed. The second stage is that in which the blood finds its way to the exterior. Owing to the turgescence of the mucous membrane, the blood is able to exude between the cells of the intact epithelium. Further, the epithelium becomes lacerated in various places where hematomata have formed beneath it, allowing the blood to exude through the apertures thus formed. Shreds of epithelium may be washed away by the bloodstream. The third stage is that of post-menstrual regeneration. The swelling of the mucous membrane disappears, the detached areas of epithelium readhere, the blood effused into the interstices of the tissue is reabsorbed, or is in part transformed into yellowish-brown flakes of pigment. According to Gebhard's view, during menstruation destruction of the uterine mucous membrane does not occur. At no time is the membrane denuded of large areas of epithelium. A very active process of regeneration occurs, however, in the superficial epithelium and the epithelium of the glands, which fits the uterine mucosa for the reception of the fertilized ovum by keeping it in an ever-young and renovated condition. The mucous membrane of the cervix takes part in menstruation at most by an increased secretion of mucus. According to Landau and Reinstein, the mucous membrane of the fallopian tubes contributes to the menstrual hemorrhage. Fritsch and Strassmann, however, are opposed to the view that there is a regular tubal menstruation. Pathology of menstruation. Only a small proportion of girls and women are entirely free. At the time of menstruation, from all change both in their bodily and in their mental state. A very great majority complain of feeling more or less unwell, of sensations of weight and pressure in the hypogastric region, of a general feeling of languor, loss of appetite, headache, irritability, sometimes of an inclination to weep. In women, a change in the intensity of the sexual impulse manifests itself, an increase in some, a decrease in others. Not infrequently during menstruation, the cardiac activity is notably affected, so that, regularly at the commencement of each period, disagreeable sensations occur in the cardiac region, with increased frequency of the heart's action. Or complaint is made of coldness and dampness of the hands, of icy coldness of the feet, which feel as if dead to halfway up the calves, and cannot be warmed, phenomena which, in the cases under consideration, occur only at the time of menstruation, and are to be regarded as manifestations of the menstrual reflex. I examined 140 women in whom the heart and the vascular system were normal during a number of successive menstrual periods, and in 12 of these women, either at the commencement or during the course of the flow, I observed an increase in the frequency of the heart to the extent of from 12 to 28 beats per minute. In young girls, a systolic murmur was sometimes audible during menstruation, but was inaudible in the intermenstrual intervals. In all these persons, menstruation was regular. There was no abnormality in respect either of the duration or of the quantity of the flow. The heart in these cases was, therefore, affected by the normal menstrual process. A remarkable illustration of the alleged influence of menstrual disturbances on the pulse is reported by de Villeneuve, who states that Chinese physicians, being accustomed to feel the pulse in many different arteries, are able, by a comparison of the characters of the pulse in the two arms, to determine whether a woman menstruates regularly or irregularly. Many women and girls show well-marked menstrual molymina, uneasy or actually painful local sensations in the genital organs, sacrake, painful uterine contractions, and disturbances of the general constitutional state, which are dependent upon menstrual congestion of the pelvic organs, upon local engorgement. Sometimes such symptoms are the result of uterine contractions caused by hyperemia of the uterus, and these cases often take a paroxysmal form. Important disturbances of the general constitutional state result from sudden suppression of the normal menstrual flow, such as may be the effect of a severe chill, of sudden mental impressions, even of errors in diet or the use of certain drugs, and may sometimes follow artificial withdrawal of blood. In many women, a few days or it may be a few hours only before every menstruation, changing manifestations of manifold disorders may recur. Among these may be mentioned general excitement of the nervous system, notable alteration in the voice, strong inclination to sadness, tearfulness, erotic longings, great irritability and sensitiveness of the sensory system, drowsiness, flushings of the face, giddiness, swooning. The appetite is impaired, the breath has a disagreeable smell, the digestion is disturbed, there is a tendency to diarrhea. The facial aspect may be altered, there are blue rings round the eyes, eruptions on the skin, tendency to sweating, palpitation and feeling of anxiety, and a sensation in the extremities as if they had been beaten. Local symptoms also occur. Disturbances of the function of micturition, swelling of the breasts, pains and colics in the renal region, feeling of warmth in the genital organs, pruritus vulvae, sensation of weight in the uterus, and a strong impulse toward coition. The secretions may be pathological. Sometimes there are profuse sweats, sometimes profuse mucus or bilious diarrhea, whilst the urine may either be very abundant, almost colorless, and nearly free from saline matter, or thick and overladen with phosphates and urates. Schotte writes regarding the complex of menstrual phenomena which occur in normal menstruation. In the process of menstruation, blood and sanguineous mucus find their way through a mucous canal, the normal caliber of which is merely a capillary fissure. If the flow is slow, without the formation of coagula, and if the passage through the cervix is free, very gentle contractions of the uterine muscle suffice on the whole, as the blood exudes into the cavity of the uterus, to expel it into the vagina. Without such contractions, menstruation is hardly conceivable. Physiologically, they are characterized by a bearing down sensation, passing down toward the thighs, and by pains in the back. It is rarely that no pain at all is experienced. There are some women, however, who affirm that in their case menstruation begins quite unexpectedly and without the slightest warning, but it does not follow that contractions of the uterus do not occur in these women also during menstruation. The local disturbances which occur as an accompaniment even of physiological menstruation are a sensation of fullness and weight in the pelvis and pains in the lower part of the back, and these probably all result from the uterine contractions. The general disturbances of a reflex nature consist of tenderness on pressure in the epigastrium, headaches, general sense of languor, irritability, and an inclination to shed tears. Among changes in the functions of remote organs may be mentioned swelling of the breasts, of the vocal cords, and of the thyroid body, increased respiratory capacity shortly before menstruation followed by rapid decrease during the flow, tendency to diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, flatulence, salivation, profuse secretion of the sebaceous glands of the vulva, increased secretion of sweat, tendency to the formation of acne pustules. The mental condition also exhibits as a rule a considerable change during menstruation, even in cases which cannot in any sense be regarded as pathological. In many instances, an apparently normal woman may during menstruation exhibit a mental state so abnormal that we are led to speak of it as a menstrual psychosis. Apart from this, however, it appears that during menstruation, the mental life of woman never remains entirely unaffected. Finally, we must mention certain changes in the sense organs which not infrequently accompany menstruation, such as herpes conjunctivae, exophthalmos, limitation of the visual field, and swelling of the nasal turbinate bodies. In the digestive organs, during the menstrual process, changes in the secretions of the glands, nausea, vomiting, and flatulence are not infrequently observed. In one half of the women concerning whose state during menstruation Krieger made inquiries, he found, especially just before and during the discharge, a tendency to diarrhea, or at least to more copious and more frequent evacuations of the bowels than occurred at other times. On the surface of the tongue, at the premenstrual epoch, a pronounced exfoliation of the epithelium may occur, so that in some instances the papillae are entirely exposed. Not infrequently hyperemia of the liver appears to be connected with the menstrual process, and by many observers, among whom Senator and Fleischmann may be mentioned, jaundice, slight or intense, has been seen to occur during menstruation. In a case of long-standing amenorrhea, Duncan noted the appearance of a transient vicarious jaundice, apparently reflex in its origin. In some cases, jaundice precedes menstruation and disappears as the flow becomes established. In the respiratory organs also, menstrual changes frequently occur. According to von Ott, respiratory capacity attains a maximum shortly before menstruation and diminishes rather rapidly during the flow. The expiratory power is similarly affected. In the larynx, according to Botermund, great swelling of the posterior wall occurs during menstruation, whereby the closure of the glottis is hindered, and a rapid onset of fatigue ensues in the muscles that perform this action when the woman sings or speaks. The fullness of the voice is also diminished. More or less extensive swelling of the thyroid body occurs during the menstrual period. According to Fleece, in most women, the inferior, sometimes the middle and the inferior nasal turbinate bodies are greatly swollen. Sometimes also the tuberculous septi are swollen. It is said that the right half of the nose is more frequently and more intensely swollen than the left half. Epistaxis is sometimes observed at the menstrual periods. In the urinary organs, the influence of the menstrual period is manifested by a change in the urine. According to Schrader, the elimination of urea is diminished shortly before menstruation. According to Lavelle, the elimination of uric acid undergoes a sudden diminution on the second day of the flow, followed by an increase on the third day, subsequently rising above the normal level. This change is to be attributed not to any excitation of the genital organs, but to the loss of blood. Hebra already drew attention to the connection between diseases of the skin and the physiological and pathological processes occurring in the female genital organs, and emphasized the fact that for the cure of certain eruptions, local treatment of the disorder of the reproductive organs was requisite. He gave 4 examples of such eruptions. 1. An acute attack of eczema, which disappeared only after the removal of a badly fitting pessary. 2. In a chlorotic girl, 2 large red spots on the cheeks disappeared when menstruation was established. 3. improvement of a skin affection when a coexisting disorder of the genital organs received appropriate treatment, followed by recrudescence of the skin trouble when the genital disorder became more severe. 4. A case of obstinate seborrhea, lasting for many years, which disappeared only when the patient became pregnant, for the first time, 7 years after her marriage. Similar cases have been recorded by subsequent observers, and numerous monographs have been published on menstrual skin eruptions. Schramm, for instance, reports the case of a woman in whom at each menstrual period tubercles and papules appeared on the backs of the hands and on the neck. And the same author mentions another case in which during menstruation, red papules arranged in rows appeared on the back. Wilhelm observed dark blue macules, the size of hazelnuts, which appeared on the thighs shortly before menstruation and disappeared when the flow was over. Of 2 cases of menstrual disorder of the skin reported by Stiller, in one, an itching eruption appeared on the upper and the lower extremities. In the other, small red papules appeared on the dorsum of the hands and feet. Other cases of menstrual skin eruptions were published by Joseph, Polly, Janowski, and Schwing. Sometimes at the menstrual periods, severe pruritus vulvae occurs, due, no doubt, to the temporary increase in the secretion of the menstrual passages, and to the more active influence exercised by this secretion on the vulva. In 2 cases in which the menstrual flow was in abeyance, Heitzmann observed affections of the skin. In one of these, a young woman aged 20 who had not yet begun to menstruate, there appeared every 4 weeks isolated papules surrounded by a bright red areola, itching so violently that scratching resulted. In the other, macules the size of a lentil, of a light red or dark red color, appeared and lasted 2 or 3 days. When menstruation became regular, fresh crops no longer formed. Schotte, in a case of chronic arthritis, observed the regular recurrence of urticaria at each successive menstrual period. The suffering being very great, the rest at night being greatly disturbed during the periods of eruption, and the patient's general health declining more and more in consequence, extirpation of the ovaries was undertaken, and the operation resulted in a complete cure. Schotte further observed that in cases of obstinate skin affections of unknown causation occurring in persons of the female sex, some disorder of the genital organs was nearly always present. Moreover, in many of these cases, as soon as the genital disorder was cured by appropriate measures, the skin affection disappeared spontaneously and without any further treatment. He had been able to collect 26 cases of this nature, in which an indubitable connection obtained between disease of the skin and disease of the reproductive system. The forms of affection of the genital organs chiefly noticed in this association were retroflexion and retroversion of the uterus, erosion and ectropium or aversion of the cervix, chronic endometritis, arthritis, and salpingitis, and finally with a special frequency uterine myomata. The skin diseases observed were acne, eczema, disorders of pigmentation, psoriasis, lichen, and urticaria. During menstruation, we observe not infrequently a number of changes in the skin, such as hyperhidrosis, acne, seborrhea, erythema, and the form of dermatitis known as erysipelas of menstruation. Sometimes also a fusion of blood into the skin as a form of vicarious menstruation, and peculiar forms of cutaneous edema. In many women during menstruation, the secretion of sweat is markedly increased every month. In exceptional cases, menstruation is vicariously replaced by profuse sweating. In association with menstruation, we frequently observe excessive secretion of the sebaceous glands, especially of those of the hairy scalp. Often urticaria manifests itself as a recurrent menstrual eruption. In cases of scanty menstruation and of amenorrhoea, discoloration and excessive pigmentation of the skin may occur, sometimes taking the form of chloasma uterinum. Sometimes also in these cases, the formation of dark rings round the eyes, already seen in slighter degree as an accompaniment of normal menstruation, is excessive. In the organ of vision, changes associated with menstruation have been recorded by various observers. Hordeolum menstruale may recur month after month at the menstrual periods as an exacerbation of a chronic conjunctivitis. Herpes of the ocular or palpebral conjunctivae and eczematous affections may be connected with menstruation. Also, exophthalmos may occur during menstruation in association with swelling of the thyroid body and palpitation of the heart. Again, as an accompaniment of normal menstruation, severe papillitis with retinal hemorrhages may occur. According to the investigations of Finkelstein, a limitation of the field of vision may be noticed during menstruation, beginning on the first, second, or third day of the flow, attaining its greatest intensity on the third or fourth day of the flow, and gradually disappearing during the 3 or 4 days next ensuing. The organ of hearing is stated by Hogg to be affected during menstruation, inasmuch as congestive redness and swelling of the external ear, of the external auditory meatus, and of the skin over the mastoid process sometimes occurs. Occasionally also, periodic neuralgia manifests itself at the menstrual periods. In the circulatory organs, as already mentioned, normal menstruation quite frequently manifests its influence by the production of disorders of greater or less severity, referable to the stimulus of ovulation. In 8.5% of the women of whom I have made inquiries with regard to this matter, palpitation of the heart of variable severity occurred during menstruation, and was most frequent and most severe on the first and second days of the flow. Associated with the palpitation in some cases were vasomotor disturbances, transient feelings of heat, a sense of congestion in the head, and profuse perspiration without apparent cause. The day before the commencement of the flow, the blood pressure rises considerably, but falls rapidly during the flow. This menstrual rise in blood pressure is accompanied by a rise in temperature and an increase in metabolic activity. The influence of menstruation on the heart is most powerfully displayed in cases in which for some reason a disturbance occurs of the normal appearance or normal course of menstruation. Disorders of menstruation likely to give rise to cardiac disorders are amenorrhoea, menorrhagia, and dysmenorrhoea. Amenorrhoea is especially apt to induce cardiac disorder in cases in which, in consequence of some sudden impression, such as a fright or a severe chill, menstruation, which began at puberty in normal fashion and subsequently recurred with perfect regularity, has undergone sudden and complete suppression. Also in cases in which severe anemia or obesity has rapidly led to the onset of amenorrhoea. In such cases, attacks of tachycardia sometimes occur. It may be at irregular intervals, or it may be exhibiting a menstrual rhythm, the cardiac affection manifesting itself always a few days before the date at which menstruation ought to begin. In these cases, also, systolic murmurs are not infrequently audible. In cases in which menstruation is very painful, the dysmenorrhea may give rise to attacks of colic or to convulsive seizures, whether the dysmenorrhea is itself due to inadequacy or to complete suppression of the flow, to metritis, to anteflexion, to new growths in the uterus, or, finally, to diseases of the ovaries or to pathological disorders of ovulation. Among the various disorders associated with dysmenorrhea, heart troubles are not infrequent, most often taking the form of reflex neuroses, evoked by the stimulus of the pain in the genital organs. But it has also been asserted that an acute dilatation of the heart occurs in these attacks. Very threatening cardiac symptoms as an accompaniment of severe dysmenorrhea have been seen by me, especially in the case of 2 women, one of whom was in the 30s and the other in the 40s. The attacks took the form of increased frequency of the heart's action, with severe cardiac dyspnea on trifling exertion, sense of suffocation, and intense anxiety. This severe cardiac and respiratory distress was a sequel to the appearance of severe dysmenorrhea, and was relieved as soon as the course of menstruation became regular and painless, but the cardiac trouble recurred in association with each successive attack of dysmenorrhea. In one of these 2 women, the dysmenorrhea was the result of extreme anteflexion of the uterus. In the other woman, the cause of the dysmenorrhea was not apparent. I was unable to decide with certainty whether in these cases an acute dilatation of the heart occurred. French authorities, who describe similar cardiac trouble resulting from diseases of the liver and the stomach by the name of asystolic gastrohepatique, give the following explanation of its mode of occurrence. The intra-abdominal plexus of the sympathetic is stimulated. This stimulus is reflected to the lungs, in which organs it gives rise to vasoconstriction, resulting in increased tension in the lesser circulation. In consequence of this, the right heart has difficulty in emptying itself. When weak, it undergoes dilatation, and a moderate or extreme tricuspid insufficiency ensues. We have to do, then, in these cases, with reflex symptoms, with a reflex arc, the starting point of which is the sensory nerve terminals in the abdomen, the afferent tract of which is formed by the sympathetic and pneumogastric nerves, and the efferent tract of which passes along the pulmonary sympathetic nerves. In other cases of dysmenorrhea, we observed signs of cardiac weakness. The pulse was small, very frequent, and barely perceptible. The face became suddenly pale, the hands and feet were cold. Complete syncope sometimes occurred. Menorrhagia sometimes leads to cardiac symptoms, owing to the severity of the anemia, which follows extensive and long-continued loss of blood. Sometimes, however, the heart troubles associated with menorrhagia are reflex manifestations. Dependent on the disease which has also caused the menorrhagia, endometritis, it may be new growths, leukemia, or scurvy. Sometimes here also we observe transient attacks of acute dilatation of the heart. Nervous disturbances during menstruation, which are so frequent that Emmett regards it as abnormal for a menstruating woman to be entirely free from pain and from uneasy sensations, are divided by Winshade into two classes: general nervous disorders and local nervous manifestations. Among general disorders, the commonest is a general bodily incapacity. In women, who in other respects are quite healthy, during menstruation everything will be too great an exertion, and fatigue speedily ensues on the performance of occupations which at other times are undertaken without the slightest difficulty. Another common nervous disorder is an uneasy sensation in the head. It may be a feeling of weight or pressure, sometimes described as a feeling as if an iron band were compressing the forehead. Slight mental irritation is commonly present also. The woman is capricious, her mental equilibrium is disturbed. Very common also are vasomotor disturbances, transient feelings of heat, a sense of congestion in the head, or an outbreak of perspiration. Among local nervous disturbances, Winshade enumerates pains in the back, sacrache, pains in the lower extremities, which by preference generally take the course of the great sciatic nerves. Pains in the abdomen also frequently accompany menstruation. These may be diffused over the whole abdomen or may predominate in the two hypochondriac regions. Disorders of the sense organs sometimes occurring during menstruation are the flickering of objects before the eyes, photophobia, and tinnitus aurium. The heart may also be affected with palpitation in association with these nervous disturbances. The stomach may exhibit associated disorder in the form of cardialgia, or more frequently in the form of vomiting, this latter being very frequent at the outset of the flow. Less common is profuse diarrhea, pain in the anus, or spasm of the sphincter uni. The intensity of such nervous manifestations during menstruation is dependent upon the woman's general state of nutrition, upon the degree of instability of her nervous system, and upon her occupation. Robust and powerful women, regularly employed in the open air, such as the wives and daughters of farmers and agricultural laborers, are much less affected by the nerve-weakening influences of menstruation than the sedentary and anemic town-dwelling women. Whether these latter belong to the higher classes of society and are addicted to nerve-straining enjoyments, or to the class of shop girls, seamstresses, and factory women, whose employment is apt to lead to nervous exhaustion. As regards the forms of neuralgia most apt to accompany menstruation, Winshade mentions trigeminal neuralgia as the commonest, especially affecting the first division of the nerve, and producing localized pains which are to be distinguished from the headaches already mentioned. They are characterized by their intensity and their persistence in spite of antineuralgic treatment, and by their spontaneous disappearance as soon as menstruation is over. According to the same author, the relations between hemicrania and the process of menstruation are indisputable. At the very least, it must be admitted that menstruation predisposes to an attack of hemicrania. Cases also occur in which convulsions almost invariably accompany menstruation, convulsions which are to be regarded as symptoms of hysteria. The extraordinarily powerful influence which the menstrual stimulus exercises on the mind is shown by the frequency with which the slighter psychopathic states occur as an accompaniment even of normal menstruation, these manifestations being sometimes melancholic in type, sometimes maniacal or erotic, and, when of long duration, leading ultimately to pronounced mental disorder. This influence of the menstrual stimulus is yet more potent in cases in which important changes in the course of menstruation have occurred, in cases, for instance, of suppressed, painful, or irregular menstruation. In this connection, however, in order to avoid a confusion of cause and effect, we must carefully bear in mind that it is a much commoner causal sequence for psychical disorders to disturb the normal course of menstruation than for disorders of menstruation to evoke psychical disorders. This view has only quite recently become established, and for this reason it is necessary to regard such data, when obtained from the writings of the older gynecologists, in a somewhat critical spirit. By the modern alienist, the influence of the menstrual reflex on mental affections is recognized only in cases in which a proper valuation of the predisposing causes has been made, in such cases as the following. First, we have to recognize the modifying influence exercised by the menstrual stimulus on established psychoses, inasmuch as these latter not infrequently undergo cure when previously irregular menstruation has become regular. And, moreover, the recurrence or the first appearance of menstruation has often a powerful influence on the course of some established mental disorder. In some cases, this influence is a strikingly favorable one on psychoses that have developed before the commencement of menstruation, or during the suppression of that function. It may be, however, and indeed more frequently is, an unfavorable influence, inasmuch as such a psychosis, on the first appearance or on the reappearance of menstruation, may assume a menstrual type, the attacks becoming more frequent or more violent with the successive recurrence of each menstrual or premenstrual period. This is the history of the typical menstrual psychosis. Again, certain processes of the sexual life, disorders of menstruation, diseases of the genital organs, operations on these organs, and the processes of the climacteric, influence the origin and the character of mental disorder, generally giving rise to chronic affective insanity or to paranoia. The menstrual stimulus must in these cases be regarded as a psychopathically exciting physical cause. Further, physical disturbances may equally affect the menstrual function and the functions of the mind, rendering the exact causal sequence in such cases a difficult one to determine. And, conversely, the circumstances that restore the normal working of the mind may also regulate the menstrual function. Finally, we may have to do with isolated sporadic occurrences in which the exciting influence of menstrual processes may be traced. Thus, for the outbreak of a periodical menstrual psychosis, an especial temporal predisposition must exist, connected with the great developmental epoch of the sexual life. There is, for instance, a group of transitory states occurring during menstruation and taking the form of disorders of the intelligence or of explosive emotional states. Such may be witnessed, not in those suffering from psychopathic predisposition, but in quite healthy individuals. The successive menstruations as they recur regularly throughout the course of the sexual life may, just like the first menstruation, though with diminished intensity, give rise to manifestations of nervous and mental disorders. In many women who are in other respects healthy, we see during menstruation, hemicrania, nervous irritability, ill temper, low-spiritedness, and even hysterical and epileptic attacks. These occur chiefly on the first and second days of the flow, and disappear altogether toward the end of the period. These manifestations are more severe in individuals weakened by profuse losses of blood or by chronic disorder in various organs. More severe also in those predisposed to such disturbances in consequence of neuropathic inheritance, more severe in women suffering from menorrhagia and dysmenorrhea, and from any kind of mental stress. In his work on the influence of the so-called menstrual wave on the course of mental disorders, Schul remarks that the mental equilibrium even of a perfectly healthy woman is not a stable one, but is subject to a series of oscillations. The menstrual period, he continues, has a distinct influence on woman's mental equilibrium. Even in those whose nervous system is a healthy one, menstruation evokes a state, now of depression, now of excitement. In neurotic women, on the other hand, menstruation may give rise to nervous diseases which may equally exhibit the characteristics of depression or the characteristics of excitement. In nervously predisposed women, the influence of regularly established menstruation, even when the circumstances are favorable, is pretty much the same as the influence of menstruation when it first makes its appearance. The influence is merely somewhat weaker insofar as the woman has learned to endure and to be patient. The menstrual state, in nervously predisposed women, evokes the particular neurosis to which the individual happens to be liable. The disorders most commonly met with in this association are hysteria, hemicrania, swimming in the head, epileptic paroxysms, toothache, and neurasthenia. Especially frequent during menstruation is hemicrania. Sometimes hemicrania may begin a day or two before menstruation as a prodromal sign and may accompany its whole course, becoming, however, less severe toward the end of the flow. Hysteria most commonly manifests itself in association with menstruation by a depressed emotional state, by tearfulness, by complaints made without sufficient grounds, by globus hystericus or clavus hystericus, sometimes also by paroxysms of muscular spasm, very rarely by hysteroepileptic seizures. Epilepsy may occur either by day or by night. Nocturnal seizures usually occur without any apparent external cause, as a result of the central stimulus. Diurnal attacks, on the other hand, have usually some external exciting cause. Often, however, years may elapse without any attack of major epilepsy occurring, the disease manifesting itself in one or more of the many varieties of the minor form, as transient absences of mind, attacks of vertigo, etc. The nervous disturbance in a menstruating woman may be so great as to lead to the production of psychoses. The question of the existence of a menstrual insanity sui generis has been answered by many alienists in the affirmative. By others, however, who see in the alleged cases nothing specific, it has been answered in the negative. The relation of menstruation to the mental disorder may be a double one. 1. Menstruation may occur repeatedly in the course of an already established mental disorder. 2. Menstruation and its morbid variations may favor the occurrence of psychoses that exist already in a latent form, and may lead to the origination of psychoses to which the organism is predisposed. In the former connection, Brière de Boismont undertook an investigation which showed that in women suffering from mental disorder, an exacerbation of that disorder was to be observed during menstruation. Schlager, who regards the menstrual process as possessing when anomalous a high significance for the development and course of mental disturbances, observed that in 33% of women suffering from mental disorder, the menstrual state had an unfavorable influence upon the course of that disorder, inasmuch as it led to an increased irritability. In the rest of the cases, however, menstruation was without influence upon the course of the ordinary chronic psychoses. In the cases that were unfavorably influenced, epileptic attacks usually became more frequent, and chronic melancholia became much more profound. Schroeder observed in chronic forms of melancholia that during menstruation the sadness became intolerable and was associated with a suicidal tendency. In chronic maniacal forms of mental disorder, the excitement underwent an increase during menstruation. Von Krafft-Ebing, as a result of his investigations into insanity during menstruation, came to similar conclusions with regard to the unfavorable influence of the menstrual process. Algery likewise states that menstruation notably aggravates the cerebral symptoms in the course of mental disorders. Other authors, Marseille and Kowalewski for instance, whilst emphasizing the powerful influence exerted by menstruation on any existing psychosis, point out that in some instances, as in states of mental and physical depression, this influence is for the worse. But in other instances, especially in states of maniacal excitement, the condition of the patient undergoes notable amelioration during menstruation. Scheffer also, in his researches into the relations between the processes of menstruation and psychoses, discovered that anomalies in the course of menstruation ran almost parallel with anomalies in the course of mental activity. In psychopathically predisposed women, disorders of menstruation, such as amenorrhoea, delayed menstruation, and dysmenorrhoea, are more effective than the normal process of menstruation in evoking manifestations of psychical abnormalities previously latent, and in leading to attacks of precordial anxiety, pathological emotional states, melancholic seizures, epilepsy in all its varieties, and impulsive manifestations, such as pyromania, kleptomania, infanticide, homicide, etc. As results of a special predisposition may appear in this connection, congenital imbecility, idiocy, melancholia, and chronic weak-mindedness. A rich literature exists of cases in which mental abnormalities occurred in psychopathically predisposed individuals as a result of menstruation. Thus, von Krafft-Ebing reports a case in which, during menstruation, a mentally undeveloped woman murdered her husband, and another case in which to chronic weak-mindedness and chronic delusional insanity were superadded during menstruation peculiar attacks having the character of psychical storms. Tuke reports a case in which a mother, in a state of alcoholic excess during menstruation, murdered her daughter. Pellman records acts of pyromania committed during menstruation by a girl 17 years of age. Mabel records a case in which a woman suffering from severe mental disorder was affected during menstruation by impulsive kleptomania, whilst after the periods the memory of what had happened passed away. Philoindicus records the case of a woman suffering from severe neuropathy who at the menstrual periods exhibited great irritability, experienced marked sexual excitement, and had suicidal impulses, and who on one occasion attempted to murder a female friend who had refused to assist her in the practice of sexual aberrations. Giraud describes a woman suffering from passive melancholia, in whom during menstruation horrible fantastic ideas occurred. Ball records the case of a woman who suffered always from acute mental disorder during menstruation, and who, in one of these attacks, murdered her son. Kowalewski reports a case of chronic imbecility, in which during menstruation attacks of precordial anxiety developed, and in the course of one of these attacks, the patient set fire to her own house. In such cases, remarks Kowalewski, menstruation represents the last drop that makes the full goblet overflow. In addition, we meet with cases in which the influence of menstruation is so powerful that it must be regarded as the principal cause of the psychosis. We must then speak of a true menstrual psychosis, the impulse to which is supplied by the normal or abnormal changes occurring in the process of menstruation, and characterized by the menstrual periodicity and the brief duration of the attacks. These are the characteristics of the menstrual psychoses of the menarche and of the climacteric period, and such cases occur also during the period of full menstrual activity. The menstrual psychosis most commonly makes its appearance shortly before the flow, becomes less severe with the establishment of the flow, and disappears when the flow ceases. In other cases, the psychosis appears toward the end of menstruation and speedily passes away. Or, again, in amenorrhoic cases, the attacks of mental disorder replace the proper menstrual flow and become less severe or disappear entirely as soon as the flow is regularly reestablished. The commonest forms of these menstrual psychoses are melancholia, mania, irresistible impulses, acute amenorrhoea, in rare cases alternating insanity in which the periods of alternation assume the menstrual rhythm. The duration of these psychoses is usually short, from a few days up to a fortnight. There may be only a single attack, or there may be a number of attacks presenting precisely similar characters. The consciousness may be more or less disturbed. Von Krafft-Ebing points out, as a very dangerous peculiarity of the menstrual psychoses, that the fact that the morbid process has once occurred in connection with menstruation furnishes in itself a sufficient reason for the recurrence of such attacks, which are dependent on constantly repeated functional changes in the brain closely analogous to those that occur in epilepsy. When the menstrual insanity recurs frequently, it gradually becomes less acute in its characters and more protracted in its course. The lucid intervals are less clearly indicated and shorter in duration, and thus, in course of time, the mental disorder may be transformed into chronic imbecility, a transformation liable to occur in all forms of periodic psychosis. In such cases, we must always assume the existence of a certain lack of resisting power on the part of the organism, especially of the nervous system, which amounts to a congenital predisposition. During the period of full menstrual activity, the favorable soil for the cultivation of such disorders is usually furnished by anomalies of menstruation, by difficult labor and its consequences, severe losses of blood, prolonged lactation, physical overexertion, and mental shock and stress. In the development under the influence of menstruation of such periodic acute mental disorders, we may observe various gradations, as for instance short, syncope-like cataleptic seizures, states of hallucinatory confusion lasting several hours or several days, disordered consciousness, and even severe mania. Such a case was observed by Will. Under the influence of menstruation and of a trifling source of mental disturbance, a young woman aged 21, whose mental health had previously been good, had a sudden attack of anxiety, succeeded by a violent but transitory mania, lasting 5 or 6 hours. After a short free interval came another attack, this time lasting several days. Similar cases were recorded by Friedman. A blooming and healthy maidservant 18 years of age fell asleep in a chair a few days before menstruation, awakened with a start, was subsequently disordered in mind, though tranquil, with many hallucinations, listening to voices which repeated monotonously, "They come," was drowsy, and slow to answer when spoken to. On the third day she was recovered, her mind being clear and normal. She was not fully aware of what had happened. Since this attack, her mind has been free from disorder, during menstruation as well as at other times. She is said to have had a similar attack about 4 years ago, that is, at the commencement of puberty. A girl aged 13, quite healthy, not nervous, physically rather powerful, with quite healthy family history. Complaints of having suffered for 2 days from general sense of depression with pains in the abdomen. During the afternoon was lying on a sofa, but suddenly sprang up, looked extremely anxious and confused, ran about the room, begged to be protected from the black man, etc. Her speech was disconnected, gabbling, and difficult to understand. After 2 hours she became quiet and fell into a sound sleep, from which she awoke calm and quite forgetful of what had passed. On the following day menstruation appeared for the first time, with abdominal pains, but without any mental abnormality. During the subsequent 6 years, she has remained quite well. Since the days of antiquity, an extremely important part has been assigned to suppression of the menses in the production of mental disorders. But in the opinion of modern alienists, who are opposed to the old humoral pathology, no more is to be recognized in this connection than the ordinary menstrual stimulus, which, indeed, when the soil is already prepared, may furnish a causal determinant for an increase in the intensity of an already existing anomalous mental condition. Quite recently, numerous cases have been published in which such an influence has been recognized as powerful. Von Krafft-Ebing writes, "In isolated cases, as a sequel of sudden cessation of the menstrual flow, generally, due to a fright or to a chill, the development of insanity has been observed, and the suppression of menstruation has been regarded as the causal determinant. It is indeed conceivable that the connection between the two events is supplied by a collateral vicarious congestion of the brain. As a rule, however, the psychosis and the suppression of menstruation are the co-effects of the same cause, and are both of vasomotor origin." Menarche reports a case of violent mental disorder of a maniacal type, associated with chorea, occurring at puberty, the exciting cause of which, in a constitution hereditarily predisposed to insanity, he believed to be suppression of the menses. Diamant had under observation a girl in whom, at the age of 6 years, menstruation ceased, having previously been regular since the age of 2 years. After the suppression of menstruation, violent epileptiform seizures set in, occurring at what should have been the menstrual periods. Westphal described a case of infanticide committed in a state of melancholia at the proper menstrual period, the menses being suppressed. Menstrual psychoses are observed for the most part in comparatively young women. After the age of 35, they are uncommon. Among von Krafft-Ebing's cases there were 4 patients between the ages of 15 and 20 years, 6 patients between the ages of 20 and 25 years, 2 patients between the ages of 25 and 30 years, 6 patients between the ages of 30 and 35 years, 2 patients above the age of 35 years. The same author insists that for the development of a menstrual psychosis, a predisposition on the part of the brain must exist, either in the form of an inherited predisposition or in the form of a primary mental disorder, or, finally, as the result of some special exciting cause, such as emotional disturbance, the abuse of alcohol, or bodily illness. Among 19 cases observed by von Krafft-Ebing, 12 were hereditarily predisposed. 4 had previously exhibited great nervousness during menstruation. 7 suffered from primary mental weakness. Very remarkable is the influence, demonstrated especially by Lombroso, exercised by menstruation on the commission of certain crimes. Of 80 women taken into custody for resisting the police, there were 9 only who were not menstruating at the time. 4 notorious murderesses and 1 woman convicted of arson were all menstruating at the times when their crimes were committed. Krugenstein found evidence of menstruation in the bodies of 107 women who committed suicide. Thefts committed by ladies in the great shops of Paris are most commonly effected during menstruation, as was found by Legrand du Saul to be the case in 35 instances out of 56 investigated by him in respect to this matter. According to the same author, hysterical girls who steal articles of clothing, bottles of scent, and the like from the counters of shops are almost always menstruating at the time. Von Krafthebing puts forward the following propositions with regard to the forensic significance of offenses committed by women during menstruation. 1. The mental integrity of a menstruating woman is questionable from the forensic standpoint. 2. In the case of women on trial for any offense, the point should be determined whether that offense was committed at a menstrual period. 3. An inquiry into the mental condition is expedient in cases in which such a coincidence is established. Light is thrown on the matter when investigation shows the existence of hereditary predisposition, when we learn that psychopathic manifestations have occurred at previous menstrual periods, or when the very nature of the offense is one suggesting the presence of mental disorder. 4. A recognition of the powerful influence which the menstrual process exercises upon the mental life should lead, even in cases in which no menstrual psychosis has been proved to exist, to the admission of extenuating circumstances in apportioning the punishment for the offense. 5. In the case of the commission of a punishable act during menstruation by a weak-minded individual, we must as a rule admit the plea of irresponsibility, at any rate in the case of an offense committed under the influence of strong emotion. 6. Persons who have been discharged without punishment on the plea of mental disorder accompanying menstruation must be regarded as dangerous to the community and should always be under careful supervision during the menstrual periods. Amenorrhoea, menorrhagia, and dysmenorrhoea. Amenorrhoea, permanent or transient abnormal lack of the menstrual flow, may depend upon anatomical changes in the genital organs, upon incomplete development or absence of the uterus and the ovaries, upon enduring or transient defective nutrition, or upon atrophy of these organs, or upon parenchymatous disease of the ovaries. Or it may be due to functional disturbances of ovarian activity, itself dependent upon changes in the nervous system, upon constitutional diseases, or upon general nutritive disturbances in the body. Among the latter conditions must be especially mentioned chlorosis, obesity, diabetes, chronic alcoholism, and morphinism, myxoderma, exophthalmic goiter, etc. The amenorrhoea that occurs at the time of the menarche has already been described in connection with the symptomatology of that period. If in cases of amenorrhoea the ovaries continue to perform their functions, we frequently witness severe and painful menstrual molemina, occurring periodically at the times when the flow might be expected, but fails to appear. In cases of atrophy of the uterus and the ovaries, we see complete and permanent amenorrhoea without any discomfort. As a kind of vicarious menstruation, in certain cases of amenorrhoea, we see hemorrhages into the vitreous body or conjunctival hemorrhages. Also, as more extensive disturbances of the visual organs, interstitial keratitis, disseminated choroiditis, intermittent amaurosis, acute retrobulbar neuritis, amblyopia, and limitation of the field of vision. Murin publishes the following cases, showing the influence of amaurosis on the eye. A girl aged 14, with severe bilateral pannus keratitis, was amenorrhoic notwithstanding the existence of well-marked menstrual molemina. Every 4 weeks, at the times when the menstrual flow should have appeared, the corneal inflammation became more severe. It became amenable to treatment for the first time a year later, when the menstrual flow had become established. A peasant woman, 28 years of age, had never menstruated. The uterus was badly developed. Every month an intolerable heat and swelling of the face recurred. Since the age of 15, she had suffered from bilateral interstitial keratitis, which had resisted all treatment and had been subject every 4 weeks to a recurrent exacerbation of this trouble, lasting several days. The exhibition of powerful emmenagogues and the use of Friedrichsthal water brought about on a few occasions a scanty discharge of blood. The comfort to the patient, relieved as if by miracle from her pain and photophobia, was most remarkable. Unfortunately, however, this state of comparative happiness lasted from 12 to 14 weeks only, after which, in spite of everything that was tried, there was no further recurrence of menstruation, and the condition of the eyes relapsed to what had existed for 13 years. In other cases described by Murin, the amenorrhea was complicated with disseminated choroiditis and with posterior sclerochoroiditis. Beer reports a case of retrobulbar neuritis occurring with amenorrhea, consequent on infantile aplasia of the uterus. An interesting case was recorded by Dunn of a girl 15 years of age, who had not yet begun to menstruate and who suffered from interstitial keratitis with severe photophobia. The ocular symptoms vanished with extreme rapidity as soon as menstruation first appeared. Napier observed complete blindness, without discernible anatomical cause, associated with amenorrhea of sudden onset. The amaurosis disappeared as soon as menstruation was re-established. Striking and manifold are the disturbances of the nervous system which may be caused by amenorrhea, ranging from increased irritability, hyperesthesia of various nerve tracts, neuralgia, and the like, to severe psychoses. Barnes reports a case of mental disturbance consequent upon amenorrhea in a woman 27 years of age, who had begun to menstruate when 16 years old, and in whom the menses had been suppressed a year earlier when she was informed of the sudden death of her father. From that time, a progressively increasing weakness of the mind was observed. In a case recorded by Macnaught and Jones, the mental depression consequent on amenorrhea was so great that it led to an attempt at suicide. Lawrence observed in young girls who from any cause suffered from amenorrhea that an increased pigmentation of the skin sometimes occurred, analogous to that met with in Addison's disease. This amenorrhoic pigmentation he compares to the chloasma that is seen in pregnant women. By menorrhagia, we understand the occurrence of typical discharges of blood from the uterus, occurring at more or less regular intervals, and differing from normal menstruation in respect either of the greater intensity or of the longer duration of the hemorrhage. Whereas by metrorrhagia, we understand the occurrence of atypical discharge of blood from the uterus, which is related to menstruation neither in respect to its causation nor in respect to the time of its appearance. Menorrhagia may be due to local changes in the genital organs, to organic diseases of other organs, and to general diseases. Local changes which may give rise to menorrhagia are active hyperemia and passive hyperemia of the genital organs, such hyperemia being itself due to sexual excitement, especially when ungratified, to violent physical exercise, or to chill during menstruation. Menorrhagia is also liable to occur when the abdominal circulation is disturbed by extreme obesity or by the presence of tumors, also in connection with endometritis, uterine myomata, erosions of the cervix, etc. Diseases of organs other than those belonging to the reproductive system, which are especially likely to give rise to severe bleeding, are disease of the heart, such as valvular incompetence, lung disease, and nephritis. General diseases in which menorrhagia may occur are anemia, chlorosis, hemophilia, scurvy, scarlatina, cholera, smallpox, influenza, and obesity. Through severe loss of blood in menorrhagia, whether the bleeding be sudden and profuse or more moderate but long continued, a condition of chronic anemia results, with all its threatening consequences to the health and the life of the woman affected. She becomes pale and weak, unfitted for any great physical or mental exertion, and is liable to attacks of cardiac enfeeblement and to fainting fits. In some cases, degenerative changes ensue in the cardiac muscle. Dysmenorrhea is characterized by severe pain occurring before, during, and after menstruation. The pain is caused either by abnormally powerful contractions of the uterus or else by abnormal sensitiveness of that organ. Abnormally powerful contractions are caused by various mechanical hindrances to the normal processes of menstruation. Abnormal sensitiveness is due to inflammatory and congestive states of the uterus and its annexa, or to a general increase of nervous sensibility. Schade, therefore, distinguishes a mechanical, an inflammatory, and a nervous form of dysmenorrhea. Mechanical dysmenorrhea is most frequently due to stenosis or flexion of the canal of the cervix in some part of its course from the internal to the external os, dependent upon malformation or flexion of the uterus, hyperplasia of the mucous membrane, chronic metritis, scarring resulting from operative procedures, uterine polypi, etc. In inflammatory dysmenorrhea, we have to do either with an inflammatory process or with excessive tension of the intrapelvic organs, dependent upon abnormal distension of their blood vessels. To the same category belong ovarian dysmenorrhea and dysmenorrhea due to inflammatory changes in the fallopian tubes and to pelvic peritonitis. In nervous dysmenorrhea, no anatomical cause is apparent, but the uterine contractions normally occurring during menstruation and the normal congestive distension of the intrapelvic organs at that period become extremely painful, in consequence of a morbid increase in the sensibility of the nervous system. The influence of dysmenorrhea on the general condition of the woman suffering from it is often a very potent one. The normal undulatory course of the bodily temperature, which, as Raynal has shown, undergoes a gradual rise until shortly before the appearance of the menstrual flow, gradually falls during menstruation, and continues to fall for a time after menstruation is over. Undergoes a change in cases of dysmenorrhea due to anteflexion of the uterus, parametritis, or salpingitis. Inasmuch as in these cases the acme of the temperature curve is reached actually during menstruation, and the decline of temperature comes, not at the commencement of the menstrual flow, but often only after the flow has ceased. The curve of blood pressure and the curve indicating the excretion of urea are similarly affected in these cases. As symptoms in other organs occurring in cases of dysmenorrhea, Schotte mentions sensations of heat, coldness of the feet, retching and vomiting, cramps of the stomach and of the voluntary muscles, general disorders of nutrition, loss of appetite, strangury, constipation, dyspepsia, headache, and finally hysteria. As symptoms of the latter affection, we may notice anesthesia, hyperesthesia of certain parts of the abdomen, attacks of cramp, paralysis, uterine cough, hiccup, spasm of the glottis, epileptiform seizures. The repeated severe attacks of pain may seriously disturb the nervous system, leading to the appearance of general neuroses and psychoses. Frequently we observe, as a peculiar accompaniment of dysmenorrhea, changes in the fullness of the blood vessels of the face and also in other regions of the skin in consequence of vascular paralysis. In other cases, actual effusion of blood occurs and, as a sequel of this, deposits of pigment, and the semicircles beneath the eyes may become so dark as to look as if they had been artificially tinted. In one case, during menstruation, periodic swelling of the gums was observed. Finally, in association with dysmenorrhea, various forms of neuralgia, changes in refraction, and slight attacks of neuritis and retinitis may occur. One of the commonest symptoms, and sequelae, is headache, sometimes in the form of hemicrania, which may be associated with dyspeptic manifestations, sometimes diffused over the whole surface of the skull. Dyspepsia is a very frequent associate of dysmenorrhea. Thus we meet with pain and tenderness in the gastric region, nausea, vomiting, and also cardialgia. Sometimes the liver becomes enlarged and tender on pressure. In many cases also jaundice is witnessed. Gebhard refers to another phenomenon which may be classed under the head of dysmenorrhea, from the character of the pain that is experienced, even though this pain is not felt at the menstrual periods, but in the intermenstrual epoch. This is the so-called intermediate dysmenorrhea. In the character of the localized pain, intermediate dysmenorrhea closely resembles ordinary dysmenorrhea. It recurs often with precise regularity on certain days during the intermenstrual interval. Krumm distinguishes three forms of intermediate dysmenorrhea: that in which there is no discharge at all from the uterus, that in which there is a sanguineous discharge, and that in which there is a clear watery discharge. The first form he attributes to a synchronism in the processes of ovulation and menstruation, the second form to endometritis with disintegration of the mucous membrane, the third to a kind of hydrops tubi profluens. Cases of intermediate dysmenorrhea are somewhat rare, if we eliminate the cases in which pains occur in the intermenstrual epoch in consequence of disease of the uterine annexa. Inflammatory manifestations may be discovered in nearly all typical cases of intermediate dysmenorrhea. Long-continued dysmenorrhea may give rise to numerous hysterical troubles, general convulsive seizures, local muscular spasm and paralysis, hiccup, spasm of the glottis, uterine cough, twitching and spasm of various groups of voluntary muscles. In some cases, we see fully developed epileptic convulsions, with complete loss of consciousness and immobility of the pupils. Finally, psychoses may arise in association with dysmenorrhea. In cases of pathological changes in menstruation, a carefully arranged hygiene at the menstrual periods is of importance both for prophylactic and for therapeutic purposes. And in this connection, I may refer to what I have written in the section on hygiene during the Menarche. In cases of dysmenorrhea, a certain amount of repose and precaution are needed during the flow, with avoidance of chill, scrupulous cleanliness, and regulation of the bowels. In cases of amenorrhea, we must prescribe attention to the general nutrition by means of an easily digested roborant diet, as much fresh air as possible, and systematic bodily exercise. In these cases, bicycling, lawn tennis, and suitable gymnastics are often of value. Also baths, in the form of warm general baths, hot sitz baths, and hot foot baths. Vicarious menstruation. In cases in which, in consequence of morbid conditions of the uterus, the ovaries, or the organism as a whole, the menstrual flow has at the time of the menarche either failed entirely to appear or been exceedingly scanty. Hemorrhages from other organs have since ancient times been witnessed, and these hemorrhages have been regarded as vicarious menstruation. The congestion that occurs during menstruation is not limited to the genital organs, and when the flow of blood from the uterus fails to occur, the organism seeks another outlet in order to restore the disturbed equilibrium of blood distribution, and vicarious hemorrhages take place from the mouth, the nose, the intestines, the anus, the gums, the mammary, the ears, and the lungs, or hemorrhages occur in the brain, the nerves, or the eyes. Although it must be admitted that confusion has often occurred between vicarious menstruation and hemorrhages dependent on pre-existing genuine organic disease, such as hemoptysis due to pulmonary tuberculosis or hematemesis due to gastric ulcer. Still, the existence of a true vicarious menstruation must be regarded as fully established. Thus, Fricker, Fleischmann, Obermeyer, Bagel, Withrow, Playette, and Parsons observed vicarious epistaxis. Watson, Duquesne, Edibols, Fischel, and Seligman vicarious hematemesis. Franch, Hott, Ratjen, Voigt, and Windmuller vicarious hemoptysis. Dunlap vicarious gingival hemorrhage. Law and Petitau vicarious autophagia. Husinger and Lefort vicarious hemorrhages occurring variously from the anus, bladder, hand, ear, nipple, stomach, and nose. Baumgarten vicarious hemorrhage from the vocal cords and trachea. Hahn from the bladder. Curley in the thyroid body. Gallmertz in the eyes. Puch found in the cases he collected that vicarious menstrual hemorrhage occurred from the stomach 38 times, from the mammary glands 25 times, from the lungs 24 times, and from the nasal mucous membrane 18 times. In all the cases, menstruation had long been in abeyance. Regarding vicarious epistaxis, especially exact observations have been published, showing the mutual relationship between the genital and the nasal mucous membrane. A series of cases has been recorded by Fleece. In one of these, a remarkably well-developed girl of 14, who complained at 3 weekly intervals of molimina, in the form of languor, headache, and sacrache, after an interval of 4 weeks epistaxis occurred instead of the expected menstruation. 3 weeks later came another attack of epistaxis. And finally, after an interval of 7 weeks, came the first menstruation, which henceforward recurred every 3 weeks. In another case, that of a girl aged 15, menstruation appeared once. 4 weeks later came an attack of epistaxis instead of menstruation, and these attacks of epistaxis were continually repeated at intervals of 29 days in place of menstruation until finally pregnancy occurred. During pregnancy, the epistaxis ceased to recur, however, 6 weeks after parturition. The attacks continued for 8 monthly periods when they ceased finally at the commencement of the second pregnancy. Other similar cases are known in which epistaxis recurred with all the regularity of the menstruation it replaced during pregnancy and ceased at parturition. Analogous cases occur in which epistaxis has persisted during pregnancy, during the puerperium, and at the climacteric period, replacing the physiologically suppressed menstrual flow. Similarly, Liégeois has observed vicarious hemoptysis during pregnancy. According to Baumgarten, in vicarious epistaxis, the bleeding almost always proceeds from the region of the cartilaginous septum and may become very violent. Vicarious hemorrhage from the larynx proceeds from the true and false vocal cords. Tracheal hemorrhage is a much rarer occurrence. Analogous to these cases are those in which the vicarious hemorrhages occur after removal of the ovaries. Thus, Toffer in one case saw epistaxis replace menstruation after this operation. Schmalfuss reports a case in which a woman suffering from valvular disease of the heart was said after arforctomy to have had almost daily attacks of hemoptysis and epistaxis. Glivec found in the postoperative history of 44 cases of arforctomy that 2 patients suffered from vicarious hemorrhages. The last quoted author is of opinion that the suppression of menstruation resulting from arforctomy rarely leads to vicarious hemorrhages, and that even when these do occur, they are so inconsiderable in amount as to have no practical significance. Quain records the case of a woman aged 33, in whom uterus and ovaries were absent, and in whom for 2 years epistaxis recurred every month with considerable regularity. In cases in which menstruation is in abeyance, we sometimes witness, instead of vicarious hemorrhages, the occurrence of non-sanguineous vicarious discharges from various mucous membranes. Thus, vicarious leukorrhea is seen, especially in chlorotic patients, in whom, from the time of the menarche onward, such a discharge may occur every month, instead of the delayed menstruation. Similarly, vicarious diarrhea and vicarious salivation have been observed. Part 7, the sexual impulse. The sexual impulse. By the term sexual impulse, we understand the impulse shared by women and by men towards intimate physical contact and sexual intercourse with individuals of the opposite sex. In the child, this impulse slumbers, to awaken at the menarche with the onset of puberty, to increase slowly at first, and then more rapidly, after the manner of an avalanche, until it becomes a powerful passion, dominant throughout the active sexual life of the woman, and it may even continue far beyond this period. The proper aim for whose attainment the sexual impulse in woman strives is by no means the fulfillment of the impulse toward motherhood, but is merely the complete satisfaction of sensual passion by intercourse with the male. Still, the sexual impulse is often satisfied by the minor degrees of sexual gratification in the form of the mutual contact, so agreeable to the sense of touch, of portions of the body, and even by the play of imagination and illusion under the dominion of love. Finally, also, love amounts to what Buffon, the celebrated naturalist, expressed with coarse incisiveness in the phrase, "L'amour c'est le frôlement de Dieu intestins." In the sexually mature woman, the sexual impulse always exists, though its strength varies in accordance with individual inheritance, with physical and mental condition, and with external circumstances, and though its manifestation may be repressed by force of will. The sensation of the sexual impulse in a maiden during the years of development is described by Goethe in a masterly manner. A resemblance to heat or rut in animals, who exhibit the sexual impulse only at definite periods, those at which the ovules ripen, is manifested in females of the human species only in so far as there is during menstruation a more intense sexual sensibility. But the limitation of the sexual impulse to definite periods and its close association with reproduction are not found in women. Education and morality impose artificial limitations on the sexual impulse in women, whilst nature endows this impulse with a coercive power, a fact recognized by thinkers of all times and all peoples. Thus, Buddha wrote, "The sexual impulse is stronger than the ankus with which the wild elephant is controlled. It is hotter than flame. It is like unto an arrow driven into the spirit of man." In a similar sense, Luther writes, "He who wishes to restrain the impulse of nature and not to allow it free play, as nature will and must, what does he do but this, to insist that nature shall not be nature, that fire shall not burn, that water shall not wet, that man shall neither eat, drink, nor sleep." Schopenhauer describes the sexual impulse as the completest outward manifestation of the will to live, the concentration, that is to say, of all wills. The affirmation of the will to live concentrates itself in the act of generation, and this act is its most determined expression. Mainlander, in his Philosophy of Deliverance, makes the following statement: "In the sexual impulse lies the center of gravity of human life. To nothing does man devote a more earnest attention than to the business of generation, and in the pursuit of no other aim does he concentrate the intensity of his will in so striking a manner as in the performance of the act of generation. Debye similarly insists on the strength of the sexual impulse, saying, "The union of the sexes is one of the great laws of nature. To that law men and women are subordinated as completely as all other creatures. They cannot escape its operation." According to the general opinion, the sexual impulse is not so strongly developed in women as it is in men. Heger, Litzman, Lombroso, P. Muller, and many others assume that the sexual sensibility of women is less than that of men. Feuerbringer is inclined to attribute the characteristic of sexual frigidity to the great majority of German wives. I do not believe that this view, of the slight intensity of the sexual impulse in women in general, is well grounded, and can admit only this much, that in adolescent girls who are inexperienced in sexual matters, the sexual impulse is less powerful than in youths of the same age who have undergone sexual enlightenment. From the moment when the woman also has been fully enlightened as to sexual affairs, and has actually experienced sexual excitement, her impulse toward intimate physical contact and toward copulation is just as powerful as that of men. According, however, to the dominant artificial conditions, man assumes it as his right to give free rein to his sexual desires and to gratify them without regard to consequences, whereas woman, narrowly confined within the boundaries imposed by law and convention, cannot so readily yield to her inclination in the direction of physical love, and must forcibly control that inclination. Moreover, a powerful check on the free indulgence of the sexual impulse is imposed on woman by the consequences of such indulgence, consequences which exist for woman only. I may further indicate as differential characteristics that in woman the sexual impulse is more accessible to voluntary control than it is in man. The ardor of female sexual passion is more readily diminished than that of the male. And again, that in the female the gratification of the sexual impulse is less narrowly restricted than in the male. Excessive sexual gratification on the one hand and suppression of sexual desire on the other are, generally speaking, less harmful to the female organism than to the male. In these differentiae is to be found, in my opinion, the influence which determines the type of sexuality in the respective sexes. The following account is given by Havelock Ellis of the differential characters of the sexual impulse in the female. In courtship, woman plays a more passive part than man. In woman, the physiological mechanism of the sexual processes is more complicated, and the orgasm develops more deliberately. The sexual impulse in woman needs more frequently to be actively stimulated. The culmination of sexual activity is attained later in the life of woman than in the life of man. The strength of sexual desire in woman becomes greater after she has entered upon regular sexual intercourse. Women bear sexual excesses better than men. The sexual sphere is larger and more widely diffused in women than it is in men. Finally, in woman the sexual impulse exhibits a distinct tendency to periodic exacerbations, and it is in any case much more variable than in man. The same author, who has published several notable biological studies on subjects connected with sex, maintains that the source of erotic pleasure in the case of the male lies in activity, but in the female in the passive state, in the experience of compulsion, and he holds that sexual subordination is a necessary element in the sexual enjoyment of women. Heger maintains that under the term sexual impulse two distinct conceptions are confounded. First, the impulse toward copulation, the desire of carnal union with a member of the opposite sex. Secondly, the impulse toward reproduction, the desire for children. At the same time, this author admits that it is questionable if we can properly speak of an impulse toward reproduction, when reproduction is merely a consequence of copulation. In the case of civilized man, at any rate, so much reflection is connected with the idea of reproduction that it can hardly be proper to speak of anything of the nature of an impulse. In the case of woman, the expression is less unsuitable, since in woman special organs exist for the maintenance of the ovum after fertilization, and these organs may perhaps lead to the production of this peculiar form of mental activity. According to Darwin, a comparatively less intensity of sexual desire is common to the females of all species of the animal kingdom. The female demands a prolonged courtship and often endeavors for a considerable time to elude the male. In the lowest classes of the animal kingdom, the female leads a separate existence as soon as she has been fertilized by the male, the sexual functions being thus subordinated to the maternal. Among birds at the pairing season, the male is always the more passionate and active of the two, whilst the female commonly remains passive and occupies herself in building the nest. Among mammals, it is difficult to determine whether sexual feeling is stronger in the female or in the male. But it is certain that sexual relations are seldom long-lasting. They continue in most cases only during the period of heat or rut, and at most only till the birth of the young. From these phenomena witnessed in the animal kingdom, many naturalists have concluded that in females of the human species also, sexual sensibility and the intensity of the sexual impulse are less than in the males, and even that the sexual sense in general is but little developed in the female sex, or sometimes entirely wanting. The complicated apparatus which the primary and secondary sexual characters of the female combine to make up exists, according to this view, not for the gratification of the sexual impulse, but for the fulfillment of the function of motherhood. Love in women, says Lombroso, is in its fundamental nature no more than a secondary character of motherhood, and all the feelings of affection that bind woman to man arise, not from sexual impulses, but from the instincts, acquired by adaptation, of subordination and self-surrender. Mantegazza lays stress on the fact that in the female, sexual desire is very rarely accompanied by pains analogous to those which occur in man, in whom sexual excitement manifests itself in painful tension of the testicle and the seminal vesicles, or in spasmodic, long-continued priapism. Sergi writes to Lombroso, "The normal woman loves to be flattered and wooed by man, but yields herself to his sexual desires only like an animal at the sacrifice. It is well known how much pains must be taken, how many caresses must be expended, before a woman will yield with pleasure to a man's desires and will share his sexual passion. Without the employment of these means, a woman remains cold and gives as little satisfaction as she feels. There are girls who are quite obtuse to the joys of love, and either resist energetically a man's approaches or yield to him passively, without ardor and without enthusiasm. It is well known, also, that among the lower races of mankind, means are employed to stimulate the sexual sensibility in women, means that seem to us to amount to torture, and that the male, with the same end in view, undergoes the most painful operations, from which it is apparent that the slight sexual sensibility of women in these lower grades of civilization is fully recognized. And again, if a normal woman marries for love, she hides that love deep in her heart, and even on the wedding day exhibits no great sexual excitement. She often complains later that in her husband, the love fervor of the first days still continues. The very moderate sexual needs of the wife form a natural and most valuable check to the much more powerful passion of the male. Saint Prospera expresses himself to a similar effect. Women do not fall in consequence of the excessive power of the senses. In this domain they are overlords, in striking contrast to men, whose weakest side is here. It is not by means of the senses that a woman is to be overcome. Her weakness lies elsewhere, in her heart, in her vanity. And de Lambert wrote the epigram, "Women play with love and yield themselves to love, but they do not abandon themselves to love." Well known also is the saying of Dante, "We know how speedily in women the fire of love is consumed, unless eye and hand continually supply it with fresh fuel." On the other hand, it is asserted in the laws of the Hindus that sexual desire in women can as little be satisfied or fed full as a devouring fire can be fed full of combustible materials, or as the ocean can be overfilled by the rivers that pour their waters into it. Lombroso finds a proof of the sexual indifference of women and of the greater sexual needs of man in the existence of prostitution, with which can be contrasted the existence only among the degenerate classes of a small group of male prostitutes. This author also refers to the rarity and uniformity in women of the sexual psychoses so frequent in men, as indications of the minor intensity of sexual desire in the former. And he refers also to a series of facts, as for instance, to the occurrence of platonic love, which, though indeed often hypocritical, has a real existence more often in the female sex than in the male, to the long-enduring chastity of girls, and to vows of chastity, which are rarely made except by females. Moreover, the ready adaptation of women to polygamy, as well as their scrupulous observance of monogamy, which latter for the male is nominal rather than actual. If in general the opposite view concerning women prevails, this is ascribed by Lombroso to the fact that love is the most important circumstance in a woman's life. The reason, therefore, however, is to be found not in the erotic sphere, but in the desire for the satisfaction of the maternal instinct and in a woman's need for protection. A celebrated accoucheur, Giordano, has remarked, "Man loves woman for the sake of the vulva. What woman loves in man is the husband and the father." Comprehensively, we may express the matter by saying that woman has less eroticism and more sexuality. As a rule, remarks Erb, it is believed that the sexual impulse is less intense in women than in men. This is true enough, he writes, as regards youthful and virgin individuals who have not yet come into intimate contact with men, and in whom sexual desire and sensibility have not yet been directly excited. Later, however, when sexual intercourse has been begun, a change usually takes place, and the sexual needs become active in women also, and demand satisfaction. It is well known that not a few women experience powerful and uncontrolled sensual inclinations, just like those of men. On the other hand, we must insist that quite a large number of women possess the so-called naturae frigidi and have no sensual inclination to sexual intercourse, to which they are either indifferent or in some cases strongly averse, even regarding it with horror. This lack of the sexual sense in women is especially common in hysterical subjects, and Erb reports that he has encountered quite a large number of cases of this character. Whether in quite healthy women with normal sexual impulse, complete abstinence from sexual intercourse, too often compulsory but sometimes voluntarily undertaken, is harmful in its consequences. This, says Erb, is a question very difficult to answer. Many such unfortunate women have assured him that they suffered severely in consequence of their enforced continence. The majority of these became neurasthenic or hysterical. The complication of purely physical influences with mental influences increases the difficulty of the problem. Neurologists have observed women on whom continence was forced either during marriage or after its dissolution, who thereupon fell into a state of severe nervous exhaustion or nervous excitement, or suffered from threatening or even actually developed psychoses. That sexual abstinence is absolutely harmless, as moralists and many physicians would so gladly believe, appears to Erb a quite unwarrantable assumption. In the processes of reproduction, continues Erb in his discussion of this subject, woman is the principal sufferer. With inhuman cruelty, nature has condemned woman to a far more difficult role than man in the intercourse of the sexes and in the preservation of the species. She is overpowered and forced by man. She is compelled to make the most severe sacrifices for the sake of the new generation. First when it is germinating within her womb, and later when it is entrusted to her care. And only too frequently, she fails to find the respect and protection due to her for the performance of these functions. Compared with the sacrifices made by woman, the temporary continence, which is all that is demanded from man, will be admitted to be a small matter. It is fortunate that as a rule the young woman who has never come into intimate contact with the male appears to be endowed by nature with a relatively weak sexual impulse. This unequal and unjust distribution of the male and female roles on the part of nature may be regretted, but it cannot be altered. The modern advocates of the rights of women, who demand that in the sexual sphere also, woman should receive emancipation, oppose the view that in the male the sexual impulse is stronger than in the female, and also the view that whilst in the male the impulse is simply one towards sexual congress, in the female the determining motive to intercourse is furnished by the desire for motherhood. They complain of the perverse repression in woman of the sexual impulse and its physiological gratification. Since sexual energy and sexual sensibility are equal in intensity and identical in quality in the female and in the male. Thus, Johanna Elberskirchen writes, "Body and soul, the whole being is subordinated to a single powerful feeling and impulse. A single will flows through nerves and blood, forcing and driving the female toward the male with irresistible power. The yearning, the longing for the relief of sexual tension, the craving for the euphoria and fleshly delight that dominate the whole personality. And this elementary sexual longing it is that clouds the woman's brain, that drives her into the man's arms, that leads her to forget all the shame threatening her and her child, that brings her to sexual union, not the longing for a child, not the so-called impulse to motherhood. And again, woman yearns for love, all her love organs cry out for love, soul, and body. We do not long only for the rude sexual act. We spiritualize it, at least some of us do so, at any rate we individualize it. It is one particular man whom we desire, he alone can still our longing, our bodily and mental hunger for love. He satisfies us with all his love affinities. Naturally, also, the consequence is deduced. A free course must be given to sexual sensation in women and to the satisfaction of sexual desire within physiological limits, within the bounds of physiological necessity. Lerwenfeld asserts that in the life of woman, the sexual functions play a comparatively much greater part than in the life of man. Woman's thoughts and feelings are, that is to say, much more powerfully influenced by sexual matters than those of men. But nonetheless he is of opinion that in the normal woman the desire for sexual satisfaction is on the average less keen than in the normal man. Distinctly greater in woman is the erotic element only, the need to love and to be loved after an ideal manner, which is excited by the reproductive glands just as much as is the simple sensual desire. Very frequently, manifestations of this ideal need are erroneously attributed to the sensual impulse, yet this latter may be entirely absent in cases in which the erotic element is strongly developed. According to Lerwenfeld, the sexual impulse is altogether wanting in young girls before the time of puberty, and in elderly women. This lack of the sexual impulse persists in girls for an indeterminate time even after puberty, as long as they remain free from all experience of sexual stimulation. In this respect, they offer a notable contrast to males of the same age. In normal girls, according to the same author, erotic dreams and similar occurrences are entirely wanting, and specific sexual sensations therefore remain absolutely unknown to them. Hence it follows that the sexual impulse cannot, properly speaking, arise in such individuals, and in so far as they experience any desire for sexual intercourse, it can only take the form of a craving for some enjoyment, the nature of which is entirely unknown. The absolute lack of the sexual impulse persists, according to Lerwenfeld, in a not inconsiderable proportion of women even after their introduction to sexual intercourse. Efforts estimates that such complete frigidity is permanent in 10%. Of all women, and in a still greater proportion of women, the sensual impulse never exceeds a certain minimal intensity. It is probable that in the higher classes of society, inherited predisposition, education, and perhaps also higher intelligence, combine to diminish the intensity of the sexual impulse. In contrast with these women of frigid temperament, however, we meet with women, certainly in very limited numbers, whose sexual passions are extremely powerful and whose needs no man can satisfy. Heger, who considers that the sexual impulse in women is seldom very powerful, draws the following conclusions in respect of the influence of sexual gratification, on the one hand, or of continence, on the other, on the duration of life, and on physical and mental health. As far as comparisons between married women and women vowed to celibacy justify any conclusion, sexual activity and inactivity, respectively, would appear to have little influence on the duration of life. Comparisons between married and single women show, indeed, that the gratification of the sexual impulse and the processes of reproduction are distinctly injurious when experienced before the attainment of complete sexual maturity. In married women up to the age of 30, in some countries even up to the age of 40, the mortality is greater than in unmarried women. The notably smaller mortality of married women, as compared with unmarried, after the age of 40, is usually explained as the result of the complete fulfillment of the genital functions. It may, however, find a truer explanation in the selection effected by marriage, especially when we take into consideration that from the women thus selected the weaker individuals have been previously weeded out by the processes of reproduction. The lesser mortality of married men from the age of 20 upwards is to be explained by the selection of the fit which occurs in marriage, by the smaller proportion of marriages among men engaged in hazardous occupations, and by the deterioration in the quality of the unmarried which results from emigration. Still, the directly favorable influence of marriage is undeniable, and no doubt, the ethical factors of this institution have a beneficial effect, whereas the gratification of the sexual impulse hardly enters into the account. Suicide is certainly very little dependent upon repression of the sexual impulse, since all the motives arising out of the affairs of love play together, but a small part among the causes of suicide. The beneficial influence of marriage in the prevention of insanity is in part apparent merely, since, in the selection exercised by marriage, those predisposed to mental disorder, and those in whom such disorder has already manifested itself, are, for the most part, already excluded. Still, as regards the male sex at any rate, the beneficial influence of marriage is undeniable, and consists principally in the favorable ethical factors of this state. In women, on the other hand, the advantage of marriage is doubtful, since the nerve centers and the nervous system as a whole are strongly affected by the processes of reproduction. Satyriasis, nymphomania, and hysteria are in no way dependent upon the repression of the sexual impulse. Criminality in the married is comparatively less common than in the unmarried. In criminal assaults on young persons, repressed sexual impulse plays a part. Chlorosis is not in any way dependent on repression of the sexual impulse. A disease apparently analogous to chlorosis, occurring in unmarried women from 20 to 30 years of age, is dependent rather on mental causes and is relieved by other means than marriage, especially by suitable occupation. Marriage and gestation are distinctly injurious in cases of true chlorosis. The satisfaction of the sexual impulse, and still more gestation, favor in women the origin and growth of tumors, give rise often to mechanical disturbances, and open the way for the invasion of toxic pathogenic germs. Osteomalacia occurs only in Paris women. Moll divides the sexual impulse into two components: the impulse toward intimate contact with a person of the opposite sex, which he calls the contractation impulse, and the impulse to bring about a change in the genital organs, which he calls the detumescence impulse. The former impulse induces intimate physical and mental contact between the two persons concerned. The latter impulse induces the local processes of copulation. In women, detumescence results from the passing off of local swelling and the release of nervous tension in the genital organs, with the discharge of indifferent glandular secretions, notably the secretion of Bartholin's glands, and perhaps also the secretion of the uterine glands. The intensity of the detumescence impulse in women varies greatly in different individuals, these variations being more extensive than those occurring in the male. In some women, the impulse toward intimate contact, the contractation impulse, is normal, though the detumescence impulse is wholly wanting. Runge defines the sexual impulse as the impulse which brings the sexes together. This impulse is subservient to an instinct, namely the instinct of reproduction. That is to say, the sexual impulse induces the individual to perform actions which subserve the purpose of reproduction without the agents being directly or chiefly concerned with this purpose. The sexual impulse, as sensation, perception, and impulse, is, according to von Krafft-Ebing, a function of the cerebral cortex. A center for the sexual sense has not as yet, however, been localized. The close relations which obtain between the sexual life and the sense of smell lead to the supposition that the sexual and the olfactory spheres of the cerebral cortex are in close proximity one with the other. The development of the sexual life has its beginnings in the organic sensations of the developing reproductive glands. A mutual dependence now arises between the cerebral cortex as place of origin of sensations and perceptions and the organs of generation. By anatomico-physiological processes, these now give rise to sexual perceptions, representations, and impulses. The cerebral cortex, by a perceived or reproduced sensuous perceptions, influences the organs of generation. This influence is affected by the intermediation of the centers of vascular innervation and ejaculation, which are situated in the lumbar enlargement of the spinal cord, and are certainly in close proximity one with the other. Both are reflex centers. The psychophysiological process embraced in the conception of the sexual impulse is, according to von Krafft-Ebing, constituted in the following manner. I of the central or peripherally aroused perceptions. I of the pleasurable sensations associated with these. Hence arises the impulse to sexual satisfaction. This impulse becomes stronger in proportion as cerebral excitement, consequent on appropriate perceptions and the working of the imagination, strengthens the intensity of these pleasurable sensations. If the conditions are favorable to the performance of the sexual act by means of which satisfaction is attained, the continually increasing impulse finds expression in action. In other circumstances, inhibitory perceptions intervene, sexual excitement diminishes, the activity of the center for erection is inhibited, and the sexual act itself is prevented. In the case of civilized humanity, the ready action of such perceptions for the inhibition of the sexual impulse is necessary and decisive. On the strength of the impulsive perceptions, the constitution and various organic processes have an important influence. On the strength of the inhibitory perceptions, education and the cultivation of self-control are powerfully operative. In addition to mental influences, all forms of local irritation of the sensory nerves of the female genital organs and adjacent parts, by internal processes or external friction, serve to increase the strength of the sexual impulse. Among internal processes which stimulate the erectile center by centripetal impulses must be included the stimulus of the enlarged Graafian follicle, stasis in various vascular areas of the genital organs in consequence of a sedentary mode of life, abdominal plethora from excessive consumption of food and stimulating drinks, and habitual constipation. External friction may be in the form of intentional manipulation, but it may be due to certain bodily attitudes or to the arrangement of the clothing. In normally constituted individuals, the sexual impulse is by no means constant in its intensity. Apart from the temporary indifference resulting from sexual gratification, and apart from the decline in the impulse that occurs after prolonged continence, ensuing after a certain reactionary intensity of desire has been happily overcome, the mode of life has a very great influence. The town dweller, who is continually reminded of sexual matters and continually solicited to sexual intercourse, is in any case more subject than the countryman to sexual excitement. A sedentary and sheltered mode of life, a chiefly animal diet, the free use of alcohol and of spices, and the like, have a stimulating action on the sexual life. In the female, the sexual impulse is stronger just after menstruation. In neuropathic women, this increase of excitement may occur to a pathological degree. Not infrequently also in the climacteric period, women are subject to sexual excitement due to pruritus, especially in those neuropathically predisposed. Magnin reports the case of a lady who was subject to matutinal accesses of intense erythemus genitalis. The same author writes of a young lady who since puberty had been subject to continually increasing sexual impulse, which she gratified by masturbation. Gradually, it came to pass that the sight of a good-looking man produced violent sexual excitement, and on these occasions, since she felt herself unable to answer for her own conduct, she used to lock herself up in her bedroom till the storm had passed away. Ultimately, she surrendered herself to any available man in order to obtain rest from her torturing desires, but neither intercourse nor onanism gave her relief, so that she was finally sent to an asylum. As regards pathological increase of the sexual impulse, hyperesthesia sexualis, the constitution of the individual is, according to von Krafft-Ebing, of great importance. He writes, with a neuropathic constitution, a pathological increase of sexual desire is often associated, and such individuals bear for the greater part of their life the heavy burden of this constitutionally anomalous sexual impulse. The intensity of the sexual impulse may be such as to amount to an organic compulsion, and the freedom of the will may thus be seriously imperiled. Non-satisfaction of this desire may induce a true sexual heat or a mental state characterized by sensations of anxiety, in which the individual yields to the impulse, and his responsibility for his action is most questionable. Should the person so affected not give way to his desire, he runs the danger, by this enforced abstinence, of injuring his nervous system by the induction of neurasthenia, or of seriously aggravating neurasthenia that already exists. Excessive sexual desire may arise either from peripheral or from central causes. The former variety is less common. Such cases as do occur may arise from pruritus of the genitals, from eczema, or from substances which by their remote local action stimulate sexual desire, such for instance as cantharides. Sexual excitement of central origin is common in those suffering from congenital neuropathic predisposition, in hysterical subjects, and in states of mental exaltation. In such cases, when the cerebral cortex, including the psychosexual center, is in a state of hyperesthesia, not only optical and tactile sensations, but also auditory and olfactory impressions will arouse lascivious perceptions. Sexual hyperesthesia may be continuous, with exacerbations, or intermittent and even periodic. In the last case, according to von Krafft-Ebing, it is either an independent cerebral neurosis, or else a partial manifestation of a general condition of mental excitement. Erotogenic zones, the stimulation of which leads to an increase in the intensity of the sexual impulse and of sexual sensibility, are in woman first of all and principally the clitoris, which indeed is said to be the only zone of this nature in the virgin state. Next to this comes the whole of the external genitals, and especially the parts covered with hair, also the vagina by friction and intercoitum. Finally, the nipple and its areola when stimulated by titillation. An increase of the excitability of this region appears to result from suckling. According to Henson, the direct stimulation of the sexual impulse proceeds by way of the dorsal nerve of the clitoris. He assumes, however, that certain states of the reproductive glands are able to induce an increase in the irritability of the centers connected with the aforesaid nerves. In women, it certainly appears that particular states of the ovary have a stimulating or inhibiting influence respectively on sexual excitement, so that we might ascribe to the ovaries the role of a regulator of the sexual impulse. The processes that occur in the ovary at the time of the ripening and rupture of the Graafian follicle, and the resulting tension of the follicular wall, induce by stimulation of the ovarian nerves an increased sensibility of the central zones, and produce in a menstruating female a condition of increased sexual excitability, so that slight stimuli will give rise to a powerful orgasm more readily than would otherwise be the case. When the reflex irritability of the center is less pronounced, and the sexual impulse is consequently less intense. Still more than during these ordinary menstrual processes may this stimulation be effective at the time of the menarche, when the changes in the ovary occur for the first time and with the greatest intensity, so that at this time the individual may be especially susceptible to sexual stimulation. At such times of sexual excitement, very slight external peripheral stimuli, in the form either of tactile stimulation of the sensory nerves of the skin and the external genital organs, or of stimulation of the imaginative and perceptive faculties of the brain, suffice to induce a powerful increase of the sexual impulse. Whereas at other times, at which no particular sexual excitement exists, much stronger stimuli are needed to produce such an effect. Thus the sexual impulse in women is more readily and more powerfully increased in proportion, as the central organ is in a condition of temporarily enhanced excitability in consequence of the condition of the ovaries. The gratification of this impulse, the act of copulation, produces the specific sensation of sexual pleasure. In the female, this is effected chiefly by friction of the glans clitorides, the organ when erect projecting downwards at a right angle and pressing upon the intromitted penis. The friction of the glans produces powerful mechanical stimulation of the numerous plexuses of sensory nerve fibers, which terminate in the genital corpuscles of Krause. In woman, then, we find in the ovary the place of origin and the means of regulation of the sexual impulse, and in the clitoris, we find the seat of the specific sensation of sexual pleasure. In the poorer classes of society, an increase of the sexual impulse occurs in women chiefly in consequence of bad example and of unfavorable domestic conditions, such as lead to persons of opposite sexes sleeping in the same bed, and also in consequence of the abuse of alcohol. In the well-to-do classes, it is the perusal of modern equivocal romances, visits to theaters, balls, and evening parties, and, speaking generally, idleness combined with luxurious living that serve to stimulate the sexual impulse in woman. Assert dependence of the sexual impulse upon seasonal variations appears to exist also in the human species. At any rate, in certain months of the year, a definite increase in the number of conceptions continues to recur, which indicates that during these months a larger number of sexually mature individuals is engaged in the discharge of sexual functions. Rosenstadt regards this as the manifestation of a physiological custom, immanent in the physical constitution of civilized man and inherited by him from his animal ancestors. He explains it in the following terms. Primitive man inherited from his mammalian forefathers the peculiarity of reproducing his kind only during a certain definite period, the period of heat or rut. After humanity had entered upon this period, copulation was effected en masse, as was easy in view of the primitive community of sexual intercourse before the origin of marriage. In the course of his progress toward civilization, however, man began to reproduce his kind indifferently throughout the entire year. But the original physiological custom, in accordance with which reproduction occurred at definite seasons only, did not disappear, and persists, indeed, to a certain extent even to the present day as a survival of earlier mammalian life, and manifests itself in the annual recurrence in certain months of an increase in the number of conceptions. The analogy in structure and function between the genital organs of the human species and those of other mammals, which for the most part reproduce their kind only at certain definite periods, leads to the conclusion that in the human species also the sexual impulse may originally have awakened only at a particular season of the year, and that the persistence of this physiological custom in man, in spite of the fact that sexual intercourse occurs all through the year, and notwithstanding that the conditions necessary to awaken the sexual impulse are actually perennial, must be ascribed to inheritance. This view, which is maintained also by other gynecologists, finds support in Kisch's assumption, based upon ethnological investigations, according to which coupling in primitive man took place only at certain seasons, namely, at spring and at harvest time. In support of this view, which was held also by von Helwald, Kisch refers to a number of actual and symbolical practices among different races, which make the assumption extremely probable. Sexual desire in women, the sexual impulse, outlasts the proper sexual life and manifests itself even after the cessation of menstruation, when the possibility of conception has passed away. It appears, therefore, to have no necessary connection with the function of ovulation. This is indicated by the always respectable number of women who enter upon marriage even after the climacteric age. Thus the percentage of brides who were more than 45 years of age was, in Prussia, 2.58%, in England, 1.38%, in Sweden, 1.53%, in Ireland, 0.31%. Of quite peculiar interest are the figures relating to elderly women who marry men considerably younger than themselves. Thus we learn from the tables of Routh that in the space of 10 years in Ireland, women between the ages of 46 and 55 years married men below the age of 17 in one instance, men between 17 and 25 in 35 instances, men between 26 and 35 in 145 instances, men between 36 and 45 in 227 instances. And women of ages greater than 55 years married men below 17 in one instance, men between 17 and 25 in 3 instances, men between 26 and 35 in 12 instances, men between 36 and 45 in 15 instances, men between 46 and 55 in 52 instances. In England, during the year 1855, the age of the bride exceeded the climacteric age in 778 instances. The brides were, from 46 to 50 years of age in 135 instances, from 51 to 55 in 219, from 56 to 60 in 89, from 61 to 65 in 22, from 66 to 70 in 7, from 71 to 75 in 3, from 76 to 80 in 3 instances. In Bohemia in the year 1872, the oldest bride numbered no less than 86 years. Berner reports cases in which the sexual impulse remained in full activity after the change of life, and in some cases was greatly increased in intensity, these latter individuals being in a condition of real torment, which induced them to masturbate to obtain relief. The sexual impulse may be present in cases in which the ovaries are entirely wanting. Thus, Hoff reports the case of a young girl who had no ovaries, but was nevertheless excessively addicted to masturbation. Glevec speaks of a puella publica in whom the uterus and the ovaries were entirely absent, but who asserted that she experienced during coitus active sexual sensation. Both Kussmaul and Puch report similar experiences in cases of absence or arrested development of the uterus. As regards the effect on the sexual impulse of the operation of arforctomy, most authors state that no change occurs. Still, there remain many who express the opposite opinion. From the collective summary of cases bearing on this question made by Glevec, it appears that after extirpation of the ovaries, the sexual impulse remains unchanged in the great majority of cases, or at most is but slightly diminished in intensity. Heger states that he has often witnessed a diminution of the sexual impulse after arforctomy, but that this decline is by no means constant. Indeed, he states that one of his patients assured him that in her case, no decline in the intensity of the sexual impulse had followed the operation. Similarly, variable reports were the experience of Schmalfuss. In one case, he found there was but little sexual inclination. In one case, disinclination. In one case, disinclination at first, followed by a return of inclination. Brunsell reports that in 4 patients subjected to arforctomy, in 2 cases the sexual impulse persisted, but in the remaining 2 it was extinguished. Kerberl is of opinion that sexual inclination diminishes as a result of this operation. Peasley, on the contrary, asserts that the patients remain striking examples of womanhood, in whom all the qualities peculiar to their sex are preserved. Payen observed as a rule no difference in the sexual impulse to result from this operation, but he considers that the patients are apt to describe in exaggerated terms the amount of sexual feeling that remains to them. In one case, Spencer Wells observed after arforctomy an increase in sexual excitability. Tissier had the same experience, and this author believes that in these cases the sexual impulse is generally preserved. On the other hand, Bailey observed a case in which both ovaries were removed on account of new growths, where the sexual impulse at first became excessive and then completely disappeared. Anger and Goodell speak in the same sense. I am myself acquainted with a woman, 26 years of age, who in girlhood underwent arforctomy on account of extremely severe nervous troubles associated with menstruation. She had not experienced, in consequence, any loss of the sexual impulse. She married a man belonging to the upper strata of society, and consulted me 4 years later to learn if she could by any means be rendered capable of bearing a child. 2 other cases have come within my personal experience in which young women married after extirpation of the ovaries, and in whom sexual desire and sexual sensation were all that could be wished. In 27 women who had undergone the operation of arforctomy, Glevec made inquiries regarding the 3 following points. First, whether the sexual impulse had been affected by the operation. Secondly, whether during intercourse sexual pleasure was experienced to the same degree as formerly. And thirdly, whether during intercourse any kind of difference was observed as compared with preoperative experience. He obtained the following results. Sexual inclination was unaffected in 6 cases, 22%, diminished in 10 cases, 37%, extinguished in 11 cases, 41%. Sexual pleasure during coitus was unaffected in 8 cases, 31%, diminished in 10 cases, 38%, extinguished in 8 cases, 31%. In a considerable number of cases, the sexual impulse was thus found by Glevec, not indeed to be entirely extinguished, but still notably diminished. In another set of cases, the sexual impulse was entirely extinguished, but only in one case was there actual aversion to coitus. The women readily permitted intercourse when their husbands desired it, but remained themselves quite indifferent. The greater number of these women stated that the specific sensation of pleasure during coitus was markedly weakened, but not entirely lost. In a small proportion, this sensation was completely extinguished. In the case of 7 women who complained that coitus was very painful, Glevec found that the caliber of the vagina was much diminished. In these cases, the sensation of pleasure during coitus was either greatly diminished or completely extinguished. The women permitted intercourse very unwillingly, their unwillingness arising not from any actual aversion, but because they dreaded the pain which coitus produced. An extremely hysterical woman, affected with severe prolapse of the uterus, stated that every attempt at intercourse was frustrated by violent hysterical convulsions. The sexual impulse appears always to suffer first and most severely, and only after this is the sensation of pleasure during coitus affected. In a few women only, according to the experience of this author, was the sexual impulse quite unaffected by the removal of the ovaries. Amputation of the clitoris appears notably to diminish both the sexual impulse and the sensation of sexual pleasure, but the results of clitoridectomy for the cure of masturbation are by no means always favorable. In the women of the Russian sect of the Skopsky, the clitoris, the nymphae, and a part of the labia majora are removed in order to destroy sexual desire. According to von Krafft-Ebing, it is probable that in the virgin the clitoris is the only erotogenic zone, that is to say, that only by the stimulation of the clitoris can erection, the orgasm, and the sensation of ejaculation be induced. It is probable that the vagina becomes erotogenic only as a result of coitus. Thenceforward, however, the erotogenic significance of the clitoris is notably lessened, and in multipara may entirely disappear. Nymphomania, anesthesia and psychopetiae, sexualis. The sexual impulse in women is subject to morbid changes, both in the way of increase and of diminution, exhibiting abnormal violent increase or declining to the state of complete frigidity and sexual indifference, or, finally, manifesting itself in some perverse manner. Psychopathically increased sexual impulse in woman is known as nymphomania or uteromania. In such women, there is a dominant state of psychical hyperesthesia, principally in the genital sphere. The most indifferent perceptions give rise to erotic sensations and to lascivious impulses. All sensory perceptions obtain a sexual content and induce stimulation of the cerebral cortex. All sensation and all activity in such unhappy beings ultimately concentrates itself in the act of copulation, or in some other form of sexual gratification, the greatest perversities of sexual practice frequently arising, masturbation, tribadism, and, for the most part, prostitution, even in the case of married women. The nymphomaniacal woman, says von Krafft-Ebing, endeavors to allure men by means of exposure of the genital organs or indecent gestures. The sight of man produces intense sexual excitement, which is gratified by masturbation or by stimulatory movements of the pelvis. According to this author, nymphomania is not very infrequent at the climacteric period. It may even occur in old age. Abstinence in association with simultaneous excitement of the sexual sphere by mental or by peripheral stimuli may induce these states, probably, however, only in those hereditarily predisposed. The history of antiquity contains records of the corrupt practices of nymphomaniacal empresses. Thus, Messalina furnishes a well-known historical example of the abnormal violence of a pathologically intensified sexual impulse in woman. She was given the agnomen of Invicta, having received the embraces of 14 athletes. Pliny says of her, Die AC noct superavit quinto et vicissimo concubitu, and Juvenal writes of her the verses. In corrupt Rome, Messalina was not the only woman nectum satiata, ever insatiable. We need only refer to the orgies of an Agrippina, a Livia, a Malonia, or a Poppaea, and Seneca hurls against the women of his day the reproach, Adio perversum commenti genus impudicitiae viros inunt. And of Cleopatra, the beautiful Egyptian queen, Marcus Antonius writes in a letter to his physician, Soranus, that she had such violent sexual desire as to lead to her having connection in a brothel with 106 men. Through the report of Herodotus, it is well known that the pyramid of Cheops was built by the numerous lovers of the daughter of this king, who raised this enormous monument in recognition of the innumerable times she had yielded herself to their desires. On record also are the sexual excesses of the Roman ladies at the festival of Saturn, the festival of the Bona Dea, and the festival of Priapus. Indeed, many of these women allowed themselves to be debauched in the temples. But returning to the present day, both gynecologists and alienists record numerous cases of great pathological increase in the intensity of the sexual impulse in women. According to Lombroso, such continued ardency of sexual desire occurs chiefly in women with an inherited tendency to crime and to prostitution, whose natures exhibit a commingling of lasciviousness with barbarism. He gives examples of such women, one of whom surrendered herself to her husband's laborers, Another had as her lovers all the desperados of Texas. A third had intercourse with all the herdsmen of her village. A fourth, though her husband occupied a good social position, led the life of a prostitute. A fifth, a cultured and intelligent woman, entertained a common bricklayer, and wrote to him letters full of shameless declarations of her sexual passion. Further, he writes of a series of criminals, in whom, indeed, increased sexual desire is a common phenomenon. One of these, a thief, experienced sexual excitement at a mere glance at a good-looking man. A murderess, in whom lascivious feeling induced masturbation whenever she saw a man, and who made experiments in sexual intercourse with dogs. Another, who often took to bed with her in addition to her son, 3 or 4 men selected at random from the streets, and many others. Jolly reports the case of a widow, a celebrated lion of the demi-monde, who kept in her desk, side by side with devotional literature, a number of lascivious books and preparations of cantharides, and entertained quite a number of powerfully built lovers drawn from the lowest canal. In hysterical women, the sexual impulse is frequently excessive, and may increase to such a degree as to produce hallucinations of coitus. Sometimes, on the other hand, the impulse is extinguished or psychopathically metamorphosed, passing in a most paradoxical manner from sexual frigidity to lascivious reflections and continuous occupation with sexual affairs. Not uncommon in such women are false accusations of indecent assaults of which they assert themselves the victims. Lombroso gives several examples of the increase of the sexual impulse in hysterical women. A hysterical girl visited a physician and said to him, "I am still a virgin, take me." She submitted him to the utmost extremity of provocation and asserted afterward that she had been violated. Another hysterical subject, a rich young lady, met a workman in the street, offered herself to him, was accepted, and when she returned home related the affair with laughter. A third sought men from the street in order to find one suffering from syphilis, her object being to infect her own husband with the disease. According to the observations of Schul, young married, hysterical women not infrequently run away with a waiter during the honeymoon journey. This author also points out that in women moral insanity is especially apt to manifest itself during the first years of married life. Many advocate a far-reaching libertinism and threaten to enter a brothel. In these forms we observe, in addition to ill temper and malignity, especially obscenity and tribadism. Such a case, observed by Giraud and quoted by von Krafft-Ebing, is the following. Marion L. of Bordeaux, during the night, while her master was sleeping soundly under the influence of narcotics she had administered, was in the habit of giving up her master's children to her lover for his sexual gratification, and made them witnesses of the most immoral scenes. It appeared that L. was hysterical, suffering from hemianesthesia and convulsive seizures, and that before her illness she had been a sensible and trustworthy individual. After the illness, however, she prostituted herself in the most shameless manner and completely lost her moral sense. Galen relates of his own mother that she suffered from nymphomania, and that in the attacks she bit her female slaves like a wild animal. As a negative aspect of the sexual impulse in woman, we must regard the absence of the impulse, or anesthesia sexualis, and also the deficiency of the sensation of pleasure during the act of copulation, or dyspareunia. Of dyspareunia we shall speak more at length later, in connection with the pathology of copulation. As regards the entire lack of the sexual impulse, however, in women whose genital organs are normally developed and normal in the performance of their functions, and whose cerebral condition is also normal, we must consider such lack an extremely rare condition, if indeed it ever occurs. It is only in cases in which the female genital organs are wanting, wholly or to a considerable extent, or in which there are important cerebral disturbances or states of mental degeneration, that the sexual impulse is wanting. Normally, in the young, sexually unspoiled girl, the sexual instinct slumbers in the cerebral cortex, but becomes active as sensation, perception, and impulse, as soon as the cerebral center has been aroused by mental impressions or by physical peripheral stimulation of the genital organs and their environment. Among stimuli of the latter class must be reckoned the menstrual stimulus, set on foot by the developmental processes of puberty. These stimuli arouse in the cerebral cortex sensations and perceptions which, rising to specific sexual feelings, produce an impulse to increase the intensity of these feelings by purposive action. Thus is awakened the sexual impulse, the strength of which is extremely variable. Only when the cerebral cortex, as the place of origin of sensations and perceptions, fails to perform its functions in the manner just described, or when the anatomico-physiological processes in the genital organs which normally act as peripheral stimuli fail to occur, or when there is a failure in the conducting tracts, are sexual perceptions and impulses lacking. Such anomalies may be congenital. A milder form is that, likewise congenital, in which a woman has a sexually cold nature. In these cases, the sexual impulse is not completely wanting, but it is so slight in intensity that it can be awakened only by very powerful stimuli, and in her normal state, the woman so affected is quite free from any wish for sexual gratification. Such congenital subnormal intensity or entire lack of the sexual impulse may be due to very various causes. According to von Krafft-Ebing, these causes may be organic or functional, mental or physical, and central or peripheral. The declining intensity of the sexual impulse with the advance of years and the temporary disappearance of that impulse after the sexual act are both physiological occurrences. Education and mode of life have a marked influence on the intensity of the vita sexualis. Strenuous mental activity, earnest study, severe physical exertion, mental depression, and sexual continence notably diminish the excitability of the sexual impulse. At first, indeed, abstinence leads to an increase in the intensity of the impulse, but sooner or later the functional activity of the organs of generation declines, and therewith also the intensity of the sexual impulse. As peripheral causes of diminution or disappearance of the sexual impulse, von Krafft-Ebing mentions arforctomy, degeneration of the reproductive glands, marasmus, sexual excess, whether in the form of coitus or of masturbation, and alcoholism. In like manner is to be interpreted the disappearance of the sexual impulse in general disorders of nutrition. A decline in the intensity of the sexual impulse in consequence of degeneration of the conducting tracts is found, according to von Krafft-Ebing, in diseases of the brain and the spinal cord. Central affection of the sexual impulse may be due to organic disease of the cerebral cortex, or it may be due to functional disorder, such as hysteria, or to mental diseases. Finally, in some instances, the sexual impulse in women manifests itself, not in the normal manner with copulation with the male as its goal, but in a form demanding some abnormal kind of gratification, whether it be because sexual intercourse with the male affords the woman no enjoyment, or simply because no opportunity exists for such intercourse. Masturbation is very frequent. The habit having been acquired from bad example by the girl during the menarche, it is sometimes continued by the wife during married life. In these cases, we often find distinct changes in the genital organs, such as hypertrophy of the clitoris, enlargement and bluish discoloration of the nymphae, retroversion of the uterus, tenderness and displacement of the ovaries, considerable vaginal discharge, and sometimes menorrhagia. Kussmaul draws attention to the connection between masturbation and nymphomania, on the one hand, and imperfect development of the uterus and the other genital organs, on the other. Campbell records the case of a woman addicted to masturbation, who had never menstruated, and who, in addition to imperfectly developed genital organs, had a dermoid cyst of the ovary. In a young woman who indulged in masturbation, Aaron found that the uterus and its annexa were imperfectly developed. Vaddington also describes a case of abnormal sexual impulse, which was associated with absence of the uterus. Trogler reports the case of a woman 20 years of age, who had been 6 months married to a healthy, potent man, was herself healthy and blooming, with a good family history, and had never suffered from any severe illness. At the age of 13, she had learned to masturbate, effecting this by stimulation of the clitoris. Now she found no gratification in coitus, so that she continued to masturbate, and during coitus obtained satisfaction by manual friction of the clitoris. Examination showed that the clitoris was strikingly large, the vagina flaccid, and that there was some vaginal discharge. In other respects, the genital organs were normal. Not infrequent, it may be in those whose mental condition is in other respects fairly normal, or it may be in psychopathic subjects, is the existence of contrary sexual sensation, or sexual inversion, a condition which has been described by Casper, Westphal, von Krafft-Ebing, and Moll, and has indeed been well known since the days of antiquity. In the case of a considerable number of notable women, homosexual practices have been recorded. According to the observations of Coffignon, in Paris the homosexual instinct, when occurring in other women than prostitutes, is found chiefly among the ladies of the aristocracy. Of homosexually inclined women, some engage in the practice of tribadism, familiar to the ancient world, and recorded by Martial in a satire, in which sexual gratification is obtained by mutual friction of the genital organs, or by penetration of one woman's clitoris into the vagina of the other. Whilst some indulge in the amor lesbicus, in which gratification is obtained lambendo lingua genitalia, a very ancient practice indeed, transported from Phoenicia to Greece, and later from Syria to Italy, where it was widely diffused among the Romans of the imperial age. Sappho, celebrated as the 10th muse, is supposed to have been addicted to the practice of lesbian love. All such homosexual individuals are, then, endowed with the perverse instinct towards sexual connection with women instead of with men. In such cases, the genitals are usually quite normal. Sometimes, however, the woman thus affected is markedly of a male type, being called by von Krafft-Ebing a gynandrist, the affection itself being termed gynandry. When the woman concerned not only possesses a homosexual impulse, but also in other respects exhibits tendencies properly characteristic of the male sex, she is called virago, and the affection is termed virginity. I had under my care such a woman, belonging to the upper circles of society, who had been married 16 years before, had lived a married life for 6 years, and had then separated from her husband. She was of a very masculine disposition, smoked, gamed, drank like a student, and preferred to wear men's clothing, and she bestowed her affections on a female companion. Examination of the genital organs disclosed no abnormality beyond a slight vaginal catarrh. Menstruation was regular, and the general appearance showed no departure, with the exception of a slight mustache that shaded the upper lip, from that of a normal feminine beauty. Mantegazza is of opinion that in the case of many unhappy marriages, in which the source of the unhappiness is obscure, the trouble is to be found in the homosexual inclination of the wife. Martineau and Moll report that married women who are homosexually inclined indulge in sexual intercourse with other women behind their husbands' back. Duhauset, at a meeting of the Anthropological Society at Paris in 1877, related the almost incredible case of a married homosexual woman who, in intercourse with another woman, transferred to the latter her husband's semen, so as to induce pregnancy. Many writers on forensic medicine, Tardieu, Pfaff, Schoenstein, Wald, and Mantegazza, for instance, have recorded that in numerous circles of European society, women practice masturbation and tribadism with dogs and monkeys. And Plutarch's statement is well known regarding Egyptian women and the sacred goat, Mendes, that the women who were locked in with this animal practiced sodomy therewith. And again, it is asserted that the serpents in the temple of Aesculapius, and also in private houses, were employed in the practice of sodomy. Von Maschke records a case which came before the courts a few years ago in Prague, in which a woman 44 years old confessed that, in consequence of the very ardent temperament she possessed, she had perhaps as often as 6 times indulged herself with her house dog, which jumped between her legs and licked her. That she took the animal between her bare legs, stroked its belly until its penis became erect. Then, supporting herself on the back of a chair, she pressed the animal against herself, introduced its penis between her labia majora, and let it continue its movements until its semen had been ejaculated. Examination of the genital organs of this woman disclosed no abnormality. Schoenstein reports the case of a girl who carried out unchaste practices with a little dog to an utterly immoderate extent, so that after the lapse of some years she died in an asylum. In a case recorded by Wald, a maidservant was observed in lewd practices with a poodle. She supported herself on elbows and knees while the dog copulated with her from behind. A woman about 30 years of age, who had lived with her husband in sterile marriage for 9 years, complained to me that she had not for a long time had sexual intercourse, since during copulation she not only experienced no sexual pleasure, but actually felt a loathing to the act. On the other hand, she was subject to an uncontrollable impulse to handle the genital organs of children, both of the male and of the female sex, and this performance gave her sexual gratification. During the menstrual period, this impulse overpowered her will. Local examination in this patient showed that the uterus was enlarged and retroflexed, and that there was anesthesia of the vagina. Angel reports the following case of periodic psychopathia sexualis associated with menstruation. A lady of quiet disposition near the climacteric, serious congenital predisposition, during youth suffered from attacks of minor epilepsy, married but childless. Several years ago, after violent emotional disturbance, she had a hysteroepileptic seizure, followed by post-epileptic mania lasting several weeks. Thereafter, insomnia for several months. As a sequel, continually recurrent menstrual insomnia, accompanied by an impulse to embrace boys under 10 years of age, to kiss them, and to handle their genital organs. Impulse toward coitus, to close sexual contact with a grown man, non-existent at this time. The patient often speaks openly of her morbid impulse and begs that she may be supervised, as she feels unable to answer for her own conduct. In the intervals, however, she carefully avoids all reference to the matter, is strictly decent in her conduct, and in no way sexually ardent. Tribadism is frequently mentioned by the writers of classical antiquity, especially by those of Greece, where the cult of naked beauty encouraged sexual excitement of this character. This form of unchastity was common among the flute-playing girls of Greece, and at the secret festivals of such associates Aphrodite Parabasia was invoked. Lucian, in his Dialogues of Heterae, depicts the intensely passionate nature of these homosexual unions between girls. Lombroso reproduces Juvenal's description of such a love feast. When the flute calls to the dance, the Maenads, inflamed with wine and beer, loosen their long tresses, they sigh languishingly and eagerly, and an ardent desire draws them one to another. The desire and the passion of the dance gives their voices an alluring sound. Nothing now can serve to bridle their unrestrained desires. Lacesella swings her wreath, which she has won in the contest of lascivious gestures and movements, but even she must give way before Medalina with her ardent postures. About these games there is no trace of unreality, and the most rigid Spartan, hardened from the very cradle, even old Nestor himself, notwithstanding his hernia, could not fail to be stimulated by such an inflammatory spectacle. In the present day, also, the practice of tribadism is more widely diffused than people in general imagine. I have often encountered instances of it in ladies of good position, who were past their first youth, who would not or could not marry, and who undertook extensive and long-enduring journeys with a female companion, of similar age, or perhaps a little younger. Their erotic needs, which could not be gratified in normal fashion, led to this sexual perversion, a tendency observable especially in persons with neuropathic predisposition or with a liability to hysteria or to epilepsy. Sometimes such girls, even before puberty, show an inclination to wear boys' clothes, to avoid all feminine manual occupations, and to examine and to handle the genital organs of their playmates. Even after puberty, such tribadists like to make a parade of masculine attitudes. They have their hair cut short, wear clothes of a masculine cut, smoke a great deal, and show in their conversation, and still more in their letters, great exaltation of the passions. It not infrequently happens that an elderly lady who has lived well in her day, and from youth upward has had much intercourse with men, comes at last to lament her worthlessness to men, and from this proceeds to the idea of obtaining sexual enjoyment by means of tribadism. The tribadistic union sometimes lasts for several years, but in most cases the alliances are quickly and frequently changed. According to Taxil, tribadism is fairly common among the married women of Paris, and in upper-class women is extremely prevalent. This author describes with what industry and perseverance many elderly tribadists endeavor to win for themselves and to seduce young girls, just as old women often work hard to gain money for the enjoyment of the favored person. In these unions, according to the descriptions of Lombroso, very remarkable phenomena occur. A particular jargon arises with tender designations for this or that bodily beauty. A violent jealousy develops, and a newly united pair keep together as much as possible for fear of losing one another's affection. The friends tread always in one another's footsteps. This author rightly points out that the very numerous romances describing relations of this kind prove the diffusion of this vice in high life. Novels of this class are referred to by Mantegazza in his book, Woman as Criminal and Prostitute. He mentions Diderot, La Religieuse, Balzac, La Philoxeudor, Gaudier, Mademoiselle de Maupin, Feydeau, La Comtesse de Colis, Flaubert, Salammbô, Baylat, Mademoiselle Gerard Maffem, Wilbrod, Fridolin's Heimlich Graf Stadion, Brick and Brack, Sacher-Masoch, Venus I.M. Pels. Zola also, in Nana and La Curée, and Buddy in L'Antona, makes some reference to this matter. Sauval relates of the dissolute life at the court of the French king, Francis I, that the women learned also to play the part of men. A princess had a hermaphrodite maid of honor, and the court and all Paris gossiped about the lesbian-loving ladies, whose husbands were delighted, since they were thus quite freed from jealousy, and prized their wives above all on this account. Such a mode of life was so pleasing to many ladies that they refused to marry, and refused also to allow their friends to marry. Tribadism is very common among prostitutes. According to Parent Duchitlet, tribadism begins only after prostitution has long been practiced, between the 25th and the 30th year of life. Generally, there is a notable difference in age and also in beauty between the two women forming a tribadistic alliance, and as a rule, the younger and prettier of the pair is the more passionately sensitive and the more constant. Parent Duchitlet endeavors to explain the origin of tribadism by referring to the manner in which in brothels and reformatories the women are closely packed together, to the enforced abstinence from normal sexual intercourse, to the loathing for men sometimes felt by prostitutes, and to the opportunities for mutual observation of the most intimate nudities. Even women who at first object to it most vehemently commonly give way to this vice after 18 or 20 months. Among 103 prostitutes examined by Lombroso, he found tribadism to be practiced by 5. He considers the principal cause of tribadism to be in the lascivious search for new and unnatural pleasures, and quotes in illustration the characteristic remark of Catherine II, herself a tribadist. Why did not nature endow us with a sixth sense? Female criminals who seduce others to the practice of tribadism have usually themselves acquired the vice during a long term of imprisonment. It is, in fact, the long-sentence criminals, women with a congenital inclination toward crime, that incline also to unnatural vice. The influence of environment is, according to Lombroso, indicated by the fact that the most confirmed criminals in prisons for women corrupt in this manner so many of the inmates who are merely criminalides, and corrupt even the wardresses. Further, he is led to conclude, the confinement in close association of so many extremely sensual and prostituted women leads to the origin of a kind of ferment of new lascivious desires, and causes an increase of one form of degeneracy by means of another. Prostitutes often see one another naked, sleep 2 or 3 together in the same bed. Similar things occur in boarding schools. In asylums, also we may observe that the admission of a tribadist will result in the infection of all the inmates with this vice. According to Moll's estimate, 25% of the prostitutes of Berlin practice tribadism. According to the experience of this author, in cases in which tribadists live in concubinage, one of them is always a prostitute. The active and the passive role are always played by the same respective members of the alliance. The active member is called papa or uncle, is usually a prostitute, and like the man in the married state, possesses great comparative freedom in sexual matters, whilst the passive member, the mother, is not allowed to form any sexual relations outside the concubinage. According to Riccardi, many frigid prostitutes practice with pleasure clitoris masturbation, cunnilictio, and, especially, sapphism, preferring these perversions to the normal sexual act. Moreover, among prostitutes and female criminals there is no lack of lovers of martyrization, of flagellation, even to the drawing of blood, of tyrannical treatment, and of the initiation of children into the mysteries of sex. Lombroso records on account of its rarity a case of masochism observed by him in a woman 35 years of age, who liked being whipped. Moraglia reports a remarkable instance of sexual perversion in a girl of 18 who preferred to coitus, masturbation associated with the stimulating influence of the odor of male urine. This peculiar form of irritability was so powerful as to drive the girl to masturbation in public urinals, notwithstanding the risk of arrest, which indeed often occurred. According to Carlier, there are 4 or 5 brothels in Paris which are not infrequently visited by rich ladies in search of tribadistic enjoyments, and ladies of high life assemble there for communal orgies. It is noteworthy that prostitutes surrender themselves for such purposes to these women who are outside their own circle with great reluctance, and only for a very high fee. Speaking generally, however, sexual perversion is rarer and less intense in women than in men. This fact is explained by Lombroso on the ground that the erotic element in women's nature is less active, and that women are less often affected by epilepsy, the principal source of these anomalies. In cases in which the genital organs are healthy, we must, with Westphal, conclude, with reference to contrary sexual sensation, that the abnormal sexual feelings have a cortical origin. From von Maschke's elaborate account of unnatural offenses in his Handbook of Forensic Medicine, we abstract the following passage relating to the female sex. Lascivious procedures liable under certain circumstances to legal punishment may consist: 1. In handling or other manipulation of the genitals without actual intercourse. If the genital organs of a female have merely been gently handled, without any more violent manipulations, we shall not, as a rule, either in the case of children or of adults, find any local changes as a result. Contrariwise, if the handling has been rough and brutal, if the fingers have been forcibly thrust within the vulval cleft, or if the pudendum has been pulled and rent, we may expect to find excoriations, redness, swelling, laceration of the hymen, or even of the vagina and the perineum. 2. In licking the female genitals. An analogous process also affected by members of the female sex, whether children or adults, is irrumer, id est, penem in ossa rigor. Feller, id est, vel labiis vel lingua perficandi ac exsugendi officium penis praester. 3. In introduction of the membrum virile into the rectum, either of children or of adults, pederasty. That this form of sexual gratification is not infrequently practiced upon women has been pointed out especially by Parent Duchitlet, and is asserted by von Maschke from personal knowledge of cases in which it has occurred. Tribadism and lesbian love, unnatural vice practiced by 2 individuals of the female sex, occur, according to von Maschke's description, in the following manner. A. By masturbation, either one person gratifying the other by manipulation or mutual masturbation. In a case of this kind recorded by Tardieu, a wife still young repeatedly, and by day as well as by night, introduced her finger deeply into the vagina or the rectum of her little girl, moving it about there sometimes for as long as an hour. According to the child's account, the mother herself at these times was in a condition of excitement, no doubt sexual, which she gratified in this manner. In another case, several older girls engaged with their own fingers and tongues in lascivious practices with the genital organs of a little girl of 7. According to Crossold, among female prisoners such forbidden friendships are extremely common, formed for the purpose of mutual masturbation, and in connection with which the bitterest jealousy and the most ardent love are exhibited. B. With the assistance of an enlarged clitoris, with which one woman performs the sexual act by introducing the organ within the vagina of another. In France in the 19th century, a woman is said to have lived whose genital organs were so formed that, on the one hand, as a woman she played the passive part in intercourse with men, and on the other hand, was able to give sexual gratification to women by assuming the active part of the male. C. By the employment of an artificial membrum virile. This mode of obtaining satisfaction of sexual desire was known already to the ancients, and such a priapus was by the Greeks termed letter 1f78 lambda iota sigma theta omicron sigma. The fact that such articles are manufactured and sold affords sufficient proof that their use is not unknown in our own day. Von Maschke describes such priapi as being made of India rubber, of the size and shape of an erect penis, perforated longitudinally and fitted at the lower end with a testicle-like attachment, to be filled with warm water or milk, so that by squeezing it an ejaculation can be counterfeited. This priapus is also so constructed that it can be attached to the body by means of a girdle and can thus be employed for the gratification of another individual. We have already referred to sodomy, unnatural intercourse with the lower animals. Von Maschke gives several instances of this, which we have previously mentioned, and states also that some years before, during his stay in Paris, a female was accustomed to hold a secret exhibition, the entry to which cost 10 francs, and at which she had sexual intercourse with a bulldog trained for the purpose. According to Lombroso, even at the present day, the inmates of licensed brothels frequently hold exhibitions, for admission to which a fee is charged, of tribadistic couples in poses plastiques, and of another prostitute in coitus canonis. In his widely celebrated work on Psychopathia Sexualis, von Krafft-Ebing discusses these morbid sexual processes in women. We select certain data from his exposition. Regarding the congenital morbid phenomenon of the lack of sexual feeling in women, as contrasted with perversion of sexual feeling, and the sexual impulse toward an individual of the same sex, von Krafft-Ebing writes, "The woman-loving woman feels herself sexually to be a man. She rejoices in the exhibition of courage, of masculine sentiments, since these characteristics make the man desirable to the woman. The female earning, therefore, likes to have her hair cut short and her clothes of a masculine cut, and one of her greatest pleasures is when opportunity offers to appear in male attire. Her ideals are notable feminine personalities, distinguished by spirituality and energy. In the theater and in the circus, it is only the female performers that attract her interest. And in the same way, in collections of pictures and statues, it is only the representations of women that awaken her aesthetic sense and her sensibility." Von Krafft-Ebing insists that in nearly all cases of antipathic sexual feeling in which a family history was attainable, that history was found to exhibit instances of neuroses, psychoses, stigmata of degeneration, etc. In hysteria, according to this author, the sexual life is especially often abnormal. In cases with neuropathic inheritance, one may say always. All possible anomalies of the sexual functions occur in such cases, with the utmost variety and the strangest commingling, based upon hereditary degenerative processes, and accompanied by moral imbecility in its most perverse manifestations. Frequently, in hysterical subjects, the sexual life is morbidly excitable. This excitement may be intermittent. Shameless prostitution may result, even in married women. In cases of a milder type, the sexual impulse is exhibited in the form of onanism, nude perambulations about the room, wearing of male attire, etc. In cases of hysterical mental disorder, the morbidly excited sexual life may manifest itself in the form of maniacal jealousy, baseless complaints against men of indecent assault, hallucinations of coitus, etc. Sometimes there may be frigidity, with lack of sexual pleasure, commonly due to genital anesthesia. Incest in women, dependent upon psychopathic causes, is also alluded to by von Krafft-Ebing. It occurs in those in whom a partial imbecility that leaves the sense of modesty undeveloped is combined with eroticism. Thus, a case reported by Schumacher is mentioned, in which a mother had, or attempted, intercourse with her son, aged 5½ years. And again, a case reported by Lafargue, in which a girl of 17 laid her 13-year-old brother on herself for the gratification conjunctionis membrorum, while simultaneously masturbating her brother. Magnan's case, an unmarried woman 29 years of age, who could hardly resist the impulse toward copulation with her nephews as long as they were quite young. Legrand's cases, in one of which a girl 15 years of age seduced her brother to the performance of all possible sexual excesses on her body. Another, a married woman aged 35, who committed incest with her 18-year-old brother. And a third, a mother aged 39, who committed incest with her son. According to Moll, women who suffer from antipathic sexual sensation are in many cases married. It appears, however, that for the most part they have no inclination to marry. In isolated cases, there may exist a psychical hermaphroditism, the woman thus affected having sexual inclination both towards men and towards women. In the case of homosexual women, normal intercourse appears not to furnish complete satisfaction. As regards fetichistic, masochistic, and sadistic inclinations on the part of women with antipathic sexual sensation, Moll was unable to obtain any trustworthy information. Sometimes in women, the perverse sexual impulse appears periodically, being then often associated with the appearance of other psychical abnormalities. In some women, the perverse impulse is especially active at the menstrual periods, whilst at other times these subjects, even though not quite sexually normal, are still very much quieter. Antipathic sexual sensation in women may depend upon inherited predisposition and may often be traced back to a very early age. In many cases, an exciting cause may be demonstrated. Mantegazza, who relates that homosexual practices are common among the inmates of harems, believes that antipathic sexual feeling is readily curable in women soon after marriage, but that later a cure is rare. A perverse form of sexual gratification sometimes met within women is flagellation. By chastisement with birches, straps, or whips on the bare buttocks, the nerves of the sexual apparatus are stimulated, and these organs become congested, with an effect resembling that of onanism. Such flagellation was practiced by the wanton ladies of ancient Rome. In the Middle Ages, hysterical women derived great pleasure from the stimulatory effect of whippings. It is reported of Catherine de' Medici that she had herself whipped, and that she delighted in seeing the ladies of her court undergoing similar treatment. In the present day, many women derive intense sexual pleasure from being birched by their lovers on bared portions of their bodies. In Paris and other large towns, there are special places of resort for those who pursue this form of perverse sexual gratification. Sometimes such women are only the active fouetuses for worn-out, perversely feeling men. Among the Greeks, a woman who had remained barren during the early years of marriage would visit the temple of Juno in order to receive from a priest of Pan the gift of fertility. She stripped naked, and, while thus exposed to the flagellant priests, she received all over the back of her body numerous blows inflicted with thongs of a he-goat's hide, this process being supposed to induce fertility. The object of this form of flagellation would appear to be to induce an increase of sexual desire. Sexual neurasthenia is defined by Eulenberg as a neuropsychosis of chronic course, manifesting itself chiefly in the form of excessive irritability of the sensory and psychosensory neuron systems, in association with excessive tendency to exhaustion of the motor and psychomotor neuron systems. This exhaustion occurs especially in relation to the genital system, in which we see exhibited the phenomena of irritable weakness, of increased excitability combined with increased tendency to fatigue of the genital nerve apparatus. Such chronic morbid disturbances are, according to this author, comparatively rare in women. That is to say, the developed typical picture of the disease does not occur in women or occurs very rarely. Among 168 patients suffering from sexual neurasthenia, only 6 were women. 2 of these latter were addicted to masturbation, and in the anatomical sense both were still virgins. The rest were married women, not receiving sufficient sexual gratification in their married life. 2 of these were probably also addicted to masturbation. 2 indulged in homosexual practices. Onanism, according to Eulenberg, is the cause of sexual neurasthenia in women as well as in men. If, however, among the relatively very large number of women addicted to masturbation, there appears to be such a very small proportion of instances of sexual neurasthenia, this depends on the fact that from the nature of onanism in women, the physical, and also as a rule the psychical consequences, are as a whole apt to be much less severe than those arising from similar practices in men. But it depends also on the circumstances that neuromental abnormalities of other kinds, and denoted by other names, such as dyspareunia, vaginismus, sexual hysteria, nymphomania, feminine sadism, and tribadism, are apt to arise in consequence of onanism. As regards onanism, so also may it be in regard to sexual excesses and aberrations in general. They may be on the one hand causes, but on the other symptoms and sequelae of sexual neurasthenia. Early acquired or inherited homosexual tendencies and habits may, as Eulenberg further points out, lead to sexual neurasthenia only, but then very easily, when such individuals have allowed themselves, against their nature, but in obedience to conventional points of view, and to the advice of the relatives, to be persuaded into marriage. That sexual abstinence alone is competent to induce sexual neurasthenia must be dismissed as a fable.